On me. I'm coming upstairs. I'm not. I fucked up.
I'm gonna get inside tank. I'm gonna get inside tank. What the fuck is he doing?
I knocked him out of the car.
You flush him?
Yes.
Nice, good. Mark me. I'm gonna go for
Need to
kill.
help them somehow.
Hit.
I can
He's
double
first part.
busy.
He's first part.
I
He's
can
first
double
part.
busy. You want it?
What?
On the
You're
cannons.
fine on your
One
right.
knock guy on blue. Flash.
Nice.
No, we can't because
No, you stay.
Insta one. Okay.
I'm gonna move him.
I have no
Just
car.
leave me. I'm chilling.
But you
I'm
can play
chilling,
with
I'm
Chris.
chilling. 1 point, right?
Yeah.
Whatever, go next.
Guys, can you pick it? Can you pick them? Can you pick them on blue?
I'm nading. Knock one.
Left smoke. Green smoke. Dead.
Insta.
Here's Carrera.
I knocked
Pick
him
up
on blue.
buffers. Pick up buffers.
I'm pushing up for the kills.
Exactly yellow.
Yeah.
Green.
I'm flashing.
One
I'm
green.
flashing.
Both yellow.
Green.
Nice, let's fucking go, bro.
Nice, man. Good fucking shit, boys.
We love the mistakes. We love those.
Focus. We have to jump, okay?
Can you do Duffy?
It's so low. Nice. Be careful. Maybe we can get crash. One coop. Just go back.
Try to finish on yellow.
You can maybe see him outside. I think he crawled inside actually.
I don't see him.
Did his teammates stop?
They saw us. On orange.
On orange.
Yeah.
Hit your one.
Lock that guy.
You guys tell him a little bit
One
more
active.
right.
That's one active. Nice, Alex.
Good job.
Car coming.
He's behind the bus.
Got him.
I got the kill.
One left side. He's playing TPP. Yes, exactly there on your flash.
Can you go for them? I can hold for you. Can you go?
No. Knock.
Nice knock.
One more outside. On the entrance.
Oh man. Nice. The shack.
It's impossible.
Guy's gonna get knocked here. Kill it on yellow.
Go, flash. Nice.
Where
You got one kill. The one is driving back.
I fucking
Just-
suck.
Yeah, same.
I
I didn't hit anything.
No, I don't really.
I'm trying my best. Keep covering everyone that shoots heavy. Parking car.
One of the
Knocked.
Only one up.
Yeah. On green.
No, he's close right.
Okay, but I'm gonna go back to orange, okay?
Yeah, I'm
I know about them earlier.
I'll pull him out the days. Nice.
One more though. Nice.
The shield me.
I think.
I'm netting roof.
Yeah, he's roof. He jumped. Me. Nice.
Net there.
Nice.
Well done, boys.
I headshot him.
Nice.
Where did you kill him? On the shack?
No,
Orange,
here,
orange
like
exactly.
green.
Nice. He's one more knock.
Yes.
Two knocks on this rock.
On you, see one guy.
Yeah, I see. I'm using my resources.
All green.
Water on us.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, you're so good.
Of course, bro.
Can you call to me?
I can't.
I don't.
Further behind.
Can't we just drive in on? I think you drive in on, guys. One up.
Yeah, we're going up.
Left side of the smoke. Dead.
Nice.
New team,
I'm on the left side.
New team
left.
Nice try.
We tried.
Did you get any kills?
One.
One.
kill.
Going back to the car now.
I'm gonna need him again.
Yes, crates to play there.
Good, I think.
I'm fine. Nade on me.
Yeah, one guy's playing the top of the room. Knock one.
Nice knock. One close smoke.
Close on me. Kill him.
Is that a
Пилтал тут научил заправку?
Нет.
Дропнул.
Пробегу.
У меня есть 4. У меня есть. А, ну ладно. Правая.
Давай.
Он направо едет на скалу, по-моему, забил.
Блядь, мне колесо пробили.
У тебя чел, возможно, справа.
Васик с ебалом один был. Уехали?
It's not in zone, that's not well. I'm going, yeah. Son?
Trying to help.
I'm delaying.
He's outside on the wall.
Seen, yeah. On yellow. Leaving. Not leaving.
Knock one. Nice. Remember,
You can just play on me here. Play me.
remember
Stay
there's
on
a
me.
guy on yellow, please.
В траншейке.
Рис на метке. Играет.
Вот, у меня траншея вот тут где-то, либо на мне прям.
Тачки нам нужны в любом случае.
Один чел.
Метка бежит, двойка, выхуевшего, бегут в опане. За деревьям, ебут, одного нок.
Добить. Найс.
Еще двойка жив, двойка живчик. Убивайте, метка встает. Добить нахуй.
Не могу, не вижу. Не вижу.
Перестать.
Еще нокнул одного. Максим, твои хаи нужны, брат, или зубила?
Макс, ко мне заехать.
Вайпнули их.
Смог даю. Мы стоим, бой здесь с тобой стоим.
Knocked him.
Nice shot. He was alone there.
Just be careful.
His teammates is on blue.
I just want to tell like I can't help you.
Problem. Nice. One out.
This is fine.
Чел едет.
Одно.
С ебалом. Васик.
Одно.
Giving you a nade.
Yeah, it's actually just women, I guess.
It's just Rima, okay. Oh, you knocked him! I dropped a nade behind you. I'm trying to call info.
He's down,
Nading.
Shark is nading, yeah.
Hold me, mommy, I'm going
One
to
could be behind blue. Nice.
Nice.
This guy is also leaving yellow.
Leaving from yellow,
One guy on the fucking marshals. Good shit.
I can trade it for Dorito.
We can get the car and get in the car.
Yes, we
Yeah.
drive.
They know
when he
about
gets
me,
the
by the way.
The other one's on green.
You go,
Drive
you
him.
go, you go.
Shoot the first car.
What? Super low. Two up.
One is here.
What the fuck?
One is exact here on the inside. This
Knocked, two knocked.
I need insta-res.
I'm gonna res. Just come.
behind right.
Come, boys.
Let's go.
Inside the toilet. Boys.
Knock.
One on me, one last on me.
I'm
Yeah, we
resing.
are resing.
Inside.
They're knocked on you.
Got.
Yes, one more.
Oh, dead, wait.
As well.
Knock one.
Nice.
Nice fucking flush. I'm just committing. He's on blue. Exactly blue.
He's half. Two guys here. One guy yellow.
We need to kill left. Try to kill left.
Let's kill the left.
Wait.
People or glider? Glider.
We want that.
Yeah, we want that if we can take it.
I have no gas.
Yeah, sounds good to me at least.
Good compound is
taken at least by one car.
Heard. That's most likely
That's probably Storm.
yeah.
You jumped. You're under.
On me.
Nice.
One guy in a dash on me, two guys in a dash on me.
States.
Two guys on me.
I'm coming up to the
I'm knocked, I fucked up.
I'm gonna get inside tank. What the fuck is this game doing?
I knocked him out of the car.
You flush him?
Yes.
Nice, good. Mark me. I'm gonna go for
We need
huge.
to help them somehow.
Hit.
I can
He's
double
first bar,
busy.
he's first bar, bro.
I
He's
can
first
double
bar.
busy. You want it?
What? On the
You're
cannons.
fine on your
One
right.
knock guy on blue. Flash.
Nice.
No, we can't because
No, you stay, you stay.
Insta one.
okay.
I'm gonna move him.
I have no car.
But you can play with Chris.
1 point, right?
Yeah.
Whatever, go next.
Guys, can you peek it? Can you peek them?
Yeah,
Can you peek them on blue?
fine. I'm netting, I'm netting. Knock one.
Left smoke. Left smoke. Left smoke. Green. Green smoke. Insta. I knocked
Pick
him
up
on blue.
buff us, pick up buff us.
I'm pushing up for the kills.
Exactly yellow.
Yeah. I'm flashing,
One
I'm
green.
flashing.
Both yellow, both yellow, both yellow.
Green.
Nice, let's fucking go, bro.
Nice, man. Good fucking shit, bro.
We love the mistakes. We love those.
Focus. We have to jump, okay? Like,
It's so low. Nice. Be careful. Maybe we can get crash. One cube, just go back.
Try to finish on yellow.
You can maybe see him outside. I think he called inside actually.
I don't see him.
Did his teammate stop?
They saw us. On orange.
Yeah.
Picture one.
Look like it.
Guys, them a little bit
One
more right.
active. That's one active. Nice, Alex.
Good job.
Car coming.
he's beyond the bus.
Got him.
I got the kill.
One left side. He's playing TPP. Yes, exactly there on your flash.
Can you go for them? I can hold for you. Can you go?
No. Knock.
Nice knock.
One more outside, on the entrance.
Come in. Nice. Lucky. The shack.
It's impossible. Guys gonna get knocked here. Killy on yellow.
Go flash. Nice.
Got it.
We got one kill. One is driving back.
I fucking
Just-
suck at. I
yeah,
don't know how
same.
I had my mini
I
out.
didn't do anything.
No, I don't really.
I'm gonna try my best. Keep covering everyone. The shoot's gotta be fucking car.
One of the,
It's not side.
Knocked. One up.
Only one up.
Yeah, on green.
No, he's close right.
Okay, but I'm gonna go back to orange, okay?
Yeah, looks
You know about them earlier.
Nice.
I think.
I'm netting roof.
Yeah, he's roof. He jumped. Nice.
Net there one. Nice.
Well done, boys.
I can shot him. Nice. Nice.
Where did you kill him? On the shack?
No,
Orange,
here,
orange
like
exactly.
green.
Nice. He's one more knock.
Yes.
He's two knocks on this rock.
On you, see one guy.
Yeah, I see. I'm his mom,
More green.
Mortar on us.
Nice. Oh, you're so
Nice.
good.
Of course, bro.
Can you call to me?
I can't.
I don't.
Further behind. You
can't just drive in on. I think you drive in on, guys. One up.
Yeah, we're going on.
Right, left side of the smoke. Dead.
Nice. I'm on the left side.
Right.
And even
Nice try.
Try. Did you get any kills?
one.
kill. Going back to the car now.
I'm gonna need him again.
Yes, crates to play there.
Good, I think.
I'm fine. Nade on me.
Yeah, one guy's playing the top of the room. Knock one.
Nice knock. One close one.
Close on me. Kill him.
Результату тут научил забравку.
Нет.
Пробегу.
У меня есть 4. У меня есть. А, ну ладно.
Давай.
Он направо едет на скалу, по-моему, убил.
Блять, мне колесо пробили.
У тебя возможно справа.
Васик с ебалом один был.
Уехали.
Уехали?
It's not in zone, it's not worth. I'm going, yeah.
Son,
Trying to help.
I'm delaying.
He's outside on the wall.
Seeing ya, on yellow. Leaving. Not leaving.
Knock one. Nice. Remember,
You can just play on me here. Play on me.
remember
Stay
there's
on
a
me.
guy on yellow, please.
В траншейке.
Рис на метке. Играет.
Вот, у меня траншея вот тут где-то, либо на мне прям.
Тачки нам нужны в любом случае.
Метка бежит, долбоёб, двойка, выхуевшего, бегут в опане. За деревьям, ебут, одного нок.
Добить. Найс.
Еще двойка жив, двойка живчик. Давайте, метка стоит. Добить нахуй.
Не могу, не вижу. Не вижу.
Респект.
Заехал.
Еще нокнул одного. Максим, твои хая нужны, брат, или забила?
Макс, ко мне заехать.
Вайпнули их.
Смог даю. Мы стоим, бой здесь с тобой стоим.
Knocked him.
Nice shot. He was alone there.
Just be careful.
His teammates
Careful,
are blue.
I just want to say like I can't help you.
Problem. Nice. One
Last is
active.
far.
Чел едет.
Одно.
Баллом. Давайте.
Одно.
Giving you a nade.
Yeah, it's actually just Freeman, I guess.
It's just Freeman, okay. Oh, you knocked him. I dropped a nade behind you. I'm trying to call info.
He's down bleeding.
Truck is landing, yeah.
Hold me, mommy. I'm going
One
to
foot behind blue. Nice.
Nice.
This guy is also leaving yellow.
Leaving from yellow, yeah.
One guy on the fucking marshals. Good shit.
I can trade it to Dorito.
We can get the car and get in the car.
Yes, we
Yeah.
drove.
They know about me, by the way. The other one's on green,
You
just drive
go.
them.
You go.
Shoot the first car.
What?
Super low. Two up.
One is here.
What the fuck?
One is exact here on the inside. This
Knocked, two knocked.
I need insta-res.
I'm gonna res. Just come.
behind right.
Come, boys.
Let's go.
Inside in the toilet. Boys.
Knock.
I'm
One on me,
actually
one
gonna
last on
res
me, last on me.
I'm
Yeah,
ready.
we are resing.
Inside.
They're knocked
Is
on
it
you.
got?
Yes, one more.
Oh, dead, white.
As well.
Knock one.
Nice. Two
Nice
active.
fucking flush. I'm just committing. He's on blue. Exactly blue.
He's half. 15 guys left. One guy yellow.
We need to go left. Right, kill left.
Try to kill the left.
Wait.
People or glider?
Glider.
We want that.
Yeah, we want that if we take it.
I have no gas.
Yeah, sounds good to me at least.
Good compound is taken at least by one car.
Heard. That's most likely
That's probably Storm.
yeah.
You jumped. You're under.
On me.
Nice.
One guy in a dash on me, two guys in a dash on me. Two guys on me. I'm coming up to the I'm knocked, I fucked up.
I'm gonna get inside tank. What the fuck is he doing?
I knocked him out of the
Nice.
car.
Did you flush him?
Yes.
Nice, good. Mark me. I'm gonna go for
To
Houston.
help them somehow.
Hit.
I can
He's
double
first bar,
busy.
he's first bar, bro.
I
He's
can
first
double
bar.
busy. You want it?
What?
On the
You're
cannons.
fine on your right. One knock guy on blue. Flash.
Nice.
No, we can't because
No, you stay.
inside one. Okay.
I'm gonna move him.
I have no
Just
car.
leave me. I'm chilling.
But you can play with Chris.
1 point, right?
Yeah.
Whatever, go next.
Guys, can you peek it? Can you peek them? Can you peek them on blue?
I'm netting. Knock one. Left smoke, green smoke. Dead.
Insta.
Here's clear.
I knocked him blue.
Pick up buffers.
I'm pushing up for the kills.
Exactly yellow.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I'm flashing.
One green. Both yellow.
Green.
Nice, let's fucking go, bro.
Nice, man. Good fucking shit, boys.
we love them.
Port Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight. Just the jungle creeping back in. Both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. Keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
Over the last 2 days, we've scoured the EMEAs and we already know 13 teams that have been able to get into our final. However, today, with 16 teams remaining, only 3 will be able to take those last spots. It is going to be grueling for sure across our 5 games. It's always a bit of a sprint. It's always a bit of a crazy time here in these best of 5s, but 3 teams will be able to prevail. Joining me to my left-hand side, I have Avenger as well as Blank to talk about all of the things that are going to be going down. And Blank, this is your wheelhouse now, truly, because it's mostly all the cup teams and then maybe some of the regional partners that didn't quite do very well.
That's right. That is correct. It always confuses me when you say we're on the left side, but it's your left side, but it's the right side on the screen, and my brain doesn't really track that very well.
Do as you will.
We've qualified for day 3. 11 teams from day 2, 5 of our cup teams, but many more cup teams still are contained within this one. It is the top 3, like you're saying, that will be going through to finals. It's savage today. It's real savage.
Yeah, it is going to be, of course. I mean, the thing is that some of those cup teams as well, I think some of them we kind of expected to even prevail before this, right? I think like Yoga Benito, for example, Avenger, I think is a good case of like probably should have been able to advance. Maybe construction workers on a good day as well, considering the names that are on that team.
Yeah, considering the names, considering the performance in the cups, obviously Yoga Benito, construction workers, in my book, should have been through team vitality. I would say is for even higher up in that. I would say also S2G is even higher up. And then we have Yo. Yesterday, we were at an absolute high note when they got the 16 kills, 4th place with 20 total points. And then it was 4 points in the 4 other games, right? So it's really, really sad for them to kind of fall off like that. When they need more big banger games. And today, it's not the 40 points cutoff we were talking about yesterday. It's probably 42, 43, 45 for you to be certain in the top 3.
It's scary.
Yeah,
it's real scary. So I was just going to say, it's really nice of you guys to hype up a cup team like Team Vitality. It's very nice of you.
Right.
Stop that. No, stop.
And I was saying, I was saying these guys, and then even more team vitality. It's not like we were just talking about cup teams here playing. It's like, okay, sure, we're in your wheelhouse, but calm down. We can talk about others that's here as well. Everyone is welcome. Everyone is accepted in here.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh,
It's fine. He's Danish. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
I heard it. It's cool.
But anyway, I mean, beyond that, of course, I mean, as these teams are looking to try and prevail as well, there are technically a few PGC points on the line as well. If you get first place, eventually you get 3. If you get second, you get 2. And if you get third place, you get that one shining PGC point. Ooh, lovely.
Put that in a box, put that on the wall, put that in a certificate, and then make sure you bring that. I mean, it could be the tiebreaker that comes in. It could be the extra point you need when you go up against everyone else. I think it's unlikely that it's 1, but I think it could be a chance where the 16, 15, 14 that we saw on our first day could come into and have somewhat of an effect once we go through everything. And once we get to PGC, of course, at the end of the year.
Let's talk about some of the teams that are just barely not able to get through yesterday, right? Some names that I think could quite easily have a bit of a handle on this, even though, okay, if you really showed me this list of teams blank, I would say, okay, who's going to be going through top 3? You'd think Vitality, you'd think S2G, and honestly, I'd probably think Joga Bonito, consider how they were able to play things out earlier, but I mean, again, that could be a little bit interchangeable. But when we look at yesterday, the Mythov, Storm of Request, no tag team, all really kind of on that cusp to be able to qualify on through, but weren't able to, and I think that they have some good showings despite so much sponging going on up at the top from 3 teams.
I think there's a lot of teams, but I think when we look back on it, for TMO, it's one big game. For Yo, it's one big game. You can't really just base it off that anymore. Like, you have to keep that momentum going, and I think some of these teams are struggling with that. Whereas I think it was very obvious, like during that day, that Ascend, PGG, they were on point all day. But yeah, for a team like TMO, bit of a struggle. But the damage doesn't look terrible from yesterday. The damage doesn't look terrible, just not getting towards those late games other than that one match on Miramar.
No, technically they're a great team, Avenger.
That's total from day 1 and day 2. No, I think these numbers are way too high for that.
Yeah, technically. If they only got 27 points yesterday, then yeah.
Those guys with the 10 kills, 1,500 damage. But yeah, look, they look good, and they're all contributing on my side of things. It also sometimes they come in during like the match overviews, like, okay, this is the match. Oh, this is the total as well. So a little bit surprised there. But I'll say this though, guys. For me, if out of the 3 teams if I had to pick one, I would have to go with SG. They had 2 decent games. The 3 other games, they had 2 games with 1 point and 1 game with 0 points, right? If they can turn that around and actually salvage or even have a decent game here, I think their consistency is going to be good. But also, if they're able to turn on Schiller like they have been so far, that's where the big no one quit. Also yesterday looked good, but man, S2G, I really want to see them in, man. I think they're great representation here. Also, they're a team that I really want to see compete in the grand finals.
It does make you wonder what would have occurred for them throughout the entirety of yesterday if in that first game we thought to ourselves they had that northern position on Erangel blank, they had themselves 8 kills from that, but then go out in 10th place. Even though if they'd have been able to somehow survive that northern position, they'd have then had kind of the pick of the litter of where they would want to play, and nobody really rivaling them up at the top. So that could have been a complete game changer throughout the day yesterday for S2G.
Yeah, well, for them, they've been pushing hard every single day that they've played. And I think I wholeheartedly agree with Avenger that today is the day to do it. And I think it's probably one of the few teams that we can really select out and be like, that is a top 3 team. I think that it's just minor things that need adjusting here and there, and they'll be absolutely fine. But I do think S2G is on track to qualify today, at least. It's the other 2 teams that I'm very interested to see, because like you say, Team Vitality, story team, very good team. Where are they? They should be qualifying today in top 3. And we've been saying that for the past 3 days, but today is the day.
Of course, here is the teams that will be playing out now, as well as our 5 teams coming in from the Cup representation, 15th through 19th being able to place there. So therefore, they only get 1 day, 1 chance to be able to get through into that final coming up in the next weekend here, Avenger. Now, the thing is that I asked Blank at the end of yesterday, who's he looking at when it comes to those Cup teams? Redline is obviously one that we're kind of used to name-wise, right? And Ibis has been around for quite a while. How are you faring with these Cup teams? Because technically, they kind of squeaked by to even get here relative to some teams.
Yeah, I mean, the new teams coming in, it was a few good games in between them being in day 2 or day 3, right? They're all great players. They've all come in here and performed quite well here. PTC points so far given out to the 13 team that's qualified. As I said, 3 points for the winners today. Not a lot, but still, if you win today, if you come in as one of the 3 teams, that's going to be amazing here. What team is specifically did you ask me about again? Sorry.
Just the 5 teams that were coming in from the cups, like Redline.
Right,
obviously, we
Voltrox.
spoke about them, like Zeko and Ivers and stuff like that. Voltrox has Mixon on, which is always nice to see him playing on the field.
Yeah. I had some pleasure playing with and against some of the teams coming in today. Voltrox, Mixons, of course. I played some Danish ranked and did TPP. I played against Zeko. I played against X-Howl as well. That was absolutely not a pleasure. Guys, please stop hunting me when I'm trying to rest my teammates, when I'm just having some fun and ranked here. That would be nice. But yeah, it was actually crazy playing ranked today. It felt like I was in 30% of the lobby that we're actually playing today, and it was very horrendous to play against. We did have some wins. It was fun to do some drive-bys, but Quindex and some of the other guys, they were just insane. Like, you don't want to pull up on these guys. Like, if you're not ready with a huge advantage and like 14 nades to throw at them, you're just going down, because these guys are monsters mechanically.
Yeah, definitely tough. There's other names that are like very familiar from a lot of these teams as well, Blank. We've seen, of course, guys like Aniko, who's on Voltrox. If he's going to be fielded, of course, they do have 5 members, but, you know, we'll see what arrangement they want to go for that as we take a look back at some of the highlights from yesterday as well. The Myth of, man, I mean, in terms of them leveling up a squad from 2025 to 2026, I think that this is technically a good squad here from the Myth of, and I'm hoping to see them do well. It's a shame for these teams that there is only 3 spots.
Yeah, it's very limited, right? And I think that we look back on yesterday, the Myth of, they didn't have terrible games, right? I think they got caught out a lot of times in some pretty awkward locations, but we saw what they could do with a good game, and Justice looked so good on that Miramar, which is perfectly timed with that nade coming through. I think they're a great team. I mean, He-Man does go down there, but I do think that He-Man brings a little bit of spice to the squad as well, has these really good pop-off moments alongside quite a stalwart team. So I think he's also a very, very important opponent to the squad.
Of course, as we take a look there, as we saw brief moments of highlights from Starry Skies, who towards the very end were able to actually make it on through. And it was a bit magical actually in that last game there, Avenger, because I did not see that coming at all from them.
No, as they collect the Infinity Stones throughout the day, they're able to strike towards the end. And I'll say this though, the scariest part was obviously 2 teams having such a lead where it became already in game 4 and 5 very, very dangerous to go up against them, right? Because they were already qualified and they'll just commit everything to you. You could also see how Bushido Wildcats play here, specifically on the Rondo game, right? They were so focused on getting the win that they missed out on a lot of kills. Sure, they went through, but I would really like to see a team like that to go for more for points. Today, guys, you cannot not get the wins and the big kill games. You need 2 massive games to go through for it.
Yep, it's going to be close. Going to be close for these teams here as we take a look at Boars towards the end as well. That was, I mean, I was talking about Starry Skies in that last game being insane, but Boars in that last game, Blank, I don't know what I was watching. That was just, admittedly, they had a great dip to be able to play it from here, but they just went radio rental.
They did. I mean, for Boars, I'll be honest, I'm the one who said that Joga Bonito would be getting yesterday, and I didn't expect much from Boars, but they came out, like you said, swinging, and they went for the home run here. Incredible stuff. Really, really incredible stuff from Boars. They absolutely deserve to get in as well. That wasn't a stroke of luck throughout the day. I think they had some great games throughout, some really, really good mechanical skill, backed up by some great rotations that they went for. You can rotate on over to social media to find the other part of Code Green and try and get yourselves some G-Coin. There is 50 rewards up for grabs with this code, so make sure you can match these codes together, pop them in.
And how much G-Coin is it playing?
300.
Damn it.
Each out of the 50, which is very exciting. It's not 50 times divided into the 300.
No. But still, there's 3 codes. There's 3 codes. There's 3 codes. You can get a 300. A total of 900 G-Coins. Also something to do by. Maybe a cheeky schematic. Or another Eve skin you can get in there. That's cheeky.
Yeah, Blank is very keen to be able to level up his contender Eve skin, but anyway, not for you, Blank. Those G coins are for the viewers, all right? Well, before we get to everything that's going down, though, let's ask some quick questions to all of our players here before we start day number 3 of our, well, final day to see which 3 teams are going to move through into that final.
There's no one else that's gonna win.
If I could speak Russian or Ukrainian, I'd like to play with the Na'Vi guys.
Team Nemesis.
Probably Team Redline, because it's my old team and I would like to play with them again.
I think VP probably is the strongest team at the moment, so obviously VP would be the answer, but I think Nemesis looks super strong and interesting as well.
Virtus Pro.
VP.
Virtus Pro.
VP.
Definitely Yoga Bonita.
Most likely Twisted Minds.
Joga Bonito.
Us, hopefully.
Construction Workers.
I hope us.
If I need to say one name, I would say the best chances to win, it's VP.
VP.
I mean, Virtus Pro. There's no one else that's gonna win.
Is Lukaruk's correct? Maybe. We'll see. There is definitely some big contenders towards the top, and people like Ferris, for example, from Na'Vi saying we're going to win. Not too much of a surprise that you see some confidence coming in from them as well, Martin, considering they were PGS2 champions and looked amazing doing it.
Yeah, there's no denying that when you come in with the confidence like that, it's different level, but you come in and you're playing a completely different lobby too, right? You cannot, you can stay on your high horse in terms of confidence, you can take the fights, but we didn't see much from Na'Vi except for that one game where they played the 2-2 split in the God compound. That's really the reality. I really am looking forward to see the grand finals because obviously way more days to be played, but also you cannot rely on just that one game. You gotta have the consistency and you gotta follow through with also getting your kills alongside your wins.
I guess my follow-up question though for the kind of focuses on today here though, Blank, is that there's technically big names in the lobby, there's technically S2G, there's technically Team Vitality, but are they able to play to and adhere to what can be like that cup chaos? These cup teams have played each other for quite a few weeks in a row now, and they've been able to kind of prevail in some of those scenarios, but sometimes those lobbies get a little bit kind of not random, but a bit more unpredictable for some of the bigger names.
So you're alluding to the Joga Bonito special. I see. We can maybe order that. We can order that up today. We can maybe order that up today. Yeah. But no, yeah, it is chaotic. It is chaotic. And a lot of these early rotations, some of them were like you say, wild. And I think it's always interesting watching like really good teams play against teams that maybe haven't had as much international experience, because they get caught off guard by this kind of stuff. It's like, why are you playing there? And that doesn't really make sense to me as a player. So for what might seem like a good rotation for Team Vitality, might end up just being completely scuppered by a change of rotation last minute.
It might. I mean, we used to talk about it, Martin, when it came to how our previous formats were, where it was like 3 groups rotating, and then it's like, it's kind of hard to adapt to this lobby every so often. But it is like times 10 now in our best of 5s, like with this format.
If you thought it was curveball before, try 500 kilometers an hour curveball right now. It's definitely extremely hard. And also the amount of information you have to assimilate here playing against a not rotating lobby, but qualifying lobby through, right? We're talking about 20 plus teams. You've got to assimilate information on drop spots, multiple different maps, their rotations, their timings, all this. And luckily these guys are playing tons of scrims, right? And even the TPP scrim we had live prior to the first day of PEC, Starscry was doing extremely well. They won, did super well. Redline did extremely well, and I mean with Zico, Karks, and the guys, for me, that's a lineup where it's like, okay, these guys can come in and hang, and they're extremely aggressive, and they're very, very mechanically gifted. These guys too, even though they're old, 28 plus, officially Onk status.
No way.
Whoa, wait, whoa. No, don't be doing that to us. That's ridiculous.
28. Wow.
Well,
I get my walking stick out, I guess. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Get
You're
that.
getting up there as
Yeah,
well.
but
Blank.
you both have the cane and the wand inside the cane, Mr. Malfoy.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, all right. I wonder where you were going with that
Okay.
for a second there. Yeah, I'll
What's
take
that?
it now, yeah. Oh. Is that what he did? I don't think that's
That's
the noise it
his
made.
spell. That's his main spell.
Oh,
What's
right.
that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it, I don't think it is.
It is. Yeah. What's that?
I don't remember them
You're
doing
done.
that either.
Yeah.
No, you're done.
Yeah.
You're done now.
No sock for
That's
you.
like. All right. Anyways, stop this madness. I think that when we look at some of the teams that like almost prevailed but didn't quite, the two that stand out to me that are still in this lobby here, really, Blank, are Joga Bonito and actually X-Howl as well. Because X-Howl, I think, have had some moments where I thought to myself, oh gosh, they should be able to make something bigger than this. They should be able to get more from this game, but don't quite. And then both of those teams fell so hard in day 2 compared to what they were able to do in the first day. So I'm hoping that they're able to tighten the bolts a little bit and go up, because they were, if you think about what Howl has done in the past, we saw them in PECs and PCSs in the past as Howl, actually being contending for top spots. So it's crazy where they are currently.
I don't know if you'd agree with me, Avenger, but I'd probably classify both teams quite similarly. But I think that currently X-Howl is playing it a lot better. I think they're both very, very aggressive teams, but X-Howl is making some reservations towards that mid-game. But I do think that they're all very, very skilled. Joga Bonito, though, they're so streaky. I think that's the issue. They feel a little bit lost at this point in time.
I mean, looking at Joe Bonito yesterday, you could see when the things went right for them, circles went against them, right? And then all of a sudden it's a 3-man pull-up, especially the Rondo game was absolutely cinematic views right there. I can say from personal experience, X-Howl is way more aggressive today than they were yesterday. But yesterday, the reality is that their best placement was an 11th place with 4 kills, right? And that's really unlike X-Howl, because they are really good at positioning, they're really good at their kind of Hail Mary center position sense, but nothing worked out from them yesterday. If you're looking at kind of the day 1 where they got a 2nd place, they almost clutched a win against the Soul guys, and if they had, they would have been top 8. That's the thing, that's the reality. They would have, they got a 2nd place with 8 kills in that last game, and if they would have clutched it, I think it was unlikely because of their positioning and Keter jumping out and absolutely destroying them. But if they had, it would have been a qualification. So they're so close day 1 against arguably such a stronger lobby, right? So that's my problem. You should be on a linear upturn for the whole lobby when the lobby is getting weaker, but they were exactly opposite. They went so far behind. Only 10 points yesterday is really unlike them, I feel like.
It's weird for me for X-Howl as well, because just to kind of wait, well, we are just waiting a moment before we actually get into this game. We're almost there. But for X-Howl, it's a weird one, because the MAD is kind of their mainstay component of that team, right? If you think back to when they actually even won regionally, and everyone was like, whoa, how did Howl win this? But that was a very different roster. It was the MAD alongside Ruin and I think Schofield and all those guys way back when now. Avenger, I say way back when, about a year and a bit ago, 2 years ago maybe. But to be able to have to rebuild around that, and there's no shortage of great players in Turkey. Like Nailcop, for example, is a guy that has been around for the longest time, but it's not quite gelled anywhere near as to where they got the heights before, right?
It's always the same story for me. Like, we're talking internationally, we're talking country-wise, especially with countries that have such depth, like Turkey and Korea and so far. It's like, feels like the talent is too thinly spread out on too many teams, right?
Turkey, I would say.
We had the 1 year and a half year where we had the guys going absolute ham. And in our first PGS series, you know, they're doing extremely well. They're the way they're, first of all, qualifying also, but I mean, everything kind of fell apart with Ruan not playing anymore, like all this. And again, it comes back to, we have like 3 really decent teams, but they're not competing at the very top. They're not like, okay, these guys are winning it. These guys are contending Twisted Minds this time around. These guys are in top 3. These guys are potentially going to Esports World Cup. And that's my worry, is there a lack of synergy between the guys? Is there a lack of because there's no denying, if you look at Schiller, absolutely insane player, right? Quetpa, absolutely insane player. But what if we structure it in a way where it's like we mold it together, where you need to have the synergy, you need to have the roles sorted, you need to have an IGL that everyone respects and understands, and that's where I think it maybe falls a little bit apart for the Turkish roster. I really love seeing them play this style that I love being 4 guys alive in a late game in a good position. That's what they are really good at, to get 4 guys in a late game good position where they then can take the fight, right? That's what they were not able to do yesterday. If you look at Exile.
Yeah, I would hope maybe eventually there's kind of a meeting of the minds and seeing how everything's going to work out for Turkey, because it's a very well represented region in theory. There's so many people playing this game from Turkey and enjoying the game. To move on to another country that actually almost has zero representation when it comes to PECs, PCSs, and things like that. And I need to come to you for this one, Blank, because I want to ask if you've got kind of any deeper insights from the Cups on Go Next, because their entire roster is Greek, and we never ever get to see that in PUBG Esports at the top level for EMEA. So do you remember or recall anything from Go Next? Do you think that they're a significant underdog coming into this? Where are you lying at?
I wouldn't say they were a significant underdog, but they had some strong moments during the Cups. I think that they're one of those teams where they could do decently well, but is it well enough to get into the top 3? Probably not. But I don't think Go Next is a bad team out of that lot. I think Vutrox definitely struggled a lot more alongside with Everlong. I think those teams had a lot more bad days than Go Next did. Go Next, obviously, from their initial games, though, it was a consistent downturn. And I think that was the worrying thing to look at from Go Next. But yeah, I think that right now, the tough thing is that even just going back to a previous point very briefly, for X-Hal, for instance, and any of these other teams, those circles, yes, they were brutal. And some of that playstyle just doesn't work with those kind of circles. Like Martin was saying, you know, a real Hail Mary wouldn't have really worked over on that Ronda. It's a very, very hard circle to Hail Mary on. Similarly with our Miramar. I think yesterday was definitely a tough day. You kind of needed the circle to come your way in some aspects of it, or claw yourself through. I think Ascend just had some really good foresight throughout the entire day to get into the right positions. But yeah, coming back to Go Next, yeah, I don't think they're a massive underdog, but they still could have a good day. But is it top 3? I mean, no.
You piqued my interest, though, and even just mentioning that yesterday's Miramar, because that was so much fun.
Yeah,
it was such a good game. And that's the thing, right? Even though today it's not exactly your very top of EMEA, but regardless of that fact, all of these teams have earned a spot here, and there will be some close skill in a lot of this, unless we see finally Vitality turn properly on, finally S2G turn properly on, and try and be able to make a run for it towards the very top of this. As we take a look of the myth of going up against Storm on Request, and they're going to be looking for points on Request here, Martin, today to try and get into that top 3.
It's a little bit evil to compare this because one guy played 2 days, the other guy played 1 day. But yeah, that's true. I'll say this though, TMO, they are a team that can hang. But day one, 19 points, not enough. They need massive games today. We're talking 2 big ones and some decent consistency to have a chance at top 3.
All right, time to rock and roll. 5 more games remaining. Only 3 spots lay in that final for these teams to scrap for, as I'm going to leave you with Avenger and Blank for all of the action.
Getting straight into it. Map 1 of the day. It is the final day to get in towards that top 3. It is a tough challenge for a lot of our teams here. Already quite a few teams out towards Milta Base early on here with the south to north playing path. But we'll wait and see what happens because, again, a lot of chaos, I think, is what we're expecting today, Avenger.
Yeah, if anything is to go by from the TPP rank games that today, it's going to be chaotic. It's going to be aggressive, and I really love that. That's it's going to be fun. With this playing path, though, I see a lot of teams that might be suspecting some military 50-50 or full military circle to have things here. The Island of Peace, I don't think so. It's the Island of Violence. But yeah, good to see some of the teams that qualified to today, I should say here, but also the new faces on 5 teams, and that's great. But to have one chance, one day to come in and leave your mark on PEC Spring's first weekend here, that is a chance to have, and it's always awesome to see these guys come in and have a big shot at it. And as I said here, it's a 50-50, almost even more, a little bit higher for Military here. That's the kind of playing path. When you see it starts on the southern side, you always have a little bit higher chance, it feels like, in terms of tendencies, to have these southern planes here.
Yeah, we already have 3 teams down here straight away in construction workers, Vuptrox as well as Storm Request. For construction workers, they look to be sending across early on, get a little bit of information, if anything, or just be able to anchor on the other side, just in case this does reshift back over towards that northern edge. But most teams are likely going to make their way down here at some point. Difficult circle, because as much as this is Sosnovka leaning, there's always that chance that heads back towards the northern mainland, which is always a struggle to play. But if you're already down towards that south side, there's not really much point to leave. You've already got priority. You don't really want to give that up.
Demonic angle here for Hello My Bad. We go back to the finger POV from down behind the keyboard. But I'll say this, though. It's, again, we're coming into a game like this here to start on a wrangle like this, Blank. In my book, this is the perfect test, because if you don't come out and get top 3 unless you're able to survive a 50-50-ish military game to start the wrangle with here. I've not had the blessing of doing a Miramar yet, though. I'm really excited about that one. I can tell you that, Blank.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I'm excited now as well. You know, we're gonna get it rocking in one more game. But for the time being, we'll increase the excitement meters up until that point. Team Vitality, though, up against Go Next. There is a little bit of a clapback from Vitality straight away. Their player will be getting res back up again. Go Next, I think that was like a bit of a rogue player over towards that northeast side. Most of the rest of the team is down towards Hospital.
Yeah. And with this and how everything kind of lines up, we could suspect some action on the western bridge here with Yo sitting there. Is it going to be Howl that's going to get camped here in just a moment, Blank? That's really my question. As we jump onto the camera view and the bird's eye view of Howl here, they are, one thing they're really good at, it's drive extremely close together in this car caravan. And so make sure if anyone's camming them or anything they need to pull up on, they're going to do it as a full team. And that's what I really like, the consistency of these guys. James sitting up in a crazy angle here. And now the other guys are coming in. James peeking out, finding out Mabasi. And more of the other guys actually taking tons of damage here. Floor is also low. Half HP on one of them. Another headshot comes in too. And it's a tire pop. Oh my god, it's falling apart here for X-Howl.
Should be easy cleanup here for Michael on the sidelines. Good shots, re-peeks in. Making sure he doesn't take too much damage. Just needs to hit those shots. Goodness me, gets behind the tree after all of that. You're waiting for the other shots, just gets the tap fire through, but that might be a res there if they can't quite get over there in time. Luckily, he's got the side angle. Lovely stuff, well played.
Yeah, we'll execute it here. 2 kills, 2 quick one for Yo. And with how everything kind of lines up, it's a little bit rough for X-Howl to start like this here. I don't know if it's something they did not suspect at all. They did look for it, but they were hiding really well here. Another side, another bridge here. Now, looks like construction workers and Everlong is going to have some fun times here. 3 guys already in the gas station. And then there's Fantasia on an off angle. I think it's in the high ground, maybe on the 2-3 story inside. And Everlong has the full information, it feels like, on construction workers. The question is, does construction workers know how many guys are inside here? And there's a car inside the border. They don't need that. If they just kill other guys and take their cars, that's fine.
It's a bit of a switch up though from Yo, right? I mean, usually Yo does play on the eastern side of the map. So for X-Howl, we talked about it at the start of the day, where we were saying that not only do you have to research all these teams, but you've got to think about who's qualifying and who's not. Like, which of these teams are you going to have to play up against? And that is not RNG based, because you can sort of think to yourself, well, this is a strong team and they'll get in, but how tight the cutoff, there is always a couple of those squads where you're like, well, I don't know who I'm going to be playing against tomorrow. So For X-Hal, it's a difficult one. Redline now making their way over towards Yo as well, but be a little bit more slow about it here. Cautious.
Yeah, calculated. The way you should go about this one is because, sure, so let's say it's a 60-40 just to go by a very cool, easy number here for North and South. Fex finding Saint. No long looking a player here, just a little bit rough for these guys. And now, look at that. It's actually some shots coming in from the other side as well towards Everlong on the backside. It looks like it's Jogo Bonito kind of prowling in the distance here to maybe see if they can wrap up some kills. A 2x here on the mini is not enough for Fantasia, but he tries to help the rest of his team here playing. And again, the teams are waiting. You don't really want to full commit. Sure, there's a bigger chance on the southern side, but you can see how much the teams are waiting. An E-pickup here to have in one of your cars would be a perfect scenario, but still, not all the teams are going to have a big enough city to loot for. Let's loot until we find an E-pickup strategy, guys.
Yeah, I mean, you've got that question in your mind, right? Is Ghetto Gang still in Zaki because they have an E-pickup, or are they desperately going from room to room looking forward? It's always stressful. Because once you commit, you've committed, right? It's like, well, we're either getting to the circle, we're going to be half dead, or we find an E-pickup here. Like, it's one or the other. But Vitality, they're taking their time. I do think that when I look at Go Next, it is strange they sent a player up towards that northeast side because Vitality has been quite set on this position of the map for a while, so it feels weird to just have one random player scout up here solo.
That's definitely an area. If you have the we loot until we find an EP strategy, that's South George and the crates. So I definitely think that's one of the plays they have going for them right now. And also, if you don't have really high prio to get in here, there's no point to fight with the other guys for either the bridges or even for boats or ferry pier here. So let's see though with S2G and Jogo Bonito slicing this one up. It's going to be fun. The good thing and the good news is that this circle is accommodating enough that both of the ferry piers should and could be used here in case you want to take one of the boats for either towards Novo or to the southern side of military. So that works out here. But Jogo Bonito is on for a little bit of some information here. Information is shared by the car driving the distance. The question is, are they fully aware of the two guys that's in and up close towards them here with Baron and the other guys kind of committing to the ferry pier side over here?
SG is a team we've got high hopes for today. Jogo Bonito, this is a bit more about redemption than anything. They've been in all 3 days.
That's a long weapon.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's almost the entire length.
That was silence on him as well. Could use it as a still almost if he wanted to. He needs 2 of them though. Yeah, get some real height on him.
That's true. That's also one of the reasons why it's so hard to shoot the Dragunov when you're in buildings and have any attachment on it. It's just like it's sticking up against everything. Then again, on the other side, he's going to be out in the open when shooting that. Look at that though. Go next here. Finding the guys there, like figuring out, okay, how are we going to try to go for a boat, or are we going to try to get in and get involved in not the real ferry pier, but where the ferry is coming in too? I do think that there has been a few shots from inside, so they might have an idea that it's not fully safe or where they can kind of enter. They can also get tons of information by driving just a little bit, and also the car is obviously already here, so Slaven from Jogo Bonito is going to have to disengage just a little bit. They try to pop his tire to disable him a little bit, but yeah, they're ready for it. And Simon turns heads now and try to get shots towards Go Next, maybe.
Kind of annoying one for Jogo Bonito. They're like, shh, quiet. Don't want to alert S2G that we're here, please. But I imagine the shots bouncing off the UAS. S2G will have heard that. So they know that there is an enemy in the wings at the moment, just off to the side. The next circle is undecided, man. I hate those. Yeah, those are unfun.
I mean, you would have to have full North hard shift, right?
Yeah, but it's most likely a South shift, but it's tough. It is tough. It also means players can spend way longer on the bridges. So if you're on that northern side, getting held out is a real big possibility.
Yeah. Talking about the curveballs and the potential curveballs here, though, I am hoping for a circle where we go where it's still a 50-50 in the next one, just for absolute chaos. I love the hardest games possible. These guys would hate it, sure, but now with all the teams in the northern side, it's actually going to be something like 6-8 teams in the north, and the rest of the teams trying to get on the southern side. So let's see what happens up with this one here. SOG actually going to get found here by April with them 249 Ghetto Gangs opening up here. Look at that. Jogo Bonito also contributing a little bit of damage to Ghetto Gang. They're both somewhat low here. Look at that. April almost being found. He's got a little bit of a dip to hide out in. More damage done to 19. He's down to nothing. He got the first hit off. I thought it was going to be a knock. That would have been insane from Jogo Bonito to pick that one up.
Yeah, he's just trying to bend the bullets over the rock there to get a couple more tags in. He's desperate for it. I mean, he's got the bullets to make it happen right now, at least. So why not send the shots through? But for S2G, Pepper going down here is a bit rough, but they do get a few players over towards the other side. Playing over towards those buildings just on the northern side of the beachhead. Not a terrible position to be, especially with this circle, I'd say. I think it's not a bad spot. I think you don't mind losing a player on this approach because more often than not, you get shot out in the water. So this is okay.
Good luck to find anybody's here, and looks like Vitality is about to say, this is our spot. If you guys have anything to say about Levante, oh my god, this is going to be an explosive game. They're thinking 3 points. They got a lot of damage onto Sancho. He's up to 13 HP blank, and now he's got to try to leave for it. And Levante is going out for it already. He is hungry. I can tell you that right now. Look at that. Oh, he spotted him. Is he swimming deep enough? Or it's going to be some easy damage. 1 nade, some dynamite fishing here, and an easy point to come his way.
Yeah, blast him out of the water. It's kind of a tough bounce on it, yeah.
Oh my goodness, got a little bit of a, uphill. Oh, he's got such a good hiding spot. Yeah, Sancho got the first hit off. Now it's about just agreeing and saying, okay, let's not commit too much more about it, because these guys are going to hide for a very long time. Even again, if this next circle goes west here and still keeps some of the northern island in, it would be insane. I'll say this, though. The biggest chance is obviously on the southern side, as you pointed out as well, Blank. I think there's a very, very slim chance that we're going to end up having some of the northern island in still. It would be cool to spectate. It would be a nightmare to play in. Some of the toughest games are always these lots of water inside the circles kind of games.
I think my favorite phase 3 shift on this is Eastern Shift, right? So it's just directly over the bridge. And those are some nasty games to play. Really nasty games to play. But I do like the way that Yo's currently set up. They have a lot of options that they're looking at right now. If you get a southwest shift on this, they have so many places to play from. And they'd already done a lot of damage on that western side, remember? So I think they're quite comfortable in their spot. They have players watching the bridge. And we're about to get our shift now. So we'll see where this one does go. S2G,
oh my god, Blank.
Oh, what?
No
what are
way.
we doing? What are
There's
we doing?
no way.
Yeah.
I mean, this next circle is the land ratio circle. Yeah, we asked for it. I wanted it to be a little bit further west, where we have, the tips of the two islands kind of touching. But this one is horrendous. We've got Sharkfin in. We got the Pseudo Ferb here in the middle. And the Ghetto Gang's already started swimming here. They want to get across. Obviously, they know that the next circle is probably going to go south side here. The big one, though, for me is that we had 7 teams on the north prior to this shift here, and a lot of teams outside this next circle here. So we only have Baldini, we have construction workers, we've got S2G in a really good compound, really strong one. We've got Yo holding out on the western side. We've got Storm Request and Vop Trucks going in deep here. I talked a little bit with Mixon and the guys, obviously playing rank with him earlier today here, and he's like, man, it feels like there's a good amount of space if you're early on and you got pretty good prior. You could take some good compounds. And right now, he's locking down some of the best compounds in this one here. So it's actually really cool to see them committing to that. It's a difficult compound to kind of hold on to. But when you got that many people alive, this could be a great game for Vop Trucks. And being as one of the teams that's coming in, only having 1 day, you got to strike from the get-go. You got to be in there and get the points and the placement points to come along with it.
And not a bad position to play alongside the road either. I think that's quite nice for Team Vitality. This is a lot about trying to pick up as many points as possible as teams are crossing over towards the beachhead, and already they're finding shots over towards Ghetto Gang. There is a possibility if they take this team down, they have a lot of space to work with, but for Team Vitality, I think they were hoping for way more kills at this stage of the game, trying to capitalize on a lot of teams in the chaos. Jogo Bonito, what a neat pickup from them. Really waited to the final moment with that one, get themselves into the small dip in the tree line. And this is, it's not a horrible spot to play in. It really is not a horrible spot to play in for them.
It's actually pretty decent here. They can make something work. And these guys, I mean, P-Brew and this 3 of the 4 I met 2 times today in ranked, and now I was just getting absolutely destroyed from them. These guys are crazy. And if they can lock down this eastern bridge, with kind of a hold on for this, it's going to be detrimental to anyone trying to get over late. We're looking at, obviously, Go next here, Baldanini, these guys, it's probably got to swim over, but if you're able to hold an edge of this next circle with the pre-shift here, that's going to be points, that's going to be kills. They're probably also guaranteed placement here if they played right.
Yeah, and it'll take a while. It will take a while. I mean, this next circle is going to come in. Teams will be able to shift around. A lot of teams are going to be looking more for placements inwards for PBRU.
They've got pictures everywhere for him here in PUBG,
really
man. That's crazy.
They got it locked down. They got it locked down. Yeah, for Baldanini.
A little bit of prehistoric look with the big mustache, but that's how it goes here. Southern shift as we expected, though, Blank. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean...
Let me know when you're ready to talk.
Yeah, we're back to normality. We're back to normality now. Baldanini, they have a decent spot to land on, right, with the rest of the team. I think you're right. It's a good setup from them, but Team Vitality are moving their way on over towards the eastern side. They spot all the carnage happening off in the distance, and they want a piece of that. They really want a piece of that. But Cadel has something to say about it.
Yeah. That's for the big one here. Finally goes down here.
Was very
Mr. Shimada
quiet.
finds one. Yeah. Max finds Quizzy here. Vitality in a late push on the northern side for points. And Max finding Quizzy. The other guy's going to have to go out and try to make something work here. Levantis close up, but Pydaros has an AUG in hand, has the wall to work with here. It's probably going to be an easy pick for him. Baron, meanwhile, finds his nationality comrades in exile and finds something for it. Oh, that's a great peek, but he didn't get advantage of it. Can Levantis find it? That's easy for him. Look at Vitality get some kills in, but the time for them to get over and cross the bridge here is going to be absolutely crucial to do as soon as possible.
Yeah, they need to clean out as quick as they can because, like you say, there's possibility to get across this bridge. It hurts at this point in time, but they need to speed things up. And now, it's looking more and more likely that Team Vitality is just going to peter out on this northern side, but there's still potential to get in. Sadly, the rest of Baldanini are on the southern edge watching this location, sort of sacrifice their brethren, similarly to how X-Howl sacrificed themselves to S2G.
Crocs, can you find Max here? They need to finish this fight up quick. The zone is pushing him. It's phase 4, and he's getting around the corner and finds Max with a nice headshot here. 5 kills for Vitality. It's not a bad game so far, but now you gotta move. Now you gotta get across, and I think the boat has been stolen from the shark fin, so they gotta get into the vehicles and they gotta start moving here. It's phase 4, 3 damage per second. Next pop is gonna be 5 damage per second. It's gonna be really hard to heal that. Vorex finds one of the guys from Storm Request VZ, and that's a good amount of damage done. They're sitting pretty inside the compound here. Sunflower, we know this is exactly what we didn't want to see from Vitality, and he's finding so much damage onto them. And Sunflower, we find some kills here for Baldanini.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Vitality, it was a little struggle from every single fight that they went into. There was just more and more players to be dealt with, and by the time they even thought about getting across the bridge, it was too late. Everlong, though, towards Storm Request, find a big pick-off on that side of the map. And that is versus the team that started down towards the compounds to the south, right? They're in the military base. Yo's made a bit of a swing as well alongside of Voptrox, but down to just 1 player, 4 kills on the game. I thought they would have a lot more presence in this kind of circle. So now it's down to Jogo Bonito and construction workers with an outside chance to S2G.
Yeah, S2G and Jogo Bonito fight is inevitable here. The question is really, one of these teams, if they win and get 4 guys alive, they're going to be fine. TMO trying to send it to the middle. Hey, man, an absolute mad lad, just in a crazy sense. Surely someone's going to find it. It's going to be Pixelic. Great catch here from the observing team to find TMO going out in 12th place here. Vitality's out in 11th. They got kills, though. 6 to boot in a 5-game series is a good salvage game, but I would have loved to see them try to get across that bridge. It's a little bit too late, though. Ivers finds Mixon for the confirmation that Karks found on the knock here, and they had to move. They had to make a move outside these houses they were already in now. Dino in red line trying to go for a little bit of more control play here. Try to get some of the center control where they found him and earlier. And now they're going to lock down some terrain here with that. Maybe steal out some... Oh my god, steal out some of his utility. Michael's out from Yo in 10th place. They did get kills though. It's a 4-point salvage game for them too.
Yeah, it's not terrible for Yo. I mean, going out with 4 kills always doesn't feel great, but you do that a few more times with a couple of good games in there. that might be good enough to get yourself into the top 3. But there's likely going to be more and more teams here able to push this a bit further. Luckily for them, a circle like this, it ends up being a lot of teams getting kills across the board. They don't all just get funneled to one squad here. So maybe there's still hope for squads to have a chance at getting a big game here. But Everlong being at 8 kills, I don't know what it is with me and sort of cursing myself. Again, Everlong did not perform very well during the cups. They come into this one, they're right out the gate. They are right out the gate.
Yeah, they're straight into it. And that's the thing with, oh my god, a crazy pull up here. Look at that, Nabat might be able to get in here. Quindex found oh my god, it's very unfortunate. That's a great shield placement right here. He's gonna get in and he's gonna be stuck in that. Pixelic finds Quindex and it's falling completely apart here for them. Everlong finds another kill here. St. XD finds Matt. They're really on an absolute tear here, and they actually got a little bit of a circle to play on the southern side here.
This is wild. It is actually very, very well from Everlong. Making this one happen. Nabat's in the toilet. Just hoping to sit pretty for the time being. Right, pull out the newspaper, wait this one out. Someone setting the toilet on fire. That's quite mean, I would say.
Luckily, he's got his feet. He's got his feet in the toilet, so
right,
they're wet. They're wet. Therefore, he's immune to the water. Pixelic finds Nabat. Baldinini is not really getting as much out of this as they were hoping for here. Now shots are coming in as well. X-Ray finds Tabel, and Kristalny finds the confirmation on Nabat here to steal that away to Joga Bonito. It's looking good for them, though. The question is really the next circle, though, to go southern side here. It's going to be difficult for S2G. It's going to be difficult for Joga Bonito and Baldinini to get inside the circle here. Construction workers, this is your chance to shine here with the circle coming your way and working out this well for you.
This is what I was just about to say, that for construction workers, this is their match, right? This is what we've hyped them up to be, is a great team in a Final Four in a circle like this. I expect them to win this type of game, and it'll be a real good test for them, I think, and a feel-good win as well on such a circle like this. For construction workers, Joga Bonito, though, will look to hold out S2G. For them, they have a lot more space to work with. S2G's got a pretty linear path out of these buildings that Joga Bonito can certainly take care of.
This is points to be had for them for sure. They've got the advantage. They've got the high ground on Joga Bonito's side. S2G's going to try to make a run for it. That's going to be completely denied here from Slaven. Shilla goes down. The top frag on S2G. The tall man himself from Turkey is down, and now it's a 4v2. Oh my god! Simon finds CC Inex. It's down to Baron. He's got 2 kills. They've got 1 point for placement so far for being in the top 8 here, but I think that's it. I don't think they get much more out of this one here, that's for sure.
That's a close nade, though, right underneath the windowsill. Oh, barely peek out. These shots are very, very clean. Yeah, for Joga Bonito, what an E-pickup earlier on as well, Martin, to get into this position. They perfectly timed it as well, and they will get the point. No denial there for them, and Joga Bonito will leap up in towards the top 3 now. Really, really well done. I think this was by far Joga Bonito's best game in the past matches that they've played. Redline down towards the southwest side, though. I'm a big fan of Redline. I'm a real big fan of Redline. I think that the speed at which they fixed mistakes and became more and more like a cohesive unit, really, really exciting to watch throughout the Cups. And I think that's what the Cups for me was really all about, is watching teams develop over those 5 weeks.
X-Rays are here, though, trying to get Baldinini out. Tries to get Tabel out and done. Back to the lobby here. Can he find some shots at the Orc? Does connect just a little bit here, but Tabel just hiding behind this Dorito here, making it a little bit difficult. And he doesn't see him pushing over. Stun grenade as well for X-Rays. The smoke is hiding out perfectly. And Naughty finds X-Rays, and Baldinini survives for another placement point here. Yeah, I agree. I think Redline's a great team here. I'm especially scared to meet Zico in game. He's the kind of guy, you know, from all the way back to Call of Duty 4. He was one of the best SMG players in the world. We're talking here 15 plus years ago. But he's a crazy gamer, and he's just good at almost any FPS game he touches. And now he's back at it with PUBG. Good to meet him again here. Not so fun meeting him when you're going up against him in game, but good to see him playing at the top level. You can also hear praises coming in from Lukarooks and the guys. Obviously his ex-teammates now. He's playing for VP, but he's praising them highly. They know that these guys are very, very good players. That could be fun. It's best. Sorry, finding Bliss from Voptrox, and it's a complete wipe with Everlong going absolutely crazy here, finding all of Voptrox.
Everlong with some aerial domination coming through on that side of the map. I am flabbergasted by Everlong's performance here. That can only be a good thing for them. Really, really well played. Nothing but admiration in this moment. For Choco Bonito, on the other hand, that open space that was so good for them earlier on versus S2G now becomes a little bit of a death sentence. Construction workers have complete oversight of that position as they're coming in. And not only that, they'd have to cross the road at some point.
Yeah, they would have to. Yeah, Everlong being obviously the last team to get in here, only made it to Cup 1 and Cup 5. Got a little bit of points there, 13 and 16 points in those games there, but it's a complete different story for here. Already beating their own performance in the Cups here. To do that in day 3 of playoffs for PEC Spring is absolutely amazing, though. Onati, though, says absolutely no to that and finds tons of damage. Look at this. Choco Bonito actually makes it work with the little bit of the northern side of the circle they have in here. It's going to be difficult for Everlong to make anything work. I don't really think they have 50 smokes that it requires to survive for as long as they need to, though, to get into this one here. Nades come in from Nailub and get some damage done. Oh my god, Kristalny finds Nailub. That's a little bit of a throw for construction workers. I don't really want to see them commit already, considering they've got the circle and it's safe. Ivers, though, finds 2 players in Everlong blank.
Yeah, I think right now construction workers is big time struggling to juggle these teams that they're playing against. It's wild. They get them with the Doritos from this. I mean, it's been aerial domination from these lads. I mean, be it mortars or great big blocks of stone. Finally, Everlong is eliminated, and I think the entirety of the lobby is quite happy at this point. They've been fairly creative in the way they've been demolishing their enemies in these games.
Now it's the time for Redline to use all their utility to try to survive here. Oh, Cox finds Simon here. That's actually good. They've got some cover now. Smokes dissipating. Next circle is about to pop here. It's pretty fair for everyone, but construction workers still has a house inside this next one here. Cox finds 11. Seko goes down as well to Vard here. That's surely it's construction workers' game to close out here. They've got a house. They've got the big old utility to be thrown towards. Look at this. Oh, could it connect? Is it enough damage? No, it's not enough. Oh, this one, next one's going to be a huge wipe. Pixelic goes ham.
Yeah, for Kristalny, basically all he's looking for is a second place right now. I think construction workers will likely just let that happen. I don't
think they know he's there, do they? Otherwise, it's an easy utility.
They're still throwing nades, right?
Yeah. I don't think they know he's there. He might have had an open run or opportunity to run there, but yeah, we'll see. No, I think one of them is looking towards him. They have to know. They have to know he's there.
Yeah, I mean he can't go anywhere, right? So
no, he's locked.
They just let him take the second place, and they need to focus over towards Redline. Now he goes down. Pixelic.
It's a little bit so much. Yeah, here they 100% know. Oh, look at that. He knows. Beautiful play here from Pixelic. Goes for the money for tonight. The peek on him. And then they've got to make a move here. The car goes in. Try to get in there. Oh my god, he takes a lot of damage here. Cox goes wild on Nailub and gets that. That's another point to go the way of Redline here. Do they have enough smokes to make this work? I don't think so. 4 more. 3 more in the backs plus the 2 that's thrown already.
He's rapping right now for Kristalny.
I didn't know he was a musician, but that's crazy. Kristalny trying to make something work here. But might go down. Fix might go down, but I'm not sure. 14 HP. No way he makes it. Pixelic gets him. Well played here, Blank. Wow.
It's a cool pre-fire coming through from Kristalny, and he made it work. I mean, there was definitely a chance there for him. We're into this 1v1 now. There's 3 players from construction workers and 4 for Redline. For construction workers, a win here would be absolutely gigantic. It would relieve a lot of the pressure for this squad that's been bearing down upon them for the past couple of days. So getting a win here is huge. Unfortunately, Redline looking fairly good for 4 players, but not much cover to work with.
No, for sure not. And you know what? Kristalny delayed them so much that it opened the door and the window of opportunity to Redline to make it work and make a push towards these trees here. Oh my god, they lose another one here, Blank. It's crazy.
And this might be it. I mean, a 2v4 is very tough. And even if you have the building to work with, like, you've got to be very clean with these shots. On the other hand, Redline can kind of trade themselves off to grab these couple of knocks and kills. And if they've got smokes to work with, they can delay this until the circle does push them out, where their trades become a lot more easier to pull off. For construction workers, I think it might be a second place here. It's looking way, way more likely now.
Now the nades comes out, thrown out in the smoke. Svart's gonna get the hard end of it. Look at that, multiple. Takes 38, a Molotov in the front smoke as well. That's a great nade. 59 damage committed on to Iris. That's gonna knock him. No, he's gonna run around and just aggress towards. Oh, Vart's finds the knocks here. Fex goes down to the blue zone, and now Vart's left alone here. We know it's a clutch man, but that's gonna be enough for the nade, and the Cox finds him even with the spray through for the AUG here. It's an 8-kill win for Redline here. One of your favorite teams playing. Talk to me about him.
No, I'm super happy. I am really, really happy. That's like almost a poem-like ending for us. I was very, very happy to see it for Redline getting the win. I think that they went from strength to strength in the Cups, and I think it was a case where whenever they were qualifying, yeah, they had some really tough days during the Cups, but they always came back looking stronger and stronger, and then to come out of a win on the first day of play for them, it's magical. It's a really exciting moment.
Super happy for them as well. Good to see Redline, and we're going to drag Kylaris into this one as well. And James starting at a wrangle. What an insane set of circles we are blessed with here in the last day of playoffs of PEC Spring.
Yeah, definitely. What a start. What a start. And not squandering the opportunity of just one day alone with Redline, as well as Everlong in the south side of that circle. I was losing my mind saying, how many more people can they defeat on that edge play on the south side? But they just kept going. And then, of course, it's a bit difficult to get down onto that low ground. But it even included mortars and things like that as well.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, this was definitely a bit eye-opening and surprising considering the power that is available on so many of these other teams, Blank, but Redline and Everlong come out to play strong. It was important for construction workers to try and make something happen from that compound, but didn't quite go their way in the end.
It was a really big chance for them, right? And again, like I said, to relieve that pressure of the past couple of days, and that not being the case, it doesn't put them back at square one, but they could have been in a way better position than they are in right now. I think Martin put it best during that game, is that Cristiani delayed them so long there when they weren't quite able to dislodge him quick enough that it allowed Redline to get up towards this tree line, and it made the game very, very easy for them when it came down to it.
Yep, impressive stuff. We'll take a look at those numbers in just a moment here, but Redline will take that #1 position. It's not the biggest of games. 16 points go their way, and because of that as well, Everlong was soaking up a ton of the kills down towards the bottom. Construction workers with 13 points, and Yoga Benito as well, Martin, with 13 points, who came in from the emergency pickup on the mainland to kind of hit the beach area a little bit, but they survived so deep into that game.
They did, man, and 4 teams to be in double digits to start this off with. This is a snowball effect we were talking about that a lot of teams they had. I did not see Everlong having this good of a game to start things off with, but wow, very impressed with how they're able to start and how they're able to fare throughout the game. They were on a lot of pressure from the beginning from construction workers on the eastern bridge on the north side, but yeah, they're able to come out strong and get the 11 kills. That's crazy.
Yeah, the wild thing about what they were doing, whilst we take a look at the number breakdown from that game as well, is the fact that, yes, they were on the bridge, yes, they were locked down, they decide to backtrack, heading all the way east on Main Island, did Everlong, and then come in via a boat near Novo, and then drive all the way up. So they were effectively one of the most kind of tested teams in this lobby here, Blank, but they made it work in a lobby of killers. Lovely.
It is really great to see. Every time I see Pixlick, it makes me chuckle, man. I can't help it.
Those eyes. Those damn eyes.
Those damn eyes. Yeah. But Cox coming in with a nice sly smile, and it makes sense with the amount of damage and kills you had to pull off in that game. Really, really well played. What a fun match. What fun circles we're having here at the PEC Championships. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, you're totally on the money, because it isn't just this circle being a bit mad. We had so many weird ones throughout the past couple of days as well, as we take a look at the red line numbers overall. As I said, Martin, before we even started off today, you know, we're very used to seeing some of these names playing in kind of PEC, PCS, any iteration of Europe in the past. But sometimes it's just not gelled that well together. They got a few new names in there as well at the very top, as Kark's doing 700 damage. Very commendable for this one.
Yeah, 5 kills to go his way here, really carrying the load of the red line guys. And I'll say this though, the way they're able to play and the way they also went out to kind of try to make some space for themselves in a very calculated way. Also, having enough utility to late game for this long to kind of spare is extremely difficult, right? You've got to plan it down to perfection, because not everyone's going to have 5 smokes each. It's only kind of 50 seconds till it's fully dissipated, the smoke, right? So you've got to have, 2 or 3 smokes ahead of you at all times. You've got to make sure that they're kind of spread out quite nicely. But the MVP for Redline here was Kristalny. Like he delayed it for so long on construction workers. They had to commit so much time that it just opened the door completely to make an easy smoke path into the circle here for Redline, because they are actually so far out of the circle, but they made it work, man. That was really well played by them.
I'm a little confused, because didn't the scoreboard say that they had 16 points from that game? Did I read it wrong? Because then they had 8 kills as well as a 10-point win. So
I think you read it wrong. It definitely said 18. Yeah.
Did it?
Yeah.
Well, I'm an idiot. Never mind.
Sorry,
all right.
no, there was quite a few teams up there with like 18, 16, I think there was a 4.
13.
Yeah. So there was a ton of points, which is because I was getting mixed up as well as I was looking. I was like, that's a lot of teams getting a huge amount of points, even though I said that the points would be spread out.
Oh well. What we can do before we get on to the next little portion here as well is listen in on the Mythsofts team comms to see how they were tested here throughout this game. So let's listen in.
So we never see it anyways. Yeah. I'm just fuck. How do we get there though? I think it's still wrong. It's doing like a circle, because I think we have to drive out like this.
It should be like this way, no? If you can.
I have to run straight out. Yeah, no. Go hide it.
I'm kinda dead. I'm gonna have a kill on yellow.
Knock on the right.
He's looking at you, yellow ping.
Sorry, Nick, I told you there. Chance.
One guy on the tree. Crisis.
Well, that's a tough one to really kind of check in on their team comms, isn't it, really? No kills, and just trying to kind of salvage it towards the end. But overall, right, like, if you're going to make a play like this, obviously, to try and make the cross, it is a little bit of a last-ditch effort to try and make this ferry play work. You're coming in from that south side eventually here, Blank, and trying to thread the needle against all of these teams that are already set up. So it was always going to be difficult for them.
Well, I guess this game was also very frustrating because they took the approach that Martin suggested, which was to wrap round on the ferry towards the backside, and then we had that circle shift all the way towards the north where it was between 2 islands. So for them, they had a really, really long journey to take after that, where there was no teams underneath. So I think they were always behind in terms of timings. It's just, I think this is unfortunate for TMO more than anything.
Yeah, poor Hitman. Gone and gone by the cheeky eyes of Pixelic here, as Blank's been loving every moment he gets to see his little picture. You know, the funny thing is actually Blank, in the past as well, he's just a comedian in general. Whenever we've had him at Sorted Mate, so he's a funny one, isn't he, Avenger?
He's such a funny guy, yeah. I love Pixelic. Yeah. He's the kind of guy that will always be sarcastic and humorous in every way, and then he's just extremely good at the game to go to boot with that as well. But yeah, TMO, I'd love to see them take a ferry at an earlier time, but if you haven't punched your ticket in early enough, then I guess you gotta go in and go with phase 3 just as before phase 4 locks them out there. They were taking so much damage. I'm gonna check out how much their blue soul damage is gonna be for that one. So yeah, TMO, a rough one to start with. I'm not counting them out just yet here.
I know exactly what you're saying, because actually, like, the time between ferries, it's quite a long time. So if you're messing around and just waiting for it, Geez, you're going to be just ticking away. Well, Miramar is on the cards here in just a moment's time. I think Blank is as surprised as anyone of the results we've seen from our first game so far. I'd love to see these teams that have had one day only suddenly get through to the finals. That would be insane.
I was going to say, it's just absolutely ridiculous. You know, you get into day 3 and it's like, oh, the guys from the last day qualifying in are now at the top. It's also annoying that Jogo Bonito's now playing well, because I was fully against him at the start of the day. And yesterday they're like, we're going to play badly. So, but
just to spite you, Blank.
Just to spite me. Yeah, they're listening and they've done it on purpose. I know they have.
Yeah, I agree. And I agree with their assessment of it. They should do to spite Blank. But anyway, not to spite Avenger, because we've given him a Miramar here for game number 2 as we get it all down to the wire here. The teams at the top looking pretty spicy from game number 1.
Into map number 2 then, from the east over towards the west. Now, Martin, I know that you've been waiting for this one for such a long time. This is your moment to shine.
I love Miramar so much. It's just my kind of jam, right? And yeah, we'll see how we're going to go and fare about it. A pretty fair and easy playing path, though. I'll say this here with you, Blank. In general, though, for this second game here, once you've got the ball rolling and once you're in double digits already, that's the confidence booster you need. My big question, though, is, are we going to have another crazy circle on Miramar? We've had quite a few. I think in general, the main story here, the campaign we've had throughout PEC so far, damn, there's been some absolutely insane. If the circle wasn't crazy, then the shifts were crazy, right? So yeah, we'll see where we're going to be faring about for this first pop here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we were playing Total War, we'd be playing on the hardest difficulty at the moment for the campaign that is currently going on. The circles have been fairly crazy overall. It's very much tested a lot of these teams. It's almost funny because it feels like, you know, we'll go through to finals and the circles will be a lot more normal. But this has been a real brutal stage. We do get our first circle in. There is quite a lot, actually, I would say, unplayable space on this western side that is locked down, but fairly over towards El Pozo. So a lot of high ground around here to be played around. Teams probably want to get a move on if you're off towards just the eastern side of this to lock down some of that high ground early. But you're right. If you are in double digits, for instance, Jogo Bonito, construction workers, Redline, this is your opportunity, game 2, to forward some of that momentum and then get towards that break line. Like you were saying, those 40 points where it becomes a lot safer for yourself. You can do that in game 2, you are laughing.
Yeah, if you're in 40 points game 2, you're a god. Then you're toying with the lobby for the rest of it, right? And here, Redline, they decided that they're actually going to quit Miramar and take the bridge and go down to prison and wait for the next map. Meanwhile, maybe not all the way to prison. We're just going to go Valdemar here. Get some loot in. This western side here, if they're able to loot fast here, they're going to have pretty good prio on that western, if they go on that western road up to get the backfill onto El Pozo there. So that's going to be great here. Also, no tag. Good to see these guys come back at it. Rafa there, the detective himself coming in and seeing if they can do and make something happen here. No attack yesterday. Some good games, some easy games, some fortunate games, but not some big games. We haven't had those huge, 15, 20 points games from them so far. They were really, really fortunate and played extremely well in Rondo yesterday. I talked to Duffy about it a little bit, and he said, yeah, man, if we had capitalized on our Rondo game where we were one of 2 teams on that Western shift, we would have been in. We would have been in the grand finals, but they were not able to, and they played a little bit too heavily for the center without a lot of cover and a lot of protection here. On the other side, though, they're going to go for Minas and they're going to go for knee pickup.
Yeah, I mean, when you're coming into day 2 as well, it's hard, right? I think it weighs on you on the mental side of things, where you're desperate to get things rolling, desperate to get things moving on your first day of play to try and qualify as early as possible. So you are going to make some mistakes here and there, and everyone falls prey to it. Even looking at S2G, great team, hasn't quite found that success, and sometimes that can come down to the mental factor or just not making a play that maybe you thought was the right one in the moment. I want to move back towards the south side of the map, just because we did have a east to west playing path, which means there was quite a few players that got out fairly early on this one to get looted early enough. So for Team Yo and Redline, like you said, they have really good prio on that western side and moving up that way, so you can kind of tuck yourself off for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, the difficult thing about this circle is that until we see phase 2-3 pop, the teams are not going to overly commit to anything because you have so much unplayable, you have so many high grounds that determines the phase 4 shift. That's really what I'm looking for, to see how these teams are trying to maybe gather some information here. Obviously, Go next year, an El Pozo circle is a home turf circle, but the problem is you don't know where it's going to end up, and you cannot really do anything else but to just hold on to like the eastern side. Like we see here, these guys are locking this one down early on. No tag on the other side are coming in. And are they going to be drumming onto maybe some of the high ground? You see already that they actually gonna go up to some of the higher ground spots here. But Robtruck's already locking down some of these compounds. They're going to go and try to go up to the top side of the rocks. That's a good spot for information. The problem is, if you don't have cars, you're not going to be able to leave that far off the spot. That you can only really run around the crater, right?
You try and lock down a central position and basically you're going to be there for the majority of the game. So it's a bit of a gamble, right? I think going back to what you're saying about how no team really wants to commit anywhere too early, do you think it's even more of a passive start to this game then? Because we're already getting quite a big clump up towards El Pozo. This should be a case of people hunkering down for the time being.
Yeah, it's definitely about getting in a spot where you can get information from, getting in an area where you're easy to rotate to kind of anywhere where the map. The higher ground spot's always great here. Gonna find Sked Rocks. Look at that though. Team Vitality with a big pull up here, really punishing the split that we've seen. And now Chrissy's trying for a drive-by here, and Bliss with a wheel pop is making it real difficult to get out of this one here. McIntosh finds Sked Rocks, and Vitality losing another player. Look at this though. Oh my god, no tech. Absolutely destroying this one here. And already 2 points. It's paid off for them to be on this high ground already.
No, I don't want to be that guy, but throughout the games that we've watched Team Vitality, I know that Gedros usually works as their scout, but he's been going down awfully early, quite a few times so far throughout the matches. It's becoming a slight problem for them, where a lot of times Team Vitality is just playing on as 3 from the early game, and then they're constantly salvaging from there.
Yeah, that's the problem, being the scouting IGL. You're both scouting and you're also directing the rest of the teammates to where to go. You're in the map sometimes a lot. But yeah, unfortunate for him. Gedrock is a great player. They really hope to see them turn it around here. If they don't make it, if they don't have any big games. I don't want to call them out just yet, though. I'll say this blank. We're in the second game here. They've got 6 points. They were within striking distance of that top 3, but they need big games, man. You're saying, we're talking about this kind of, it's 40 plus to be in the talk of it, but it could potentially be 40, 45, 50 point cutoff. If it's just the top 3 teams farming, right?
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. I mean, even just looking at yesterday with Ascend and PGG, if we had one other team that was also performing like way better than the rest, then yesterday top 3 would have been around about 50, 60 points. So getting towards that 40-point barrier, that's a nice buffer to have, but even that isn't safe. X-Razor trying to do some X Games mode with his vehicle. Does get it
That's
back
how I
up.
rotate as well.
Yeah, well, you know, it's stylish. But PBRU, not a terrible team, honestly. I quite like watching them play. I think that overall, the skill level on team was fairly high. It's also nice watching X-Razor throughout the cups, and even now, like, absolutely donking on people with the snipers.
It's always good to see these guys be able to perform for sure here. The big thing for me is, though, the team name. It's always a team name where it's like, depending on how well they're doing, right? It's bruh. And then it's like, bruh, if they're doing well. So yeah, that's the thing. Brew. That's more for the T, I guess. A lot of teams close to El Pozo here. Bob Trucks have obviously lost 1, but the split in between where they are with the holding an angle inside, they're hoping maybe to see either obviously the top high ground compound they're locking down right now to be in a really good spot, but that's a very difficult compound to hold as a 2-man, so a little bit worried for them. We'll see if Warwick's ends up going back to them. On the other side though, here Yo and the guys are locking down this southern side of this circle here. We've got a high ground close to them. We've got a lot of unplayable in general with some of the mountains, some of the ridge lines on that southwest side. That's eventually also going to be pushed out in Circle 4. So it's going to be interesting to see where we end up. Slaven and Joga Benito actually has one of the best spots to lock down, with Slaven getting the high ground information. Is almost what we see Twisted Minds do. Kristalny has one compound, Noddy has another one, Simon's in the open area in the dip south of it. It's very, way too greedy. They're probably going to get punished if they don't kind of collide on it soon, but if they're able to get, any of the compounds here throughout to the late game, that's going to be massive for them. That could be a big game, one more big game for Jogo Bonito.
For Jogo Bonito, absolutely. I think I'd agree with the sentiment. This is greedy. I think we see this multiple times, though, with teams that do this. The person that is in the most danger is probably Slaven, right? The amount of times teams rock up behind you on that spot and then just catch you out, it's a rough one. Even just shots from the distance, if you play it badly or you peek for too long, you get taken out. It's really hard for your team to come get you. But you are right, they're starting to regroup, but we get a far shift over towards the western side. This is where I would like to see Yo perform. I think that when you look at Yo in these early games, these phase 2s, phase 3s, they set themselves up very well. Then it's almost like they're spinning plates, Avenger, and the plates start to fall one by one. I do think Yo in the early game, their game plan looks great. That game plan starts to fall apart a little bit once we get to phase 4, phase 5.
You know why I'm really excited? This circle exactly is a huge potential for an El Pozo proper ending. We have unplayable where Yo is, we have unplayable above where Redline is. Phase 4 shift usually goes straight to El Pozo. We might have an urban ending here, and that's why I'm really excited about this one. Although we can still have a southern shift, and then it's just going to go kind of in between where Yo and where Redline is, in between El Pozo and the southern side, kind of open terrain. But there's a big chance for some El Pozo action later on here, and that gets me really hyped out about this one for the late game too. I'll say this, construction workers, they also have a great idea that it might be El Pozo. Otherwise, they wouldn't be committing already to get close and inside into El Pozo here. So they also have some insight throughout to that, though. No tag team, and Baldanini is about to take some shots towards it. Vex, a little bit of a still made for him to stop out, and Cadel finds him. That's so unfortunate for him to hit in between so many different teams, and he gets stopped early on here.
It makes sense, though, considering what we're saying in terms of the urban finish. I think a lot of players also see this. They realize, there might be a northeast shift on this one. We want to get onto the outskirts of El Pozo at least, or some of the high ground so we can play it. But even now, it's a little bit too late to be rocking up. A lot of teams are already in this location. There are a lot of teams that are already in El Pozo from minute 1. Jogo Bonito's rocked up on that south side, so they're in a fairly good spot. But yeah, for construction workers, it's not looking great now for them, where they're slightly disjointed.
Absolutely not. I'll say this, though. The way that all the teams have set up and kind of prepared, a lot of the teams have already kind of put all of their price purse towards El Pozo ending here. So many teams committed, so many teams already inside here. I like Jogo Bonito's play, though, but Storm Request finds Levante. It's falling apart for Levante, the boys on Vitality. It's so sad to see this great team not have wind come in their sails. Very unfortunate for them so far.
I mean, for
headshot too.
Yeah, I mean, for Levante, the guy has played really well. I think we've got to give him credit. It's a cheeky grenade, and he has to step on the gas there to get away from it as quickly as possible. Grows are doing some good work, but almost out of ammo for the damn thing. But yeah, overall, for Vitality, things are just not lining up. And is this a case you're getting into? I think this is more of a case for Vitality, that it's not that they're not a skilled team, but it's more of a, you've played 3 days. I mean, not exhaustion's wearing on you, but you know you're better than this, and that does start to cause problems within the team. You'd hope that the comms are still good, and I hope that they are, but it would be remiss not to say that that self-doubt starts to be a little bit of a problem. I really hope that Vitality over the next 3 games can switch things up, and it's totally possible in 3 games. I truly believe that it is, and for a team like Vitality, they could be the ones to pull it off. Oh, wow. Okay, so not El Pozo at all. Now, this really throws a spanner in the works, right?
That is crazy. This circle that has so much unplayable in the middle that next circle can basically go anywhere. So let's see how the teams inside El Pozo try to handle this one here. They're going to have to get out, and they have to go out fast. But all the priority spots are already taken by Redline, by Yo, by Prue, by S2G, and it's making it extremely rough for the teams to try to get in, and even rougher than Team Vitality that's just down to a 2-man here. No Tag is still on this northern side, trying to make things work here. And yeah, obviously Vitality 3-man, obviously with the rest have come through. They only lost Levante just recently here. But yeah, no tag team, 2 kills to boot, but they've got to go down. They've got to potentially even take a little bit of a zipline action here and try to get into the city and backfill some of the other teams.
It is absolute chaos around the map. There are teams rotating all over the place, trying to get into this one. TMO were able to get over towards that northwest side. Redline, like you say, nice and central, underneath the unplayable at the time. PBRU took away that position from Yo-Yo, opted to head over towards that eastern side. I think that was more of a case of trying to find the in-between, right, on this next shift. I think that not many teams, let's be honest, expected this shift down towards the southwest side. Everlong, though, could have another game off the back of this one, setting themselves up towards the stratosphere in terms of those points and capability. Vitality should get themselves back up to a 4 here, which is, again, very important for them. Scrappy games so far for Vitality. But like you say, 6 points. The day's not done yet. The day is not done yet.
Let's see how they get this one done here. And with this, they might be able to get up Levante in a high ground spot to get them information. They can approach it a little bit differently here, though. Different stuff here coming out for the guys on the high ground. The guys trying to escape El Paso here. So many quests. Trying to get some information. Maybe in TMO, maybe in S2G. S2G with a greedy split 2-2 from the south to the west here. And let's see if they get punished or if they got called out on their bluff here. I really hope so, that they're able to lock down both compounds until we see the circle pop so they can kind of converge on one location and get a great game from there, because that's what we like to see from them. Getting them 4-man into late game, that's where they turn on. That's where they have their great games.
Right now, I think this entire rest of the game is about this northeast side. Not the rest of the game, but at least the next 10 minutes. How do these teams evacuate? How do they escape? Is any team going to come out unscathed off the back of it? Baldanini, Sunflower is down, but do you find a shot over towards anybody's? We'll take him down. Reinforcements will come through, as will Ghetto Gang, who were here extremely early in the match. And the circle heads back up towards the north for Redline. What a game this is going to be for them. Levante comes back into the match for Team Vitality, regroups for the squad over on that northern side. TMO will be right on the outskirts. That compound did not remain in for them. Left the play dry out in the open.
This is a crazy circle to have this thrown their direction here. There's nothing in the middle, Blank. There's Redline's compound, and that's it. A few shacks. We're going to see some Hail Marys sent as well. Storm Request is getting absolutely slammed here. They're out in 16th place. TMO finding a lot of space and a lot of control in this western side here. They're going to try to lock that down. Try to have their only path and only way in towards this center circle here. Mixon finds Vard. And this is some of the fights that's going to be converging into El Paso. Sure, we still have a little sliver of El Paso inside, but damn, it's rough for construction workers to try to survive this one here. So many teams trying to lock them out, but Jogo Bonito looking good. Vop Truck's looking good. Redline is looking poised for another win with this central location locked down already.
And now, a team that I would like to see, actually, do I say Jogo Bonito? Can you say that Jogo Bonito could do well from this spot, please?
No, I will not. That's
that's
your jinx.
I can't say it.
Oh my god, I'm 5. Finds a double with the Panzerfaust here, and now it's falling completely apart for Baldanini. Goes for the... Oh my god, he's gonna get back in. Goes for the stun, tries to get smoked. Oh my god, great peek here from my 5. Sunflower, though, finds him. And I'm Sanchez gonna come in and try to help here. Throws it around for Sunflower, and now it's down to just Mr. Shimada from Baldanini. And he's actually in a little bit of a distance here. I'm5 might be able to get up and rest safely here, so Ghetto Gang can get back to the 3-man. But again, on this northern side, a lot of teams are lurking. It looks like Vitality is actually sending it in to try to get involved in this one.
Ooh, but we know about Vitality in the concrete. Sometimes it's gone a little bit poorly in the past for them off the back of this, but a great nade from Levante, who has really been carrying the squad at the moment for Team Vitality. April with the Panzerfaust, though, on the prowl. Player comes around the corner.
No way.
It's a little bit misplaced. He just grazes past it.
Finds one. April gets Levante. Big player taken down already here. And Vitality continues to push here. More shots coming in here. Oh my god, that's actually such a great peek here. But Quizzy goes back, finds him, and Vitality wins the push on to Ghetto Gang here. Really well executed by them.
I mean, that is a confidence booster right there. I mean, Team Vitality, it's a scrappy fight. It's an awkward fight, but they're quick to the pace. And I think a lot of the timings looked really good there for Team Vitality. They're able to get 4 players up. This is a match that they can perform from. A lot of the threats on this northern side have been removed, and there is an area to sort of snake their way through down towards the south side. So it comes over towards the east. Redline likely to be in this next circle for a little bit longer with this compound to work around with. They need to watch this roadside. Slavin over towards Acalyptos on go next. I did not struggle with that name. The first try.
You nailed it. I love it. Beyonce finds about though. That is Construction Workers out in 14th place, and Rob Trucks with the 3-man. They've struggled to get to more than 2 and a 3-man to the late game here. Bliss got down the first game. Beyonce was down here, but now being a 3 guys alive here in this spot here is actually not bad here. They've got the high ground advantage over Jogo Bonito, and they can hold off no tag team later on. So they're actually chilling quite a lot here. CC Inex finds the mad. Baron takes some shots towards Nail Cup, gets him down 2 here. Manages to get Exile taken down. Oh my god, Flores goes down too. Baron's on an absolute tear here.
Baron is going wild on this side of the map. Exile takes another one. And
TMO stole 3 of them.
I mean, Micah actually getting a lot off the back of that is crazy. I mean, for TMO, they needed a salvage off this next game, and that's how you do it. You be a couple of thieves and you grab those points where you can get them.
And now we have the no-tech team push on to the Rob Trucks position here. Justice finds Howl as well. I think they got all of them. Now Quetpa takes revenge onto Justice here. Takes him down. Quetpa goes down as well to Everlong. A little bit rough for them. I really expected a bit of more of an easy cleanup for SG here, but they just let the Nox lay down and focus on getting the other kills here. Next gets Quetpa. Micah goes down to Levante. And S2G, as much as they got a lot of knocks done, they got so much stolen. Ares might be able to get Justice off again here. And 7 kills for TMO. Look at that. Baron finds Fantasia, but the car hits him on the way out.
I mean, I love that it says that TMO annihilated the guys on X-Hound. It's like, did they really, or was it all Baron? Yeah.
It was just all the confirmations come their way.
For TMO, though, I don't know if they're going to go with this cover flare across the row and maybe provide a little bit more space for themselves. Jogo Bonito has stayed calm, quiet on this north side, waiting to take their chance on this one. M24 in the hands of Noddy. Yeah, I mean, they've got barely any information off the back of this down towards the south side, though. That is the worrying thing for Jogo Bonito.
Watch Vitality win this one. We've been begging for it. Watch them have a 12-13 kill win from this position here. If it goes north, it's very likely to be happening here. But it needs to disengage from the compound where Redline is. Needs to be away from this high ground spot that P. Bruin Yo has connected onto right now. And yeah, eventually we're going to see Jogo Bonito and Rob Trucks fight. And oh my god, it's going to be a hard shift east here. Absolutely benefiting Jogo Bonito and Rob Trucks and no tag team. Yo looking good too, but they're going to be collided onto from Redline, from P-Brew, potentially even from Vitality and TMO later on.
Yeah, again, I think it's an interesting game for Jogo Bonito because these are the types of guys that get a little bit fidgety, right? But then they're going to have to wait this one out a little bit longer on that north side. And placements is absolutely fine. More mortars coming through over towards no tag team. Pretty easy area to sort of predict where players are going to be, but hitting the mortars is a very different story, going for the outer edges of the blue. PBRU, like you say, will have to move in at some point. But no tag team, they've got a cross swipe over towards them. Jeems is watching as this is all happening. But Redline's the one who have to make the decision. How do they want to play this one out? Are they going to hold the teams on the western side? Can they hold the teams on the western side?
That's the question. Levanta says no. Find Seco here. And sure, they have some of the compounds still in here, but they've got to deny them ground. They've got to deny them space. And that's what Seco tries to go out and get done here. Now, it's going to potentially be a Vitality and TMO fight here. Seco goes down 2. And the bleed out on him was too rapid. Now, Vitality with a 5-kill. Cox finds CI next on S2G, and they're out in 10th place. But Yo now, they need to deny this spot here. Jeems finds Hoppish, and P-Bro is falling apart just a little bit. Duffy also finds Quintex. Look at this. James finds a confirmation. Backington finds another one here, and James got to reposition quickly to get out of dodge out of this one.
Get me away from there, thank you very much. But I mean, James has already done quite a bit of damage. Nice and early enough. PWD rocking up, but this is on the retreat past where Redline's trying to come from, but PWD luckily gets there just in time to cut off that approach. Yo, with the mortars, still sending them over the top.
Some good nades here. That's a great deny and a blue zone. Oh, perfect blue zone onto Rafa here. They might be able to both get some damage onto him and some of the confirms as well. That's actually them out. No tech team out in 9th place. We're down to 8 teams. The replacement points are in effect now. Yo, turns on to Redline here. They want to get this team on the southwest side control to their advantage. And oh my god, if that bounce was just over the wall, that would have been an easy knock, but the wall denies it. And now Cox and the guys on Redline needs to survive for a little bit longer.
I mean, this is not terribly placed mortars coming through. I believe that is from Michael over towards PBRU. Trying to prevent them from getting themselves in, and yet it is. He just needs to get that a little bit closer, but you wonder if he's still got any mortars left to fire at this point. But he's designated as the holder of PBRU on that side. Jogo Bonito, though, they were getting angsty. They tried to get something done. Voptrox, Bionta, as well as Baldanini's last player are taking shots towards them. Shimada is getting a lot done versus them.
This is a big game for Voptrox. 8 kills, 14 points here, potentially pushing into the top 3 here. Jogo Bonito, if they have anything to say about it, they're going to come in and get some Crystalline impact here. Bionta says no, though. Jogo Bonito goes down here. Bionta with a 5. Voptrox gets 10 kills total here. Imagine if they had Bliss alive, they would have been able to control so much of this northern side here. Eventually now, oh, headshot caught. That's going to be some damage done to the helmet.
Cappy inside the building. Very talented player on side. I think it's a great pickup coming through from Yo. And he's shown his worth absolutely in the games that we've seen. I mean, yesterday, even on that rondo, that what he was able to do there was fantastic. From what was a difficult position to play in. Team Vitality, though, they are on a bit of a tear right now, and I think this is making up for past games that they've had. Happy, though, with a great shot orc at distance over towards X-Razor.
Not bad. Last player from Hebrew. Tried to fly down here. Shots coming out towards him here. Blue Zone is pushing him quite a lot here. More damage towards Nabat here. A reload happens. Not even 5 more bullets for Michael. Can he make it happen here? And can Yo actually converge on this spot here and get into it? It's going to be a deny to Blue Zone. Nabat goes down in 7th place. And now we're into the top 6 here. More shots comes in for Levante. 4 kills already for him. Big flexer himself. Can he flex out and get some damage done onto Redline? Redline in a bit of a shambles position here. Ares still alive from TMO, trying to survive into deeper placement points. But Vitality have all the control of the western side here. Could potentially get more points done. He's been spotted now, Ares, and now it's just about trying to heal, try to survive, or survive for a little bit longer. Levante finds him. Vorix finds Cox, though, on Redline, and that's another fight starting.
I mean, Levante's got nothing left. No ammo in the back pocket. But he's still pumping. I mean, Vitality, basically Levante right now. The real Leviathan of the lobby is this lad. Dino, desperate to get something done, but we'll just go for the deny. We're into the top 4 now. For Vitality, very, very important. For Yo, just barely grazing the top side of the lobby yesterday.
Oh my god.
But instantly gets taken down. Levante is absolutely war hungry.
Yeah, there's no denying if these guys get into late game as a full 4-man strong, they've got control, they've got the punishment happening on to the other players here, and Yo left it a little bit too late to make a move here, and you can't stay still for much longer. You cannot stop it. Mixon finds James here. Fantastic game for Voptex to start things off with. PewDiePie went down to the blue zone. He wanted to deny the points. He wanted to make sure that Vitality or Voptex didn't get more out of it. Yo, though, down to a top 4. Michael finds Mixon with a great headshot on the Orc, though. It's falling apart a little bit for Voptrox. They're down to a 2-man, and now Vitality has all the cards in their hand here, Blank.
Just about spotted him. Peeking over the top side. Mixon is down. Voptrox over towards 11 kills. I mean, the teams coming in today are having a real good time of it. Good shots. Almost takes down Bionta. It's not meant to be. Mr. Shimada underneath gets himself a 3rd place. I mean, could have easily been Jogo Bonito's. We'll just watch it out.
Levante is on an absolute tear. Can he get 10 kills? Can he get the last 3 kills on Voptruck? They've been insane, but Mr. Shimada gets a free run here. There's no way that Vitality forgot about him. Maybe they didn't see or hear him shooting from down below here. I don't think it's going to be an impact. I think he's just going to get a second place for free. Voptruck knows that he's still alive, and Vitality is just going to wait for the circle to come there. And look at that. They've got all control center here playing, and 7 kills for Levante. Could he get a 10K club here and a 1K club for this to be happening? That'll be huge for them. No lethal except for one Molotov on the side of Voptruck. That's really, really crucial for their late game.
Levante handed over the P90 to him, and why not? I mean, he has been brutalizing lobby so far. Voptruck with immediate charge at the moment, but Levante, again, having absolutely none of it. Will get the flush as well on side. Up to 8 kills now. 8 as well on that side. It's 8 across the board for Levante. Gedrox will find Pionta, and he's pushing. He's looking to finish this off right here, right now.
Push comes in. Can Mixon survive? No, he cannot. Voptruck for the 3rd place. Still great amount of kills. 12 to come their way. And Baldanini is... he blows himself up to deny the point. He gets the 2nd place, and that's 6 placement points to boot here. But Team Vitality, Blank, we talked about them. We were hoping for them to start their campaign today, and they did. 13 kills and a win. That's 23 points to boot.
Again, though, a lot of that is Levante. He has seriously been putting in the shift here, working overtime on the side of Team Vitality to make this work. Cannot believe how much of this game he took into his own hands, Kalaris.
Finally! Yes! Levante flexing! He's... Oh, what power. What power. I really do actually wish he'd stayed at 8 kills with 888.88 damage. That would have been the cherry on top. But you know what? We'll take the 910 damage in the end. As finally, Avenger, it feels like it has been 3 days in the making. Finally, they've woken up.
Yeah, and we said that about Yo as well, and then the one game they had was also in Miramar, and then the rest was not too good. I don't hope that's the case here for Vitality. They had a great one. They're able to play together. They're able to get a 4-man strong into that late game, and then they turn on. That's a great, great way to execute everything here. And damn, the losers of this match, even though they got some points, it feels like S2G should have had something like 6, 7, 8 kills and a more placement here, but everything got stolen from TMO as well.
Yeah. A tough one, really tough one, especially with how the circle actually works out, Blank, because actually this is a very rare circle, relatively compared to what we normally see of that, like El Pozo or anything else kind of around El Pozo where there isn't too much unplayable if you actually want to shift that way. But as it did stand, the thing is for Vitality is that the majority of their path through this circle was all edge play, not really much gifted towards them too much at all. So for them to just go roll from fight to fight, as I think I messaged you halfway through that, I'm like, oh, Levante's mad. Oh, he's mad.
He's mad. He's big mad. He was very, very mad. I mean, there did come that point where they just started hunting, right? And I think it was a very clear shift in mentality in terms of gameplay as well for Team Vitality. They just looked on fire that game. But Voptruck was 17 points on this one. Choco Benito, disappointing. Again, I think after last game where they had a fairly good showing, I think this is the type of games where you just take the warehouse and you're like, we'll take 3rd place. Like, 3rd place is better than nothing here. I think that's the tactical thing you've got to go for. But instead, they tried to scale the mountain.
Well, nice to see that our team's coming in for day number 3. In the cups towards the end, they were all sandbagging guys, and they've come in, and the Red Line's there, Voptruck's is there, Everlong's up there as well here, Blank. So it's impressive stuff, but at the same time, it does bear repeating here, Avenger. It's about damn time Vitality's at number 1 for something like this. I'm assuming they won't let off the pedal, but we will see. We will see.
I mean, 3 more games to go. It's pedal to the metal at this point, right? You got to get to 50 plus, and that's really the case for them. Even though with how far they've been able to take it so far, look, he's those damn eyes. 8 kills and 911. Someone called the ambulance here for everyone else because Levance is doing all the damage. But Vitality, you know, it would be such a disaster and so sad not to see them in the grand final as well. I would be like, this is such a team, such a storied team already with how much we've seen from Levante and the guys that yeah, I would really be sad. It would be a nightmare for me to not see them in grand final. So happy to see them perform here with 3 more games to go.
No, definitely very impressive stuff. But again, we can't really even discount some of the huge damage that was going on elsewhere, right? PBRU, Nabat doing so much damage as well for them, but they didn't get as many points converted off of it as I would like to have seen there, Blank. I was hoping that maybe some of those teams in some of the more cheeky positions where, again, you don't normally get the circles coming this way, we're going to be able to capitalize. But, you know, everyone was trying.
Absolutely. And I think for Redline in particular, is that they had that spot, and it's hard to extract from that location because at that point in time, it's one of the main compounds that you can play there. You can't just be like, well, we need to figure out how we're going to get out of this location. It's all you committed. You are committed at that point. I do want to come back to a point I made during that game, and it is for Yo, is where like the game plan right now for the early game looks great. I love the way they're setting themselves up. There is just that slight moment where the plates start to fall when you get towards that late game. I think that for PWD Gems, the split was good. And I hope they continue playing like this because I think they've got further into these games over the past 2 than they have over the majority that they've played so far. So I'm excited to see more of that.
As soon as you started talking about spinning plates in that game, there's only one thing my mind went to, Martin, and it was our meme about Ming Ming from New when he was playing Out of Control on New Happy, just spinning plates, doing everything for the team on a unicycle. But that was, it's an old one. It's an oldie, but it's a goldie nonetheless.
It might be old, but it checks out. The problem, though, I'll say, just to elaborate a little bit on the Yo guys, is it turned off to be P-Brew and the guys that delayed their position and their advancement towards the VOP trucks for so long, and it delayed their any chance for them to push on to no tag, any chance to push on to VOP trucks, right? And it made it a little bit rough for them because it got delayed by like 4 or 5 minutes because they're just holding on to that little lip and little ridge that they had on that high ground, and there's nothing else to do about it.
All right, well, before we get into our next game here, we can check in with the VOPtrox comms. So let's, crack open a tinny and listen on in.
In here. Take them once. Twice. 3 times. 4 times.
This guy's weak. That guy.
Guys, if it goes west, what do we want to do? Do we want to crash the shacks on yellow mark?
If it goes west, I think we should still be in, no? It's
not
going to go
west,
to
you
water.
You have a fighting line, green line.
One is on the fire station.
Yeah. Roof.
What? Yeah, one up for work now.
Nice headshot. Knock them.
Nice, get the flush.
Nice to put up my phone shield.
One is running on foot.
Nice.
Flush.
Good job.
Listen to me 1 second, I have an idea. What do you think? Wait, I'm shooting Sky first. I knocked him on blue mark.
Good shit.
What do you think if we move like this and clear yellow mark? Isn't that a lot easier? One knock. I think we clear it. We quite cleared. Nade on me.
Two more. In the
BJ, go with them. BJ, go with them.
Yeah,
we cleared it.
Nice. One up, right?
The rock on the left.
On the car.
Take the rock.
One up.
I'm not gonna crack the
Exactly
Blue
yellow.
zone,
I don't have
Vorex, blue zone, Vorex, blue zone.
I'm gonna go for Mixer. I'm gonna go for Mixer.
He can hold.
Watch out for behind us as well. They might push us.
Yeah. I'm resting.
Nice, good job.
Nice.
Going back.
Guys,
We don't need to pause it.
He's full pushing you guys, full pushing you.
1 HP.
Nice, good job.
Maybe just drop and kill the solo.
Yeah. Should be behind you somewhere, blue.
NT. Good game.
There they are, VOPtrox trying to munch up all those points in this game, but in the end, of course, ran into a very mad Levante with that P90 towards the end. And it's funny because, again, like when you're watching that game go down, it's great to actually see VOPtrox, his coordination and stuff like that, but Levante was so low on ammo. It's a really good job the team was like, you know what, let's give you the P90, actually. That was probably a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, it was just mega reflexes on the side of Levante, or the Dragon Ball Z bells in the background when he was coming through. It was terrifying. I did feel scared for a lot of the squads when I watched Levante like peeking over the ridge on 17 bullets, and then I see that there was 2 kills that came from afterwards. So I'm like, what is going on with that guy right now? But yeah, fantastic game, really fantastic game. Now Vitality just needs to translate that now, right? They need to keep that momentum going, as Avenger would say, because it's super important. It is super important now.
Yeah, definitely. If one of these teams coming in playing on a one day can get top 3, what an amazing performance and result that would end up being. I was trying to look up what is a Vuptrox, and it turns out it's just the name of the German organization, and it's nothing more than that. And I'm really sad about that Avenger, because I was hoping it'd be like some small little like fox-like creature. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I'm scuppered. But look at Levante, he's cool.
It's closer to a Pokemon name than anything, right? But yeah, Levante, tons of damage here. Karks also to come in and do some here. For me though, in this moment, in this game here, and how everything kind of lined up for Vuptrox, I was surprised to see how many kills as a 3-man they're able to get from that spot. 12 kills up against Team Vitality's 13. Very, very impressive.
All right, well, let's do it. It's time to Tego. It's going to be me and Blank bringing you all the action from here. Get out of here, Avenger. Go and have a lovely, chill, relaxing time and watch the Tego all unfold as me and Blank are going to be able to execute this one. Let's see how it's going to go. Again, surprising results from me across the board so far, apart from a final, eventual pop-off from Vitality. Let's see if they can keep it rolling, Blank.
I mean, even that, though, as we get into the Tego talks, that was a surprising result. I think for us, in terms of Vitality actually getting a win is crazy.
Stop it.
Well, I only hope that this continues now. I think that they were very resilient in that game, getting all players back up again. For Gedrox, I mean, like I said, going down quite early a lot, but I think he proved his worth towards the end of that game. I think he was super reliable after the first res that came through onto him. I hope that does continue. For Jogo Bonito, I think I called it perfectly in terms of them getting a bit angsty on that north side, just desperate to do something. They couldn't just take the 3rd place.
Ugh. Okay, run away. He had a sickle. He was going to throw his sickle at you. Get out of there. Here for the myth of He-Man will run on away. So stealing even their vehicle from a place like Palace is not too bad at all here. And just moving on out. Wait a minute, Ares. Are we really keen on this? Okay, no, wait. Are they coming in to pick him up, or are they coming in for the fight? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you could technically play this either side. It's a fun area to have a fight, but yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this
Surely we're getting out.
Not the greatest weapon to take shots at, but he is hitting them. Able to get out of dodge there.
Oh,
massive bit of damage going in. A lot of water here, and on the river too. So it's a bit of an awkward circle to play around here, Claris.
Yeah. So the vast majority of teams, if not all of them, will be committing to the island. And then if for some reason the circle goes towards Harpo, we're going to get the silliest takeover of all time. So let's hope, cross our fingers for that one, because a lot of our circles have actually been very silly throughout PEC so far. So there is the potential for that. Ah, yes. We're back on Hello My Bad's camera, where yesterday, unfortunately, and we don't get it today, but we were able to see the movement of that left hand, dancing away on the keyboard. But this time around, it's a little bit askew-if. It's an interesting angle there, Blank.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's definitely curious. The director's cut. Cox, though, we get red line on our screens, at least 3 of them.
He has his own cameraman.
I know he does.
On the side.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's good. He's got a steady hand. I'll tell you that.
Well, true. Well, the crazy stuff that they do with gyro nowadays, it's nuts.
Oh, yeah. I mean, some of these players... No, never mind.
No.
S2G, it's been another rough day, right? Let's put it that way. I think for S2G, that last game looked okay, had all their kills stolen. That's a frustrating one. That's a really frustrating one. For Mika, though, on the other hand, what a couple of kills for him. I mean, able to steal away those. For TMO, at 9 points, right? Those 3 kills could be the difference maker between them getting in to that top 3. Vitality, though, firmly ahead of the pack at 29.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is weird. I mean, even yesterday, I completely agreed. Oh, it's been left. It's the present.
Yeah, he's leaving it for his teammates.
But I think even for yesterday, I definitely agreed with Avenger that it'd be like 3 of our top teams going through, and then 2 of the cup teams. And we ended up with 3 cup teams and 2 of the top teams going through. Today we've got two cup teams I'd never expect to be in the top 2, but I'm very happy about, and Vitality, who has been struggling along for the past few days.
Good shot there by Slapson, as well as the rest of Yoga Benito is laying in wait for that trap. What would have been funny if they'd have got towards him, and as he came towards that gas can, and they shot the gas can, that would have been cool. But I actually want to be a little bit harsh on S2G right now. And if they do
my
not
turn as well, yes.
Yeah, shush you. Let me have my moment. If they do not go through via into the finals here in these PECs, I was already a little bit concerned about their invitation to the first 2 PGS circuits, and of course it didn't quite pan out the way they wanted. In fact, one of their main wins that got them through into a final was off the back of a compound that kind of, the circles kind of came their way, right? It can't just be the Schiller show for the past couple of days and everybody not be able to kind of make something happen around them. And we know that they are already invited into that PGS second circuit that is going to be coming along. If they don't get into either of the finals here in PEC, it's an unmitigated disaster for S2G. There might actually have to be changes. I don't know how their contracts are. I don't know how long they are actually locked into this roster as a whole, but if something's not firing right and then they can't do the results regionally and then also at the PGS circuits, something's got to change, man. Something's got to change.
Yeah, I think as the new guy, I can't really bring out the guns like that. But I'd agree.
Thank you. Correct. That's the correct answer.
I think for S2G, it's been a tumultuous journey for him. I think the Schiller show is a great way to put it as well, because he's certainly been doing a lot for the squad. I'd even go as far to say I think CCNX has had some really big impact, but something's not gelling, because even though there can be those individual performances, something's definitely not gelling there, and I think that's obvious to anyone who's watching these. Because the amount of times S2G's got towards a late game and then it's been blunder after blunder, that's a problem. That's a real problem. Similarly, for construction workers, I think construction workers have been given a lot of chances. I love this team. Ooh. I think this is a fantastic team. The amount of chances they've been given and not been able to transition off the back of that. I mean, let's look at the past 2 games. I think they're coming in from that north side. They had a chance there. They fully committed towards El Pozo, which I thought was a mistake. And then they also had the previous game where I felt they were in a decent compound over on Erangel, not able to translate that into a big win either. For Exile, though, I think this is the deepest they've been into a circle for a couple of matches, or at least a few matches, including yesterday, where they haven't had a real wild ride into it. This is like just a normal game for Exile.
And then we're going to get the weirdest shift down towards Harpo. Are you ready? It's but the funny thing is as well is that there's actually more teams down on that South main island than I thought there was going to be, considering the ratios of this circle. So if we do get the weirdest shift ever towards the south, then that bridge at the bottom is already camped on both sides, basically. So that will cause some hindrance. But what we've seen quite a bit in PEC, especially in recent memory blank, is a lot of Godok circles and just silly kind of urban situations, urban endings around there. Even the suburbs of Godok do cause some problems for teams in terms of trying to approach some of those compounds. So we'll see. There's still plenty of options. As you can see, some of those teams are coming in quite late, like PBRU, like Vitality, who I wouldn't mind just going to try and wrap around on the far north side and just play out on edgeways. But construction workers taking some damage, running away from the Exile boys, not taking any casualties, so that's good.
I mean, as soon as you see Exile, you do vacate immediately, otherwise you fall into a situation that Avenger had yesterday, whereas they chased him down for the entirety of the game, which was fun to watch on his replay. I'm not going to lie, I enjoyed that a lot. Yeah, I do think for Exile that's a decent approach, and for construction workers, more so, I think potentially is a case where you can stop off there, try and take a couple of shots, but I think for them, they're looking to get deep into these matches. I mean, placement points and getting 5 or 6 kills is better than going out early here on a gamble. But you're right, though, it's a lot of teams down towards that south side, and there's the double toll on the bridge. A bit unfortunate to play around with. PBRU does confirm both edges, but I think that they're likely heading over towards that northern side. Yeah. Levante and the rest of the team are making their way in from the east.
the convoy. FX is going to run into them for a second. Flores does take a few shots there against Vard, but doesn't quite go down straight away on the reactions, being able to keep himself alive and ready to go. As Vitality is going to regroup up a little bit beyond just the convoy, the single line that they were sending it on through. If you're going to be together, it's going to be much easier to be able to react, reply to any shots that come your way compared to the actual line that they had prior to that. But looks like Construction Workers is moving up north as well. Technically, there's a lot of space on the north side of this circle that's unoccupied right now in those hills that do exist above Godok, and they can have a lot of teams in them. But we don't know if it's going up there yet, so nobody's really committing to that.
Yeah, I don't enjoy playing into Godok, especially in my own games. Because it's a situation where you can have multiple teams in there and none of them will take shots at one another. Only the squads coming in. Luckily, we don't go over towards Godok. We're over towards the western side. Yo, though, has a great chance to get over towards this position. Straight up towards that northern edge. They are being slightly slow about it. Baldanini might get them to the chase on this one.
This is a cheeky one, though. It's kind of rare we go this far west on the island. So now all of these teams know that they needed to be pre-driving very early and trying to get to some of the compounds that lay along that main road from the bridge south all the way up to Hemusar. So now Justice, though, does take down Verstory. So that's one of Everlong kind of in the bin. Obviously, they had a great start to the day, but not much in from game 2. Look at this. Go next. All right. We are boatating. If they land on Hemusar, it's very rare we get to see boatates. We saw one silly one at PGS in Montego, and I don't really want to talk about it because it really didn't work on out. But this one might, considering the circle, so that's great.
Yeah, to be honest, it feels very reminiscent of Sandhawk and the old Hat In rap, right? Where you could head on that side. I mean, I think this is a completely fine rotation. I mean, you sneak in behind the whole team. Sunflower taking shots over towards Redline as they try and cross out in the open. Some very fantastic shots coming through from Sunflower. Not quite able to put Dino in the grave just yet.
I'm glad, Blank, you're appealing to our 5-year-plus viewers for a Sandhawk reference. Because we haven't had it for so long.
So
but you
sorry.
remember. I remember.
No, Matt, if you're watching PUBG, you're a long-time fan. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. That is very
but if
true.
you're new, also big welcome.
Yes, also new welcome. I completely agree. Very welcome to have you on in here, but Yo isn't welcoming any of those bullets from Buptrox as they do escape. Oh no, one of Storm on request is down from the red zone. I've never seen anyone die to a red zone, ever in my life. But he has been knocked, so hope we can get it.
Yeah, I mean, can you not bring attention to it? That's mean.
What do you mean?
Xhal, though, a good job over here. They will lose some of the players. BRDM is open, but what a shot! Gets into the BRDM, prevents the damage coming through from the nade as well. That was instantaneous. I mean, this is what Xhal is great at, is just playing under pressure in these high-octane moments. They should be able to get all 3 players back up again, and they will have a BRDM now to work with.
See, Go Next made Hemusar work for them, but the problem... Oh, what? Wait, what? Hello? What? Oh, JJ, what the... Okay, well, that was a lovely 2-piece. Yoga Benito's getting absolutely slaughtered here by them. See if we can do a little bit more from this. That was a brilliant little play. Tries to go for a lot more shots than actually does connect with quite a bit. Here come the reinforcements as well for PBRU. Trying to clean all of this up. Nabatic, Slaven. It's a disaster for Yoga Benito. They're down as quickly as that.
It's such typical Yoga Benito fashion as well, isn't it, right? Is that things start to go wrong, and instead of like reassessing the scenario, it's just go with plan A. There is no plan B. There is no plan C. We just go with what we were originally going for, which was the crash. When they make it work, it looks really cool. It looks awesome. But often... recently, it's looked quite bad. We shift over towards the northern side. Construction Workers, one of the few teams actually up here. They have a lot of space, huge amount of scouting done as well, Kale. They know that practically the entirety of the northern side is empty. Vitality on the east as well have a good chance to move out. Good shots from Go Next the moment. Acalyptos over towards Schiller, and S2G loses arguably their best performing player here.
Oh, well, I mean, as you say for Yoga Benito, quite honestly, a famous phrase comes to mind of, there's a fine line between genius and insanity. You know what I mean? Like
there is, and they're stepping over that line quite a bit. In fact, striding at this point.
Yeah, and just bounding and then falling on their face. It's not the best of situations. Oh, another run over here by PBRU on Justice, actually, this time. Don't fall into the water with that car. That's great. As now Everfury once again taking a bit of damage. And Fantasia is down. Cappy doing quite a bit of damage here with these sprays. They do see him still moving on forward, but that's damage from April. With a VSS of all things, Cappy's going to be fuming.
I mean, this is the very sneaky sniper, isn't it, really?
That's true, yes. Stop that.
I mean, I'm going to get true. That's Poro. Poro did that one. Okay, he is a genius. Yeah, he's on the other side from Insanity. He-Man, though, up front and personal, will go down for his troubles, though, and a nade is placed very nicely. He tries to swivel back. He had a little bit of utility from forward from He-Man, tries to grab the blue chip and double back. Could be a grenade off the back of this, but they're a little bit too far, a little bit too deep in.
What's interesting about this split from S2G is the fact that they actually had a 1-1-2 split going on for quite a while. Now they've got 3 down here to be able to try and reinforce while this fight's going on. But they did have, I think it was Schiller, miles away from this fight as it goes down here. So they've got to actually move back, realizing that there's other lines of sight from like GoNext, for example, to try and actually shut this down. Mika was driving in there just in case they were still there, maybe to try and actually run them on over. But they're taking huge casualties. Everybody can see this fight going on down here, and S2G is being destroyed.
I mean, Redlines, they can't get away with this. What is he doing? He's back in. Okay, I mean, he wasn't happy with how that concluded. Quick step out of the vehicle, into the Texas two-step, into the building, tries to make it happen. He's going ever so low, gets behind the container, quick switch, and makes it happen. What a play from Ares.
Oh no, for S2G to lose this out and not really have Schiller have any impact whatsoever as well. It is going from bad to worse here for the S2G boys, and it is looking very likely, unless they do something massive in the next 2 games, that they're not going to be qualifying for this final in these 2 weeks. But construction workers still looking to make a bit of a meal for it themselves, as they've got themselves quite an okay spot in this northern side of this circle now that we've shifted all the way to the east. And look who's in there on the east. Vitality, big spread, big potential for them to be able to convert big. And if they do on this game, Blank, I don't know, I think it might all be assured that they will be going through in the top 3 if they can do something 2 games in a row.
Yeah, 2 games in a row, that's a lot of momentum. They'll be feeling good about themselves, and then it's more than likely they'll be able to get 10 or 12 points the next couple of games. Right now, though, they know that they've covered off the entirety of their eastern side. Most of the teams coming in through from the west, so they're guaranteed like a high placing on this game. Mika look to go up against PBRU. It's him and Ares once again against the world. Mika tries to double back, stun grenade in hand, going for the first aid kit. This is dangerous. Looks to peek over the top, but Ares, the god of war, is still going strong. Now he's placed in a very precarious situation. A 1v1 with the final player from PBRU in X-Razor.
Yeah, trying to cook up some of these nades here, seeing if he can actually connect them. He does see Ares come out from there, so he's going to go for it. Oh, no! Actually bounced on the wrong side of the wall. If that had gone over, that would have been a lights out for Ares. At that point in time, goes for another one and does connect with it. But at the same time, third party coming in from the most unlikely of places, Vorix. Well, this one's very short, but this one might be good. Underneath, and he gets him! Oh!
Vuptrox will find the rest of PBRU. I mean, to be honest with you, for Ares, I really just hoped he went for the 1v1 instead of going sick in the res. I think he had the cojones on him to do it. Sunflower, you will find him from Boldanini. And Alcado will be looking towards the rest of the team that is trying to make their way through on the eastern side of Hey Musar. Redline playing alongside with Boldanini as well. Over towards the tents. And we do have a loot drop coming in on the northern side of them, which GoNext could quite happily pick up. GoNext has had a great game from that initial boat. Love that.
Yep, yes, they have. They've definitely at least survived in some of the later stages of this game after only having 4 or 5 points, or at least even just 2 points to get things going. But now they are taking quite a bit of damage from Vuptrox, as they did send some nades forwards. Into the smoke you go. Let's see if we can get a recovery coming in. Maybe they would need a vehicle, though, to be able to get over there. And I don't think they have too many vehicles, considering they came in on a boat into Hey Musar. So they've been spreading out across the way here on foot, as Mixon will shut that down. There are some nades being charged up here to try and throw them towards Vuptrox. And Acalyptos does get a double. Nicely done.
That is Apocalypse Acalyptos coming at you. That is an absolute way to go. And even finishes it off with the fires of hell.
Free for Vard.
Free for him?
Well, he was able to get that nade on them to double just then. So if he gets another one here, if he gets a 4-piece and he gets them all, Vard goes crazy. That's 4 here against no tag team. Yes, the rest of construction workers were there, but this is what Vard does. Money-making plays.
That's right. Vard does go hard in these moments.
Oh, yes.
Incredible player. Yo, down towards that south side. You know, I really do hope that he can get another good game off the back of this, if not just to see them light up one more time on the leaderboards. But Redline's been having a good day. They've been taking it slow and steady. Maybe again from another good position, they can have a good performance. James does have the Panzerfaust just in case Exhal gets a little bit too close in this BRDM. If it stops still for too long, you know, maybe you're for the arc on it.
You know, it's funny when we were just watching Gedrox drive through into the middle of this circle, right? Because as much as it can be I think it's very easy to say, okay, it's, oh, Gedrox is dead again. Like you were saying. So I'm just going to be a little critical of how you were kind of framing it in some of the previous stuff, right? It's the hardest role. That's the problem. It's the hardest role to be the scout IGL and then somehow survive it all. So it's at this level of play, I don't begrudge him for going down early, but you know, you've got to make it work somehow, man. And if you're in that role, it is tough as nails.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not saying it's not hard as hell to do that. Being IGL and the scout is a very tough position to be in. I've known a lot of players that do that. And oftentimes you do spend a lot of time dead, and that's fair. It's fair for that position. But again, I think more... Ooh, yeah, that's a bit rough. More as they're saying, is it's just been this unlucky streak where it hasn't really amounted to anything. I think now, though, from those positions, they are finding more value. Right, a lot of times it was a valueless scout that was coming through.
No, for sure.
But again,
the Miramar one really stands out from last day or something like that, right?
Yes,
it was just non-stop death.
That's
death
a
here
nice
as well.
nade.
Yeah, let's see what we can get done here. But Yo will continue to throw down some nades. The problem for them is Baldanini is also looking this way as well. So for Yo, they need to really dislodge someone and maybe kind of take their dips, take their spots, take their smokes, whatever you can actually find and get available to you. Gedrox was back up though. Levante was able to get him. And Vitality is kind of fanning out a little bit on that northern side and pushing construction workers away. So that actually alleviates the angle that Gedrox was taking shots from, meaning that they can play this out from a relatively central position.
Yeah, slight delay for Vitality, right? I think that's the hardest thing for them. But they quickly regroup, and they look to be in a fairly decent position from this 2-2. Ooh, C4 on board. Let's see where he's going to send this.
Too much.
Yeah, this is really taking a... Where are we taking this? You've got to go. You've got to go now.
Okay, it's a full suicide run now because the way in which it was delayed, it just does nothing. It was just too delayed. It was the reversing around and things like that. Unfortunately, just too delayed.
Oh, I've been in that situation, man. This is going to be the coolest moment ever, and it really isn't. It looks bad.
It's always brutal to have that caught on camera as well. But, you know, like small margins, right? If he doesn't have to reverse for the exact proper approach that he wants, suddenly that actually gets there and maybe even takes 2 or 3 people with you.
It was that foldable shield, man. It was his teammate's fault. That's what it was all about. Yeah. It's never the C4's fault. It's always the team. They didn't play around it. Up towards the northern side of the map, though, construction workers once again, they're controlling, containing the majority of the northern side. Cappy, though, over towards Ghetto Gang. We'll find another. He's going absolutely buck wild. And Cappy, alongside with PWD, take down Ghetto Gang from a disastrous C4 start. They hold on as 2.
Yeah, they never mentally recovered from that, did they? They were like, oh,
no, they didn't.
I guess we'll just send it. Oh, no, it's all gone wrong again. No, that's tough for Ghetto Gang. Absolute codswallop. No, I think for Yo as well, I think they're not out of the woods just yet. Yeah, you've got a few kills down on that south side, but how are you going to start approaching these next circles with it shifting north, as well as having those compounds north of you still kind of inhabited by teams that exist up there? Okay, well... Exhal can do that as a strategy, and it does work, so good for them.
Yeah, it works out nicely. Good shots from PWD over towards 210 though from Storm Request. And this is kind of their line of approach, is to try and swing on the northeast side, maybe get behind the ridge that Baldonini's playing on. Unfortunately, it does open you up to angles between Storm and the Crest, but Gedrox and Quizzy, a very quick shutdown over towards Storm Request. They barely make it past the tree line.
Told you, man. Vitality. Someone's kicked the bee's nest. They are buzzing right now as Levante almost doing 500 damage at the moment. Shooting Yo in the feet underneath the UAZ as well. It's only Cappy left alive here as Levante is looking for a little bit more. He's looking for the back-to-back when it comes to it. What a performance from him in the previous game. What a performance now here from Vitality. But it's not just the Levante show in this one. They are firing on all cylinders. I think they've really found their footing now.
Yeah, this is good. Again, this is what you like to see from a top team. And for Team Vitality, maybe it felt like some of that rust just falling off over the first couple of days, or a couple of bad games starts to get to you. You get that one match where everything feels like it starts to click a little bit, and you're suddenly back in action. And again, if it was just a case of, you know, re-oiling the engine, that's absolutely fine. Redline though, getting naded from both sides. That is a troublesome spot to be in.
Redline in a man-made red zone. That was quick death from them, but actually it was also Go Next who was able to do quite a bit here from that west side. They have been, as much as they made the bow rotate, they've actually been a little bit quiet compared to what I thought they were going to be, but they've survived on that west side pretty well. The only problem is now Levante's seen you, and that's a problem.
Have you seen how many loot crates are littered on this western side?
Yeah, welcome to Tego.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot to work with.
Would you like to have 8 of your team members have full 3 gear as well as a P90 and maybe a Lynx as well? Go over to the west side. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's Christmas. That's Christmas here. Hello, my bad. Does get a lovely nade over on that side from Team Vitality.
They're making it at this point, aren't they? Look at that from Hello My Bad. He's feeling it as well. A cheeky chappy in some of the interviews at PGS, and he is really feeling it. Almost 40 points after not even the conclusion of Game 3 here, Blank.
Another nade from Vard over towards Max. Again, I'm always astonished by the utility usage from these teams. And again, they've had to get very good at it as on the switch over towards TPP. Utility becomes incredibly important to work with, but Vitality just is not stopping. Already up to 40 points now. Make that 41 on their way to win the game out. Nades coming left, right, and center. That one should do the trick as Quizzy starts to move up.
Yeah, this one should be it. There we go. Levante with yet another. Yes, congratulations, Vitality. You have redeemed yourself from the last 2 days. But this is a lobby they should be donking on. This is a lobby they should be smashing here with everything is said and done. As Baldonini, down in the south side, has actually carved themselves quite a decent little chunk of land to be able to play with and getting a little bit further into this game. It's up to what's X-Hal going to do? I'm wondering how healthy that BRDM still is for them. But they have found out of it a little bit. Yes.
I mean, I'd just like to make a public apology to Team Vitality. I was not familiar with your game. As another nade comes on through. This one's slightly higher. Tries to get the bounce around the side.
Blue
zone around the back. Tries to squeeze them out, but they've got so much utility to work with. Another blue zone up front, forcing them to duck, dive, and cover. Out of the way here, Levante over towards Odom Avasi. It is just non-stop chaos, non-stop action with this team.
Where did he get the Panzerfaust from? I guess one of the car boots or something, but that's ridiculous here as a late stage. I guess maybe they were waiting for that BRDM. Maybe they hit the BRDM, actually, if it was driving on up. I'm not exactly sure, but here he is right next to it, actually putting in even more work. Saying, get out of there. That's my BRDM. Oh, hey, nade, run away. Okay, so and he does. That was cheeky.
We'll drop the nade. Baldonini, Sunflower, he will loop that one over. Looks very nice to me. And X-How, although they get far into the game, that will be them going out. BRDM can only carry you so far. Hello, my bad from Team Vitality will start to move on forward. The rest of the squad, 47 points. I mean, I think it's all but done here for Team Vitality. The question is, how far do they go today? How many of those points do they hoover up at the top side of the table? And how close do they make it for third?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because it becomes real problematic if suddenly Vitality's qualified and you start running into them and you're like, well, we had really good chances to be able to actually advance on, but we're being destroyed by a team that really has no care anymore. They are going to be a battering ram in these games. As Kadel still looking towards the Go Next boys. They've done good job here with 7 kills on the distance, as well as being able to stay alive here into this top 3 position, but still not quite enough to be able to push you into that top 3 scenario just yet. I'm also very concerned for X-Howl, if I'm honest, as Levante gets Apocalypse. It's because the thing is that X-Howl had a BRDM and just did nothing with it during all of this. And for Go Next, I think it's probably Go Next very soon.
I mean, to be fair to them, I think they had a good run in from that western side. Sadly, it's not meant to be. They run up against an absolute beast of an opponent. I mean, Levante just reminded me of Jason Statham from Crank right now. He's just got to keep that heart pumping, and to do that, it's just non-stop action, non-stop warfare from this man. And Levante is really found a place in my heart. Like, I love someone as aggressive as this is.
Max, what can we get done? Triple X with Max here. As it's all the hard men going up against one another. You got Vin Diesel down here. You got Jason Statham, aka Budget Bruce Willis. And that's going to annoy some people, but whatever.
Not the same, man. That's annoying me, actually.
Good. Oh, okay. Max is gone. Sorry, mate.
Oh, my bad. With a great shot over towards Max. Now, Baldanini up to 29 points. They do have 4 players versus the 3, but really Team Vitality look like a cornered beast and a very angry beast at that. I'll see if Baldanini can close this one out. They have a great position. It's a great lineup right now. Team Vitality sort of needs to play their hearts out to win this one. Emergency cover flares also in the hands, so much options available to Baldanini.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how long they were in that compound for, and it is a long time in this game.
They're giving them cover.
Yeah, maybe. They might be able to work with it. We've seen a lot of scenarios where if you defensively smoke, then your opponents will use it against you. So we'll see what they're going to do. That's a great molly on that rock. Starting to Levante through the bush. Absolutely tears Tabble apart. And here for Baldanini now, they have got a bit of a puzzle to actually solve, because the problem is that Team Vitality right now are feeling on it. Levante has 1,200 damage. What is going on?
I can feel him swinging on this, Kale. I really can. Kadel, though, on this lion's perch, it looks like a good spot to play in. Stun grenades going out. Mr. Shimada taking a lot of damage from the blue here, while Sunflower will go for the res behind the emergency cover flare. They're able to use that, like you say, to get a little bit further up. Panzerfaust in the hands of Hello My Bad. Explosive ending much.
Oh, another smoke actually went down on that rock, and that meant now that they were not going to see Levante moving around. They've got 14 kills. Hello, My Bad's going to go. He's just going to shoot for it. He goes for it. It's a double. I can't believe it. Tabble, though, did get up and actually take down Hello, My Bad. It's all on Levante now to try and do something. He's going around the right-hand side here, going for a straight into the smoke. There's no way. How did he hit the shot? What was that? What was
that? 6 cents from Levante in a moment of chaos after a double Panzerfaust. Hello, My Bad. More like my best regards to your team after an insane play coming through from Team Vitality. This team is switched on, Gale.
You brought up the 6 cents. We brought up Bruce Willis. Levante is anything but dead. The entire story through. What on earth was that from Levante? He shows why he is world class, and they've finally turned it on here in day number 3. Avenger joining us back here. That might have been Avenger, one of the most insane little players we have seen all 3 days long from Levante.
Yeah, that was so insane, man. I cannot believe that they're able to close that one out. And then on top of it, it's a back-to-back, guys. It's just an insane amount of points in just 2 games. I would say that it's likely just the points from game 2 and 3 here. That's going to be enough to qualify them. Like, the rest is just to play around, the extra points to have fun with here. Baldanini, though, they tried their best. They tried to really lock this compound down and get point of it. Sure, they actually have a really good shot at still making it, but damn, denied those extra points from the win and the kills. that could have come if they're able to eliminate Vitality.
I'm just in awe. It's like, because there's so much smoke in that moment as well, the game sense from Levante to know where they're likely going to be, because you're in a very confined circle at that point, right, Blank? So if there's going to be one person in the smoke on the first place that you're going to be shooting at, they're likely going to be kind of on the edge of that, trying to kind of slowly econ in whilst there it is again as well. And the flick to turn around and be able to take out the second man, that is just... I said it just before, it's world class, class.
It's thousands upon thousands of hours of playing this game and knowing those scenarios like the back of your hand, right? Where you've played it, I've played these games before type of deal. And you just have that intuition. And like you say, Levante, what a masterclass of a game from him. 28 points, rivaling on 30 there, 57 in the third game of the day. Like we're saying, they have hoovered up absolutely everything.
Close to a 20-point average is insane. I will say as well, though, whilst we are praising Levante for his gameplay there as well, Avenger, it doesn't happen without that Panzerfaust, without the double Panzer from Hello My Bad.
No, Hello My Bad really opened the door for him to push through, and obviously the stun grenade to go forward to kind of confuse everyone, make sure he had no sound cues was massive there. But yeah, it's a 1,314 damage a game here from Levante, but it's 8 kills from Hello My Bad. It's 15 combined between these two guys, just insane. And in 2 games, they're able to do a total of 51 points, 23 in the last one, 28 in this one here. I'll bet you that number 2 probably doesn't even get close to 51 points total. They're gonna hoover up so many of the points in the rest of these games.
But this is what should have happened. This is a Vitality coming into a lobby that, technically speaking, if you look at what they have capable of them when it comes to what should be PGSs and stuff like that, they should be farming this lobby. And watching that game go down, that was certainly the case there. These numbers are a little bit bonkers, Blank.
Yeah, they're off the charts. I mean, 2,500 damage for Levante. What a beast. And he has, I mean, even from the original day, has been dragging his team, kicking and screaming, and finally the rest of the team wakes up. And I think, honestly, today, it has been a fantastic showing from Quizzy, Gedrox, as well as Hello My Bad. I think Levante just needed that. And as soon as that happens, he's able to show up in a big way alongside the rest of his team. It's a really nice game to not only show that Levante is insane, but the rest of the team is great as well.
Let's have a cool down moment for a second here after just 3 games on our 3rd day here. Explosive action abound. We're going to check in with Team Yo as we do have their comms from this last game. Let's check in and see how they were able to fare here on Tego.
Some guy in the garage.
We should leave, James.
They are all...
They're sending fast, Michael. They're sending fast. Don't leave, Michael. Okay.
I can't throw them when shot.
Stay there. Okay.
I can't throw them when he comes and when shot in the top like on here.
They were never reaching you.
Cool.
Now they are.
I'm just can't hear. I'm gonna shot.
Do we go there? And
No,
them?
I'm not gonna risk that, bro, if they're driving past or not.
No, put there. Car behind us. Car, blue mark.
Nice shot.
Got the flush. Boys, carry your south. It's not very good here with only one car. Yeah, south. VSS, guys. Cabby.
He's leaving from road.
It's 175, actually.
Can I need something, James?
160, 175.
Dead now, get to go. Try to drive to yellow. I don't know. And then I think we need to cut it up. I don't know if we can. There's a guy picking up from behind. I'm not.
One peek right, smoke.
They're going above me right now.
Right side, 2 guys.
Right side, 2 guys.
One more in the open here.
In the open. Easy reach me.
Nice.
Don't go for rest. You have new teams out. This is solo. That's solo guy in car and 4-man. This is 4-man Vitality shooting you.
If you can throw a fake smoke.
We don't have smoke, Brian. They didn't have smoke.
Come on, bro. The car's
All right, of course, that is Team Yo here, being able to try and take some of these spots. Of course, they're finding themselves in precarious places and kind of are being picked at a little bit. I'm not sure whether or not, Avenger, it's going to be enough for Yo unless they really step things up in the next 2 games.
Yeah, they're really unfortunate in this spot here. They got angled from so many sides, and then the circle to pop completely opposite for them in phase 6 here, and that's, it really comes apart for them. And then going down to a 2-man with Bliss trying to sneak a little bit. He stole one of the kills on the Ghetto Gang knocks. And then, yeah, trying to get into the circle here, and there's just a full 4-man from Vitality just shooting your toes beneath your car. Like, there's nothing to do there. They did still get some points, some kills to boot here. One placement point, so it's fine.
Blank, how do you feel? Being here, witnessing greatness on Tego.
It's glorious. It's just good. I mean, it started with Tego Talks and ended with Levante Madness. It's been fun. It's been fun overall. I think just to double back to the Yo as well, it's been sad where they've set themselves up very well, but not quite ever had the circle come to them. I want to see a game today where they set themselves up like this, because I do really like the way they're playing these initial starts of these games, but I want to see a circle come to them and how they handle that.
All right, time for a break. I think we all need it after what we just witnessed. When we return, we have 2 more games here to get yourself to top 3 or second or third, let's be fair, here for all of these teams trying to get themselves to the final. See you soon.
Knock all day. Low day shot, Michael. Michael, you're muted. You're muted, Michael. He's under the bridge, guys. Let's drive on him together, okay?
Yeah.
Happy, drive me closer. Drive me to the lighthouse, okay?
To the lighthouse?
Yeah, drive to the lighthouse.
Right here.
Yeah. Oh. Nice. Just take the flushes now and we go over.
Bro, no time.
Nice, we got 3
Can we
flushes.
load quickly?
Wait, my kill is not flush.
I knocked one in the compound on yellow. They need to cross for him. He's knocked behind yellow and one is in the closest.
No, we don't want to do anything. We're not doing it. Where's the fuck's the smoke? Oh, I found him.
So we never see it anyways. Yeah. I mean, just fuck. How do we get there though? I think it's still wrong. It's doing like a circle because I think we have to drive out like this.
It should be like this way, no?
Come to us.
We gotta pull middle, guys.
Come to us. Come look at the zone. Don't fall in. Great.
If you can.
I have to run straight out.
Yeah, no. Go hide it.
Kinda did.
I'm gonna have a kill on yellow.
Knock on the right.
He's looking at you, yellow ping.
I think I scored you there. Chance.
Gamma 3.
Where is this?
Pulling up on yellow mark. Maybe knocks.
Yeah.
One knock. We can flash him. Easy flash.
Nice. That was.
They're still not flashed.
One more knock, 3.
This dark green jumpsuit is the cornerstone of this outfit. Hello, I'm Stratos from this, and today I'm gonna show you my favorite skins. This is the outfit that I've used in open qualifiers. The reason I like this outfit is because its colors blend into the background in most of the maps, and you won't end up looking like a walking disco ball. I picked this helmet skin because it matches with the rest of my outfit. This Mini 14 skin is probably my favorite weapon skin in the game. The reason why I like it is probably because I have had it for a very long time and the glowing effect on it looks good. I picked this backpack skin for the same reason as I picked the helmet, that it matches the colors of my overall outfit the best out of all the backpack skins that I own. For gloves I picked these black gloves, only the reason they look good. This dark green jumpsuit is the cornerstone of this outfit. Wearing this, you increase your chances of not getting spotted by enemies when you need to get points for your team as last player alive.
Walk into the room, see them all taking pics. Bag real heavy, yeah, the money looking thick.
Only 2 games remaining here for PEC. Final chance to be able to get yourself through into the final. Those 3 teams will advance. The only problem for 15 teams, though, is that there is a Goliath in this lobby, in Team Vitality, taking a back-to-back chicken dinner, taking 57 points in 3 games, and now that makes it all the more difficult to try and scrap, toil, and claw to get to that top 3, because it's going to be close. It is going to be close with only 2 games remaining. Joining me, Avenger, as well as Blank here to talk about this one. And Avenger, I wouldn't want to be on any of those 15 teams now, considering how difficult this is going to be.
Yeah, I'd probably position myself completely opposite to wherever Vitality is at all times, as you can check out Code Blue here below us. I'll say this, though. Top 3 day 1, 39 points. Top 3 yesterday, 50 points. Now, with the 57 they've got already. Guaranteed top 3 is, of course, one thing, but yeah, going up against teams where you now can just have fun. It's going to be so much fun for these guys on Team Vitality. 2 games of fun. And for the other 15 teams, 2 games of mayhem if you go up against them.
At the same time, though, we've got Mr. Positivity, good old Blank here with us. At least technically that means, even if you're down at the bottom, Blank, if you win a game towards the end with some big kill points, you could just straight be in there. Lovely.
Yeah, you could straight be in there, you get towards the top side, or you could just qualify for a break. I mean, either is good, honestly.
No, stop that. No. Congratulations, you've qualified for a week off. Brilliant. Lovely. I don't like
2
that
weeks
one.
off.
No. Yeah, actually, true. 2 weeks off. But I'm no doubt there will be some scrims. No doubt there'll be some heavy talks about how we're going to actually approach that 3rd week, I suppose. But we're moving on to Rondo next here, Mr. Avenger. And all things considered, as you say, don't go near Vitality. But beyond that, what else are we looking for as we take a look at Levante's ridiculous numbers against Cogs?
Just more Vitality action is what we want to see here. 16 kills in the course of 3 games is just unheard of here. Yeah. 2,400 damage, of course, as well. And this is the 3 games. This is not their total performance across the 3 last days. It is just the 3 games here. Absolutely insane. But yeah, Rondo is one of the difficult maps. It's one of the maps that has the most predictable unplayable. But then yesterday we saw that that could also create and have, cursed and difficult circles to come their way. That was just insane. So I actually expect more of difficult games to come on Rondo. The beautiful thing about Rondo is we usually see more spread out points. We don't really see these really, really big games where teams, they get 25 plus points. But with Team Vitality having 57 already, they could just go on an absolute bash of a game here.
I have to be a little critical of Boldanini actually here in this moment, despite them being in 2nd place, because as much as they were in that compound since like phase 2, and unfortunately weren't able to round it out. But anyway, thank you very much, Avenger, for joining us. We will talk to you after this one. It's me and Blank once again to bring you Rondo and figure out how all this is going to go down. For all of those teams here, Blank, stay away from Vitality.
Absolutely, because this is potentially a rowdy Rondo that we're getting ourselves into with Levante and the squad. I mean, Leviathan Levante at the moment. He is an absolute beast, and it really is still wakes the deep at the moment. You do not want to go deep into those waters with Team Vitality because you do not know what's lurking down there. But we're getting into this one from the south towards that north side. We've got Rondo's. I was like, oh my god, we've swapped to some weird texture. I was like, that's in the game. That's in this map.
Yes, it is. Did I have to follow up that? I'm sorry.
That's okay. I did a whole cool bit about Levante. You could take that. Have that.
Okay. I was also watching
Develop
back.
that.
I was also watching back, admittedly, of how chat was going to react to the Levante moment because it was just bonkers. So I needed to. I don't often check in with chat, but I really wanted to see that. But we're checking in with Hung Shan by the looks of things, and Redline, who gets themselves a good old circle for this one, all the way down here. Now, of course, there is always those pillars. There's a little bit of water here in play as well. So oftentimes we get relatively predictable circles, but we'll see what actually does go on because I'll be frank, in our past 3 days, our circles have been anything but predictable. They've been quite wild.
Yeah, they really have been. And it's all for the PUBG 9th anniversary. That's what it's all about. These circles were pre-designed by a very cool engineer who decided to make the most difficult circles possible. I am joking, by the way. This is all random. But we are waiting to see exactly where this is going to go. Because like you say, these circles have been crazy. I mean, even yesterday, you don't often see a circle like that where it heads over towards a water side. It's undecided for so long and then shifts away from everyone. So tough to play around. I am excited for the final game of the day. Sadly, we won't be casting it, but you are in capable hands with Kalaris and Avenger. I am just a new guy.
All right. Going into business for yourself here. What's going on? Trying to rally the chat. We want blank. We want blank.
No. I'm just saying. I'm sad. I'm sad because that game is going to be crazy with the small amount of points difference it's going to be between third and fourth. Please relieve me.
No. I mean, let's just have a blank solo cast for that last game. I think actually. No. Wait. No, I think when you look at actually what actually just went down is that James almost like sacrificed himself to the position in the middle. I cannot believe going over against Ever. It's he was so far away from the rest of Yo just then whilst that was going down that line.
He's done that a lot, actually.
I don't mind the big splits to try and get a vehicle and then be able to move on forwards. But when you're not quite sure who's dropping towards Neox Factory and Test Track and knowing how aggressive they're going to be around the edges of it, I think it's a little lapse in judgment, right? So, yeah, it's I wonder where the blue chip is. That's my question.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that you mention it, though. I think that's the thing for me is that it's something that me and Mark were looking at a lot during the Cups, is that some of James' splits towards, I think, week 4 and 5 were very, very far away from the team and sometimes ended up in tiers, honestly. So I think for Yo, I don't know at the end of the day. Like, is this a really good player or is it just something that doesn't work now and again? I mean, more often than not, it has ended up poorly.
Well, not exactly hitting everything on that spray, though, is Schiller as well. So a little bit poor on it. But again, you've got an AK. You're only working with iron sights. I can forgive a bit of that as he's zipping on past very, very quickly. But for no tag team, been a rough day, hasn't it, for them? There was moments where I feel like in the past 2 days, they were almost qualifying on through into that final, but not quite here so far. It's a huge mountain now to climb in a lobby like this. That said, I mean, one good game, and you're suddenly really in contention, but only on 6 points. You're going to need one good game, and then the next game really to halfway go your way at least.
Okay, let's say that we stop right now with Boldanini as well as Team Vitality in the top 2. Who would you like to see as a third team go through?
I'm not convinced Boldanini's getting through, mate.
Neither am I, but if I had to squeeze it down to one slot, all right?
Okay.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's hard to say, isn't it? Because there's so many good teams down towards this bottom side of the table. It's like, I'm also really unsure who I'd place in that top 3.
Honestly, I'd love to say construction workers because of the names on the team, right? Like the fact that technically extreme veterans, they've almost, like some of their members have been in like literally every single PEC, PCS, regional that has ever gone down in the history of regionals in EMEA. So that's kind of where they're at. So if they don't make a final, that would be crazy.
The current play just isn't up to scratch, is it? That's the thing.
Not quite.
But again, they're on 21 points.
And they have to make an adjustment days before the tournament, right?
We do forgive them for that. We do forgive them for that. So they have super sleuthed their way into 5th right now. And we'll see if they can get further than that off the back of these next couple of matches.
Jadina City, where we'll never go.
Now, I thought it was Jadina City as well. And then Mark said Jadena City. And I quite like Jadena.
Yeah, but he's from the south. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I've been saying Jadena now as well. You don't have to get on board with this shit, but I'm probably going to say Jadena.
Okay. Whatever I ever agreed with Mark? That's my question. No, I really... and I guess I'll have to maybe agree with him in weeks 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah, you will.
So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah.
Don't you come up my co-cast.
Wait a minute. I was casting with him way before you. What is this?
Right now we have a very
blossoming love. Okay,
we're great friends. Known him for a long time, actually.
With a
5 weeks to be precise. But yeah, we've got a big clump of teams diagonally across this side of the circle. We do have that water down towards that southwest side, so it makes sense why teams are littering along this edge of the map. And then you got a lot of this high ground over towards the northeast side that teams are tending to ignore. Vitality coming in slightly late with Gedrox leading the charge here. Very far in front of most players, but I think this is an absolutely okay push from him in terms of scouting. I think he expects most teams to be further down towards the south side than him. I think it'd be weird if there was a team here at this stage of the game.
Yeah, so kind of jokes aside on where I was thinking like, oh, I don't think even Baldini is going to be able to make it whilst we do have some nades going towards the position. Voltrox is actually making a big move here. They're coming in late, and I'm curious to see how they're going to fare if they don't actually have a compound for the entire game, right? So coming in late and trying to make that rotate behind a lot of teams might be difficult, but it might be difficult as well for Vorix. He is down. Buptrox trying to make this push very aggressively on this location. Jonta will actually reply in kind, though. Iron 5 is dead. But where's the reinforcements? Come along, help.
I mean, April was coming in. I mean, gonna drop a nade across. Should just get the spray down. Yeah, over towards the side. We'll be able to hit the blue chip as well off the back of that. So that's 2 kills going through for Ghetto Gang. I've actually been very... I know April's like the name that a lot of people will recognize on this team, but I've been very, very impressed with Iron 5. Throughout the majority of the game days we've seen from Ghetto Gang. He's had some really nice pop-off moments and keeps his cool in moments like that where it is a 1v2.
Yeah, when we saw Iron 5 kind of playing a little bit, it kind of really surfaced on like teams like We Live Again, and I think he might have been playing with guys like April kind of behind the scenes as well for a little bit during all of that. But really kind of impressed when I first watched him on PEC stage. Admittedly, it was in early PEC stages, but it was still very good. So I totally agree. I think a really strong prospect, even though he's dead.
Even though he's dead. So is I'm Sancho. Down now in the doldrums. Tabby will go across from Baldini, pick him up. But you're right, Baldini coming in very late here, out inside the blue, almost into phase 2 as well. Coming past Tinlong Gardens. And with the amount of players kind of spaced...
casualties.
Yeah, amount of players spaced along this side of the map, even if they do get past Ghetto Gang, they're going to have a troublesome time getting over towards the northwest edge.
I'm surprised Ghetto Gang's come back here for this fight. I thought maybe they would just continue on after losing 2 and not really being able to take any from Baldini, but it seems like they're keen for blue chips, reses, big plays, and I don't mind it at all. As Max is going to get out of his car, go for a bit of a spray, but he's taking more damage. Going up against Ares, it's actually difficult sometimes to be able to take those trades if somebody's good at being able to get the drive-by shots in, because drive-by shooting became a lot easier, and this was a while ago now, or like a few years ago, but significantly more stable, and if you can make it work, Ares absolutely flattens him.
Just as well flattered Max. Yeah, I think Ares has been so good. As an addition to the team as well, getting so much done for the squad. I've been very, very impressed with him. Super clutch moments. And even that last game, I actually really hoped that he would just go for the 1v4. I genuinely felt like he could have done it. It is obviously the EV play to go for the res, right? But yeah, again, you were one of those moments where you're kind of hoping. Now, coming back to the very beginning of this game, in the pre-show for it, preamble at least, I asked for a game where Yo got a central position on a circle, see what he could get done with that, and we are gifted that very moment right here. So this is a test now for Yo, as no tag team does get blasted. Doffy shoots Rafa.
Yeah, it's getting all a bit messy at the moment here. As for Yo, Cappy is down. PWD gets himself Rinner, but I don't know, man. Having lost James as early as they did, and there's going to be a lot of teams trying to kind of scrap for these middle positions. I think more teams are going to be going past them, or at least hearing this and third partying, maybe even fourth partying on those kinds of spots. The Jaco Benito's kind of rocked up alongside on the 9th anniversary location next to X-Howl, but I don't think they want to move anytime soon.
I think a lot of teams are pretty much locked in place. It's a nice nade, which Teja has to immediately get away from. Hello, my bad. Still going strong with the Panzerfaust. Finds Bosian with it. Oh, he's relentless. He is relentless.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Storm on arrival, Storm upon request even, sorry, I should say, they are having the Panzerfaust upon arrival, and that's a huge problem because you have to disengage. You cannot take this fight. You've already lost one, and you're going up against the team that is just on fire right now. Get out of dodge as fast as possible.
It's so tough because Vitality's got not a care in the world. They will hunt
chase
you.
them.
They're happy to hunt you as well. So for Storm on request, they have to make the big dip right now, get out of the way. Quizzy remains behind to hold on to this position, scout out any teams that might be coming in from that northwest side. But yeah, like you say, Schiller go for the res. Red line nice and central. Once again, they are very good at slipping into these nice little spots on the map.
You gotta be. You gotta be here as all right, BMX man himself. Anybody's where are we gonna go from this? For Ghetto Gang, yeah, they've got quite a bit of work to do. They do technically have quite a bit of room down on the south side to play, but there's actually spots there where we usually have circles shift away from. So seeing as all of these teams are kind of situating themselves northeast of Hongshan to try and kind of bear fruit from those circle shifts later on down the line, as the Myth of also has a lot of room on that west side, but again, it's because the water's over there, right? Nobody really kind of wants to be over there at the moment. It was Baron that got it. He came up.
He did. I mean, going for the res, Schiller. Instead, just rocking around the side, and maybe it's a double threat where, yeah, double threat. You know, either way, someone's getting back into the game. Barring massive unluck. Shift over towards the northwest side. That is a very odd shift, actually. Over onto the water on this northwest side. The silos up towards the north too. Jocko Benito going for a bit of a crazy approach over towards Redline. And in the Cubs, Redline is very familiar with Jocko Benito actually rocking up to them. It usually happened in phase 1, and a lot of times Redline were the losers of that battle. So potentially time for revenge, redemption versus Jocko Benito, who looks a little bit down on their luck today.
A lot of M249s on board here for Jogger Benito, so they are going to be rat-a-tatting if you come on down this hillside. But again, being on the low ground means you're at a bit of a disadvantage here against Redline, but I think it's going to be a symbiotic relationship for the moment. Pushing against either of those buildings is going to be difficult. Vitality's moving on the east side, and with that shift, it's weird because like now with phase 4 kind of pushing out water and stuff like that, the Mythov has taken a compound next to the water, and I'm not a huge fan of it. Storm on request, good see S2G moving back in here from that res, as they did get the 2 off, so they're just waiting for reinforcements. They cannot die before those come on in, but they are taking some bullets here and there. They're going to try and play as cautious as possible on this north side.
Yeah, it's where the stocks really go up towards Hongshan, as well as those compounds that currently Redline and Jogger Benito are playing, which is why they made that direct send in so quickly. I still think it's a little bit unlikely this heads over towards X-Howl over on the northern side. There is a possibility, but it's much more likely it heads down towards Hongshan or over towards the eastern edge. I think it's very playable alongside construction workers, though, Kalaris. Like, I think it's very playable to get multiple teams in.
Yeah, definitely you can, and it's actually quite a hotbed for hot drops normally. What's interesting is that construction workers threw up an emergency pickup. I'm wondering if they use that to deny any other teams doing it, because they know that Hongshan is going to become a position where it actually could be quite heavily contested. There is a world where this is construction workers qualification match, right?
Yeah.
And if that is the case here, considering Hongshan is maybe going to be shifted into here, it will be huge here for the boys.
It's so insanely smart as well, because the high ground there inside of Hongshan, it's very hard to get players off those positions. So if they could pick up in on towards the top side of Hongshan, you could backfill construction workers quite easily if they're playing on the low ground right now. So yeah, that's a very, very smart play. I like that.
Yeah, I wonder if they have more. If they have more, just keep popping them. Keep denying people any opportunity, because you can only have one down at any given time. One of them's knocked, actually, though. I'm not exactly sure who knocked him. But Vitality on that eastern side, even, is taking a little bit of a scrap, a bit of a fight, as Everlong, as well as Storm on request, are ahead of them, and also SUG. Okay, so it is actually Yo who actually was able to come in here from this and do a little bit of fighting, but they're getting absolutely destroyed. And this is going to feel quite cathartic here for Vard and Fex going up against the Jeems team, but Nailup's doing quite a bit of work against Michael and PWD. It's all on Kappa to try and do something. Does take the helmet off Nailup straight away, but here comes reinforcements. Yo is down, and it's a disaster for Yo.
Yeah, Captain Cappy does go down with his ship, sadly. And
Teams are moving.
just like we predicted, it does head down towards Hongshan and over towards that eastern side. So teams are instantly on their way in. PBRU on that eastern side. You got Boldanini, Voptrox, Ghetto Gang on the north. This is unbelievable how fast teams do come in. But at this point in time, it's like you sort of want to be getting over towards some of these buildings, trying to lock those down.
Yeah, absolutely the worst time for construction workers to have to have dealt with Yo when they did, because they had no answer to 3 teams. Oh, another team. Gonex is also crashing in. Everlong is crashing in. We have all of the PBRU crashing in. Everybody is joining Hongshan right now here to try and make this work.
It is interesting this happens after this circle shift. I half expected more teams to take the Yo approach and just go for this much earlier. Instead, they're in fairly late. Now, construction workers, like you say, after that little bit of a fight with Yo, they have to try and get themselves back up to speed, but Nalup's already down as Go Next attempts to make their way in. There is a little bit of a clapback here. Vex is attempting to make stuff work, but the blue zone nades are in on top of him, and he doesn't win the engagement.
Pixelic wasn't there either, so he can't even reinforce those angles. He's going to send some nades forwards, but there's nothing for him to be able to do from this high ground. As much as I said, yeah, okay, maybe it's a construction workers great game from Hongshan, as Pixelic's trying to get every single point he can. Now, unfortunately, with like 6 teams crashing in on Hongshan, which is almost unheard of in that short space of time, it's almost impossible to try and defend yourself from that kind of crash, that kind of brutality coming your way.
Redline, in the meantime, have taken heavy casualties from Jogo Benito. Actually took a Panzerfaust to the face, but yeah, that is an incredible migration from so many teams, and the E-Pickup did little to defend off against the onslaught of squads all marching into position. Crazy scenes today overall. Vitality, on the other hand, they're very happy to sit on that northeast side. Just look in. They have consistently chased Storm on request, who are having a very bad time on the northeast edge.
Yeah, I mean, they're in dead last. It's ridiculous here. Another Panzerfaust. How am I bad? He's made of bazookas. Both of his arms are bazookas. He's doing plenty of damage. Poor Storm on request. Sorry, you're the victims, and you will not be qualifying through into that grand final for sure. Hello, back goes for the seat swap, and he gets in. Oh my! Okay, they're feeling themselves. They're just having good fun now. They're feeling themselves.
It's Bazooka Bad on the case alongside with Leviathan Levante, making things work today. It is crazy stuff. Exile on the Pico bus does topple it. Justice with the BRDM will try and lap them, but kind of difficult. This thing does go quite slow.
Yeah, okay shots there for a second, but they don't quite convert completely on that. So dip back in the BRDM, get yourself some cover, and even that actually calls in some good comms. You can ping exactly where they are from Justice's position so that they can land these nades, but they're bouncing a little too far, as I always love how the grenade looks when it actually ripples through the water here on this game. Famas, not enough though. Odun actually was able to win out that trade there, but there's just too many people around them. I think Exile's done here.
Yeah, I mean, you're going up against Ares. It's the god of war. You can't really deal with him at all. The Mad tries to get out of the picture. Amika looking to send him back to the asylum. Not quite making it work, but Justice will pick up the kill points. You know, padding the stats just a little bit. That's fine. That's okay. He got there in the BRDM. He takes those. Redline down to just Zico versus 4 players. It's angry flashbacks for them, really, to the Cubs.
There's no way you win this. Oh, sawn off. Okay, he got one. Oh, he got a second one there as well, but it isn't enough. Slaston actually comes around here with his own sawn off. It was, yeah, a nice try in the end. Getting back in there, res him up.
It's an interesting shift on the circle, no? Heads up towards that northern side, away from Hongshan. So despite that incredible amount of teams all darting towards Hongshan, it doesn't actually end up going there. Instead, we got Team Vitality on that northeast side alongside with S2G, kind of benefiting a lot. I'd also say the Myth-Off have quite a bit of space to work around with, and you know, that location they're playing on the northwest side has actually benefited them quite a bit. They have had to take some scrappy fights, though, to get here, so we have to remember that.
Yeah, as we always say, the golden rule generally is don't go into a city or an urban area if you know it's not going to end there. But unfortunately here, there was still a lot of potential for these circle shifts, and it's very likely that we do actually shift outside of it. Now, that means that all of those teams are going to have to kind of rally on through one another. Technically, it harbored some sanctuary, right, for a lot of these teams for a good portion of this game to get yourself towards placement points, at least, with only 2 teams remaining to be eliminated. And you'd like to think you can outlast those 2 teams if you've actually taken some of these buildings. So, but it might get a bit sticky, might get a bit treacherous.
S2G though, this is the time. This is go time, right? 8 points. You'd have to have a big game to even put yourself in contention for the last game, and even then it's 2 games back to back, and the amount of players inside this lobby are dwindling as we go on. Schiller goes down to Simon at distance from the MK12. So I think for S2G, it's like it's feeling more and more like lights out. You know, they're in the boxing ring. They're starting to sway. It's not looking good.
Not at all. And especially Bazooka Man.
Bazooka.
Mr.
Bazooka.
R.I.P. my grandma. Kaboom, kaplow. Something along those lines. And now he's got a mortar. And actually, you know what the problem
Bazooka
is?
Bad.
Hello, my bad. Actually, he's really good with the mortar as well. So this is a problem. How far is that? It's like... it's not bad, actually. 116. Okay, he's changed a little bit to 192. I think that's too far. We'll see. We'll see. I think it's a bit too far, though. I think it needs to be shorter than that. Let's see if I'm right. Let's see if Hello My Bad's right.
I think maybe it's too far. We'll see.
I think 160 some.
Yeah, he's close. He is close, though.
But it was like, how many meters is that off? About 20? Or kind of where he'd changed from. He was at 169 compared to the 192.
I guess I see what you're saying. Like, he's not going to double back on 20 meters, is he? Yeah, he's committed.
I wish he would. I wish he would.
Come on, bad bazooka. So
right,
sad.
well,
he might catch the Jogomanito running in.
That would be terrible. Oh my god, those nades might catch them. Oh, that's a lot of damage on Slapson. And actually, the more go on through here, as Simon's going to be pushing on against this as well. S2G is in a world of trouble right now. These smokes allow them to push all the way on up. Slapson actually did get caught by one of the mollies in those smokes. It's hard to actually be able to identify exactly where that's gone when you're making these big push forwards. CCNX with a great spray here with the QBZ of all things. Jeez, we never see the QBZ anymore.
Around the corner, Levante though, he's looking to take names and points away from S2G. CCNX able to find Simon at least, but there is shots coming from the sidelines. He does have to double back, can't quite see. I see past the foray here. Just so with the M24 at distance finds Schiller from S2G.
Jogomanito gone. They're going to need a big game in the next one to try and get themselves into that top 3. So some of their plans get scuppered. As now, once again, Team Vitality is going to be trying to move on forward against S2G up on this north side. I will say S2G, we watched them as they got 2 reses off during this game and eventually found themselves a compound. It's a good kind of salvage game here for them so far. And they're not dead just yet. So let's see if we can get a little bit more.
It's certainly an awkward position, but Team Vitality, they've brought the emergency cover flares with them. This BRDM is going strong right now. Just this relationship with it, you know, very high at the moment. They're doing well, we'll see how much further they can go with his trusty BRDM in tow.
What is this? Is he trying to gain rep with the BRDM faction and he's exalted? What's going on?
It's like the BRDM dating sim we're thinking about now.
Oh, okay, like the hatful boyfriend game where you date pigeons.
My BRDM boyfriend.
No, I hate that. Stop. I'm not taking the BRDM on a date to the Italian restaurant, okay?
It's got some super dark twist at the end.
Like hatful boyfriend.
Hatful boyfriend. But yeah, looking over towards that north side. Oh, that is rough for S2G. You cut out by just a tiny margin. But as is everyone else, we're going through to open ground here. It's going to be a very, very chaotic ending.
Oi. All right, Bazooka Man down. That is salvation for the rest of the lobby, maybe. We'll see. The problem is Levante is not down, so it doesn't end just yet. As CCNX actually does get that steal there, so very good stuff here. If S2G wants to continue to keep themselves in it. CCNX has actually got 5 so far. He switched over to the AUG now. A bit more of a reliable gun, all things considered. And Baron with the M24 finishes off Levante. That takes the Goliath that is Team Vitality out of this lobby and gives S2G a bit of room to work with here. They're technically the only ones in this circle.
Yeah, I mean, we did say for S2G, this is a big moment for them. They would need a great game on this one into another strong match on the other, because they can't really count out other teams not just overlapping them, even if they get a strong game right now. PUBG with a Panzerfaust of his own lets the moment pass, unfortunately.
Difficult to read exactly where they are. You can hear the cars, but you can't really see too much about their trajectory, their speed, or anything like that. With how many smokes have gone down, at least they do see now. Another movement coming in here from Everlong. Oh, and here's the Panzerfaust! He was able to read that one much better, thanks to some information as well from Nabat. Really good connection there, shutting down Everlong.
Everlong's still up with one player, but basically no HP, and that will be the final player out. So we're into a 4v4, v3, v3. Quite a lot of players here in this endgame.
I don't think anybody's getting out of Hongshan still. I think this is mutual destruction, and then whoever comes out is going to get slammed by the Mythov as well as S2G. For those two teams on the other side, this is a huge game right now. At this point, if you're in Hongshan, get as many kills as you can and hope as anything you're not going to be able to be blasted on the way out. But I don't know. I think PBRU, you're not long for this world, I think.
Wow, he's doing like a bit of a rap there. Get out of Hongshan as fast as you can, hiding behind the pan, something like that. But Go Next do not have a pan, apparently, as they are immediately destroyed. S2G, though, under onslaught. Lots of nades coming their way, but slipping in between the cracks of the fortress for S2G. The amount of these emergency cover flares placed down, giving them a huge amount of area to work with. It's not easily predictable to know which ones they're playing behind either, because there are so many placed down. Luckily, though, Justice can just come up with the BRDM boyfriend, have a little peek for himself.
He's still on his romantic stroll with his BRDM, you're right. I actually overestimated exactly the line of sights for S2G as well as the Mythov against the position for PBRU, because they're still having some impact here, but actually Schiller is going to greet Mika as he's been very aggressive on that push on through. There is now actually, with me overestimating exactly how much will be exposed to PBRU. There's a world where they could do something with this, but HopeJ's down. And I don't know, I feel like S2G should be able to try and get themselves out of this, but the Mythov is causing such problems. And as I say, I think it's down partially to the BRDM still in play.
Yeah, I mean, he's taken good care of it. He really has, you know, wined and dined it. But Baron on that sideline with the M24 just hasn't had the impact that he was looking for. He was pulling out the M4, trying to walk up to see if he gets something done. But what a play from Justice. Quick transfers from one target to the next. The BRDM isn't the only thing he needs to be known for inside this match. He's been killer.
It is on about 5% health. Yeah, it's really, really low. So at PBRU, you've got to shoot at this and try and shut it down.
Keep it alive.
No, this date must end. They're going to get HopeJ up.
Let's see what happens there. He's just going down. Nice shots from the bat, but luckily He-Man there with the Mini-14, he's able to get a little bit of retribution on that side. Two players behind this rock, so they are locked down, Kalaris.
Yeah, and just looking for the finish off here, looking for the killing blow on PBRU. You can do exactly what you want here from Hongshan. And congratulations to you for winning out the majority of those fights in the end. But I think the Mythov should have this in the bag. He's taken some shots through that graph. Really good, actually, anticipation of exactly where he needs to shoot through that. Thanks to being able to line it up pre.
No!
And the BRDM's gone.
Betrayal!
Sorry, the date is over, Blank.
Betrayal from the BRDM. Justice gets knocked by it. Oh,
the date didn't go well. There was no second date.
Given. Yeah, no number given. That is horrendous.
Unreal.
Aries now looking towards them. I mean, they're coming from similar angles. Surely TML is able to close this out. They have 12 kills. Make it 14. What an ender. And for S2G, that might just be it for them.
They've gone back home of the Mythov and they've had a lovely drink after everything was said and done. That is them with a big, important win here on the penultimate game on Rondo to try and keep themselves in the running for that top 3. And if everything's said and done, actually there might be quite a barrier now emerging between 3rd and 4th place and everybody below it here as we greet Avenger back on to talk about this one. Avenger, it was an interesting fan fiction from Blank throughout this game, but it's the BRDM's made it work for the Mythov.
Yeah, it did enable them for sure to get deep into this game here as Blank elaborates his own interest into the game as well. He loves the BRDMs, him Blank, doesn't he? But I'll say this though, there's a rule that we always talk about.
That much.
there's a rule we always talk about that was crossed by many teams here. Don't go into the city unless you know it's gonna end there, guys. And there's so many teams in there. But yeah, TMO works out. I actually expected SG to be able to come out, but that BRDM was just too strong to make a lot of pressure onto SG in the late game.
Yeah, it does make me wonder, right? Because we cut to the BRDM when it was quite low on health, so they must have put some shots into it during all of that, but clearly just not enough. And Justice being able to... That's the thing about the BRDM. It's not necessarily the offensive capabilities that it gives you to just go and start running people over blank. It's the angles it opens up for you. Like when Justice just moves behind SUG completely for free and then blasts 3 of them as he gets out of it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous amount of pressure, isn't it, really, that you get off the back of it. I mean, all the players constantly have to look behind them. You can't really afford to be turning around to shoot it, because if you shoot it too much, Justice knows that you've got no ammo left, and then he can jump out whilst you're reloading. It's a frustrating thing to deal with. And even there, though, it wasn't all just the BRDM. Justice was an absolute killer that game. Insane plays all over the place.
24 massive points for the Mythov. That might bag them a ticket into the finals, but we still have one game remaining to see if that's going to be able to change anything about it. It's 37 points for them in second place at the moment. Boldinini do find themselves with 32 at the moment and find themselves in a potential dangerous spot here, Avenger.
Yeah, definitely dangerous. I think there's one spot up for grabs here. I don't really see 2 teams. We're looking at a 9-point and an 11-point lead down to red line, right? I don't really see 2 teams really pushing that far and pushing them that far down. Boldanini, though, that's scary. There's right now 13 teams looking at them saying, that's our spot, that's who we're gunning for. And if they see a third-party option, that's exactly who they're going to be targeting.
I think for... Sorry, Carlos. I think it's for... The Mythov is still a little bit scary, though, right? Because it's not out of the realms of possibility that they could go out 15th, 16th, and get 0 points in this game. Similarly, Boldanini. And then one of these 4 teams underneath them is able to get a 12, 13-point game. We even saw at the start of the day 4 10-pointers. So, yeah, I think it's not done just yet for the Mythov.
It's going to be close in this last one for sure. As we take a look at the numbers coming in from this, He-Man actually from the Mythov was able to do 752 damage, as much as Justice made it look kind of crazy there towards the end. Look at that, Mr. He-Man doing a lot of work there, Avenger, for that game. Yeah, good stuff from him. I honestly, again, He-Man is such a crazy player. He's always been looked at as that guy that just has such insane skill, and you can combine it with the rest of the guys. It's really worked off. This is TMO has been a joy to watch here. Obviously, this push from Justice is really what they enabled them on S2G's getting the 3 kills there. But yeah, TMO and the way that they're synergizing right now is working off. Yeah, I don't really see them not qualifying. They're going to be smart about it. Sure, there's some other teams that might get a big game here, but they're going to play in a way where they're going to secure themselves an opportunity to get a few kills, but also strike at the team that they feel like they're in direct contention with. I am not going to ask everybody what they think, who's going to be able to advance, who's going to be able to make it, because it really is going to be... It's going to feel like, to me, a Game 6, Game 5. It's going to be a bit wild, this last one. But before we do get into that game, number 5, let's check in with the Goliath of the lobby and Vitality and see what their comms were like in that previous game.
Я буду с панциром принимать. Парни, ко мне едьте, 100%.
Да, меня щел спотнул, они могут развернуться на меня.
Еще?
Один у меня на скале еще.
Бэт, еще?
Один уезжает. Очканул, все.
Он убегает. Тачка горит.
Взорвем машину. Выбил его.
Эти очкуют. Эти просто очкуют.
Пластап.
За машину тройка.
Я убью. Без ебала, Тём. Найс. Можно резнуть, Андрюха?
Меня пытаются добить, пытаются ползти. На меня смог, есть смог?
Я ищу.
Забором с двумя хитами еще остался в кемпе.
По заборам, Лёва, как всегда.
На тройке.
Парни, вы вдвоем.
Кемпе, в гараже.
Я не с вами. блядь.
Well, yes, they do go down there towards the end of that game, but don't worry, they have done definitely enough to be able to get themselves on through. Hello, my bad. Again, somehow Avenger pulling Panzerfaust out of his pockets, out of his ears. They're everywhere.
Yeah, just up front apologizing for taking people down with the Panzers. I love it. And he's been, I don't know, how many of these kills were actually Panzers so far? There's one here, the two from the previous game. There's with one on the knock as well. I think it's 4 or 5 Panzer kills. It's just disgusting. He's a really crazy Panzer out there. And yeah, just pulls out one of the car here. There. Look at that. Levante even tried to go for it, but that seat swap on Hello My Bad on a burning car was crazy.
Yeah, like it takes some balls to be able to do that. I won't sugarcoat it any other way because you know that's about to go. But anyway, of course, if you take a look at some of the final, he's doing 360s. Okay, yeah. Stop it, Getrox, you crazy man. Oh, they're having a good time, the bank. They're having a good time.
They are. Well, I was going to say, I mean, they're doing kind of like 540s on the games that they've played since day one. Like, you can tell that one big game there really changed their mentality, and that's all it took. And again, it's what I said about a lot of the cup teams before, who I thought have really strong players. I just want them to give it. Like, they can just absolutely dominate these lobbies. And I think Team Vitality sort of realized that they are just better than everyone else.
It's super important, actually, for me that they actually get through into that final, right? They are supposed to be getting through to a final like this, so very important that they were able to do that. And again, Avenger, you know, when we've spoken about Vitality in the past, this is a team that absolutely was picked up because Vitality sees EWC hopes as one of the teams that can actually rival Falcons at EWC, and that's hands down.
Yeah, and that's really what we hope to see, to be honest. Like, there's obviously teams that have, I think, almost guaranteed championships when you look at Vitality for Esports World Cup here. But for them to be able to potentially get a top 8, I think is going to be the requirement for PUBG as well. That would be cool. And I think there's a big chance, especially if they're firing on all cylinders like this one here in the grand finals, because 17 kills is just unreal.
Not as much damage done by Justice in comparison to big old Levante, but that 3-piece he had on S2G was unbelievably important in that last game to put TMO in a position where they can qualify. And unless anybody else does anything about it, unless teams get some big numbers in our last game, they will be going on to the final. Anyway, maybe there's only one more spot remaining for these teams as we get our last game underway. Thank you very much, Blank, for joining us so far. It's going to be me and Avenger to round out day number 3 here of PEC qualifiers to get you through into the final.
Gonna be it, and we're gonna have a copy pasta of the first plane path almost from the first game here, James, and that's insane if you ask me. And I think there's another chance that we might have a 50-50 milli or a guaranteed milli game. That would be insane.
Yes, it would. And for some of the teams that are dropping down towards there, I think my eyes would instantly turn to, again, construction workers, who I feel they probably feel very hard done by that Hongchan scenario overall. They had a great spot, but getting collapsed on the way that they did was just absolutely terrifying. I mean, of course, is there other ways to be able to defend that in Hongchan, Avenger? Because, I mean, they were compromised by Yo, of course, and then that delayed what they wanted to do, but it's such a big landmark.
Yeah, it is. It's effectively a city, right? And again,
yeah.
Number one rule, don't go into a city unless you know when's there. Or number 2, at least try to defend the spot that you think is out at the last time. And for me, that's the northern side. Sure, they thought that they might have time to get in and kind of be quick operators about it. And here with the circle, James, looks like we're not going to go middle this time around. And yeah, definitely lots of space to be had here for Everlong and for construction workers trying to send it across the bridge to try to get into some of those prior positions.
Yep, construction workers very familiar with grabbing the cars here, going up to Milta, starting to loot some of that, and then see what they can get done. Of course, I mean, you say copy and paste on the plane path, but copy and paste compounds sure looking real good right now.
Oh, yeah.
Later on down the line, I do love a bit of that for a circle like this. Oftentimes we do come this way, but there's still a lot of options available to the circle to go for this one. I think if we have to take into account the plane path as well as the circle, my eyes turn to teams that might be close to qualifying, but far to the west as they try and make some rotates. Like PBRU, for example, is one down at the Primos position that's going to have to thread the needle through some of these teams to try and make something work.
Multiple teams that are in somewhat difficult position this time here. I guarantee you Voptrax would have hoped that they were in Novo or something like it at this time. But yeah, for sure, my eyes is looking at the teams that have somewhat home turf circle, high priority to the center of the circle, like Construction Workers, with 25 points, 7 points up to third place, James. I think that's a good shot for them. But again, we have so many teams and it's so close for those in the chase, right?
Yeah.
We're looking at from 28 points in fourth place of Voptrax down to 20 points, I would say, on S2G. With a big game, you could take that third place away from Baldinini. And if I was Baldinini right now, I'd be scared. I'd be terrified at the prospect of trying to get into the circle, and I would avoid at any cost to be knocked at any time, because as one of these teams that are below them sees that they're knocked, they're going to run for it because they know that they're the team to stop.
One of those teams that is concerned about being far west and also 10 points shy of that current qualification spot right now. Go Next. So they've gone for that emergency pickup all the way from South George, try and get themselves there as fast as possible. They're close neighbors in Vitality. Wasn't interested in having a little bit of a look over, so Go Next is going to be able to get this one out for free and try and position themselves in kind. Another thing that does exist in this circle, you were saying about those kind of home circle teams. Joga Bonito, man, also on 22 points, and they're moving rapidly from apartments and school. So there is a world where they try and take up some of the big prio spots in the middle of this circle.
Yeah, and wouldn't it be beautiful for them to get in? Actually, I think they're already in the copy compound we were talking about earlier. Yeah. So Kristalny locking that down. That's a really high prio in this first circle. But then again, we have seen so many hardships here. You can hit your bet in circle 1, but it's probably not going to be dead center in circle 5 come 6.
Yeah, did you see the numbers coming out from, I think it was like PGS3 or something like that, where somebody had worked out it was like 72% hard shifts or something. That's crazy.
The tendencies on the circle right now is really high for tight hard shifts to go either direction. But then again, that's the beautiful game of PUBG. It's served for everyone. Everyone comes in the plane at the same time. It's your decisions throughout the game that get you to great spots here. And so far, Vitality has been an amazing spot. We talked about it, right? 51 points in 2 games, James. And I guarantee you right now, I don't think second place is going to be more than 50 points. So in just 2 games alone, they qualified themselves.
Yep. All right. Well, let's see where Go Next is going to go, because they are still in that emergency pickup and they're going to be dropping down pretty darn soon, you'd imagine, unless they want to go all the way to Mill to Power and try and get some cars along that road. That's also another option that's available to them if they think that some of those middle positions are taken, and then they want to try and use that as a rotate tool later. Because the thing is that they would have completely abandoned everything over on South George. It looks like that's going to be their option here, trying to go for this far drop, which does bode better for you later on if you have to make some harsher decisions compared to just let's commit and hope to the middle.
Yeah, for sure. And this other side is okay, I know where Vitality is dropping. They're coming in from the northeast side. I just want to be in the southeast side.
As far away
just as far away as possible from Vitality, just to avoid any interaction with those guys throughout, because they are so deeply qualified that they're just going to have fun in this game here. And I'll Go Next, locking down some of the high ground spots here already, staying on the roof here, putting some pot shots towards Construction Workers. Have they given up too much land, you think, already, Construction Workers, or are they just etching their bet on the more southern shift towards farm?
Yeah, maybe on for farm. We'll see. I'm not sure yet. What I do not mind about Go Next is the fact that they did go for a 1-1-1-1 split on that emergency pickup and try and get even just a little bit of a compound there. Acalyptos, as now Everlong taking some shots against Yo, who there's a lot of pressure here on Yo at the moment. Jeems going to be flying on in with the rest of the team here to try and shut down Everlong at the moment. Of course, as Jeems does start things off, getting themselves the knock as well as the confirm. Here comes the kind of SWAT squad. What can they do? Can they completely dislodge them? Reinforcements coming in from Everlong.
There's a lot of nades, and that's one more to get Saint down here. Naleb does find Michael on the outside, and they're engaging themselves in this one here. But I think Michael might be able to be safe if he's getting around this corner here. Everlong is disengaging on the northern side of the snake compound here, so Yo actually forced himself into a center spot here. Construction Workers kind of lurking the distance here as sharks in the water, trying to get involved a little bit, trying to capitalize on this engagement that Yo forced here. Michael actually goes down. Naleb managed to sweep in and get that. Sure, the chip is open and available, but I don't think they're just straight going for a revive here immediately. That's going to be a little bit scary to go without the information of some of the closer recall stations to them. But we'll see what happens. Quindix, though, lots of information from the collider up here in the high ground, though.
Yep, as they opted for a big information game coming in late here from this west side. As I said before, they were one of the teams that I had my prying eyes on coming in from that west side. And they've obviously come in so late that a lot of those central positions are already taken. So that does cause some issues as they're driving on forwards. I mean, technically, these barns for a little while as a checkpoint position for a circle like this is not too bad at all. And Yo already heading to the... Yeah, that was quick. Keep them up and good to go as fast as possible.
Take some shots as Quindix as well. That's cool. I like that there. You might be able to get him back in and get him in quick here. Pixel is going to go for a little bit of boost here and try to get the guys from the other compound swapped away here. But look at that. Stormer cracks the VC's actually snuck up close to him here. I'm not sure Pixelic has any information. I don't think so. Otherwise, he's not going to jump out like that. That's an easy knock on to Pixel. That's Construction Workers losing a crucial player for this late game here. Being down to just a 3-man here. Too greedy in the split. Their bluffs got called out here, James, and that's just so unfortunate for Construction Workers because they're actually in a really good spot for this game to be set up for late game.
Now, you might be looking at this map and thinking to yourself, oh, that's quite a lot of teams. It should be 16 teams, right? No, well, the 16th team in Redline has only just started to come in from what was God Compound on that far west side. So, well, looks like Yo did get those reses off as quickly as they could, just in the nick of time, considering that they had to hit that time window for that res to come on in. But for Redline, they're sure hoping for that west shift as we get a big push here. It's Yo versus Construction Workers.
Oh my God, Naileb can get another knock here. I like Yo, the pull up. They saw they lost one. James gets Naileb down, and now it's down to just Fix. And can they make something happen?
This.
Oh, they want it so bad here. James and the guys are trying to send it in here. Vard around the corner. Vard is super low. Fix is the last player at 100% HP here. James is sending it in. Look at that. All the utility being committed here. Kabi's knocked here. James finds Fix, and now it's down to just Vard. Can Vard make something happen here?
When they need to turn it on, they turn it on. James with 2 at the moment. 300 damage done here. And looking for another one. But Vard with the sawn off takes him down. He instantly goes for what? What was that? He went for the flush. Actually threw a nade as well and got PWD as well. And that's the sawn off. Vard, man, if he's in a clutch situation, 9 times out of 10, he's going to make it work. I can't believe that flick after going for the flush.
Oh, that's insane. Vard just makes things like that happen here. And Yo goes down in 16th. They committed too much or too soon to take the fight to Construction Workers. They got called out on their bluff, and they're down to just a 3-man. They thought the 3v3 was going to be effective and quick for them here. Now Vard tries to extract Fex, tries to get him out and get him involved into this one here. Hello, my bad. Oh my God, it's S2G running into Vitality. Oh, it looks like the upper hand is going to S2G now. It's down to just one guy from Vitality. Nate comes out, and S2G looks to be surviving so far.
Nice attempt at the seat swap there for the moment, but at the same time, yeah, S2G should have a man advantage in all of this. Goes for the nade across. Gedrox takes quite a lot of that to the back, and even takes some damage from his own nade as well. So now, Gedrox got to get that heal off and got to do a lot to try and salvage this. But, I mean, they know they're through. They know that they're done. It's not that too big a deal for them here. It's a much bigger deal for S2G to get that cleanup and get moving because they're not in a great spot to be able to make this work.
Baldanini is out, James. The third place team that are defending were out. They've been knocked out. And now they 32 points is the cutoff point for the teams to chase on. And look, it's a 2-way tie for 4th place. 28 points. And look how many teams on 26. 1, 2, 3. It's Everlong, it's P-Brew, it's Redline in the chase to get that 3rd place done. TMO looking good, though. They've got a spot set in the sights here in the Hall of Fame. And they're a few guys alive. They're going to get a few points. I'm pretty sure TMO is looking good and safe and sound for this 2nd place.
Avenger, 2 games ago, this was my big concern for Baldanini. The fact that they got so much off of that compound, but how were they going to fare when they didn't have a central position? And it has not gone their way at all. Now, with all of the wolves hounding your door, there's no way they are going to be able to survive in that top 3. As we have all of these teams here trying to scramble for it. Go next, try and do some damage to Zizou, and indeed they do. Maxwell done for him. He was able to take pace quite early, but Storm on Request is looking to batter down the doors here as well.
They're knocking on the door, and it's an explosive knock with the hammer on the front of the side here. 210 gets the confirmations on them, and look at that. Storm on Request. It might be a little bit too late, though. The points that they've gotten so far, they need a absolute insane, like a record-breaking win to have a chance at 3rd place here. But yeah, you're right, Baldanini, man. fell a little bit too short for them. And now with 13 other teams looking at them saying, this is our target, they had such a huge bullseye on their backs. And now the teams are lurking the waters. The Sharks are in here. Robtrox looks good for being on the U-Hill here, having locked down multiple positions. So 2-2 split for them. If this circle comes north, they have a chance as well. Construction Workers tied with Robtrox, but yeah.
How many is it getting?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Could be getting a few in here.
Yeah, I didn't see the timer. Storm on request. One res trying to go off here, but Quintex can see him from the distance. Now, that again, as you say, because it's so close between all those mid-pack teams, this game can go any way at all. There is so many teams that can qualify in from here. Joga Bonito, with the position that they have, with copy in play, with the 2-1-2 split that they've got, or 1-2-1 split that they've got. They don't have 5 members, sorry. Means that there is definitely an opportunity here for them. S2G is already setting up the potential of an E-pickup if they need to move away from shelter, if the circle does not go north.
We'll have to see where this circle goes. It did go kind of... keep some farm in, but it did go kind of on the southwest side here, away from the northern side. Some teams are going to have to make huge moves here. It's Ghetto Gang, it's Redline, it's Exile. Robtrox is going to have to make moves too. Joga Bonito, though, they are looking absolutely safe and sound inside this central spot above on the dirt road. Kristalny still holding down the copy compound. Maybe they should be a 2-2 split. I'd like to see that, but we'll see how they evolve throughout this one here. P-Brew is looking like they want to take a fight on to Construction Workers. Still, the team that is closest currently to third place, but it feels like it's going to be too big of a task for them to take on with just a 2-man.
If it was me on Joga Bonito, I'd be hedging my bets and just saying, screw it, all to copy. But, I mean, that's probably not the way. Yeah. The thing is that technically speaking, if you do get caught up there, then and you're a little bit split, right? There's not as much cover as you would like, but I completely understand. It's dead center of the circle. You've got to try and hold on to it. You've got to try and have the rest of the lobby respect you for those kinds of plays here at the moment. As up in the north, you do have the myth of who's just trying to show up a few more kills here and there. Fex takes down PBRU, and that's massive. We may have missed it here, but that might be able to help out Construction Workers keep alive in this game, try and continue to challenge for top 3 despite only being 2 alive.
James, they need 2 more points to get above Baldini. They are... Baldini are high on the placement points, so 2 more points here. A pre-nade from Fex, a replay from this. Let's look what happens. He destroyed them completely. Kristalny got the knock, though, and that's the difference maker. Holy, what a play from them. 2 more points, James, from Construction Workers. But is that going to be enough? 33, It feels like it's low.
Redline tried to move in above copy upon that usual high ground plateau that people do try and take, but Joga Bonito did take Zico down straight away when they tried to go for that. So there is one casualty there on their side as well. They're still also in the running. 26 points at the moment, trying to go for a bit of a mortar play here. What would happen to TMO? Oh, very close indeed. An absolute famous dip. Oh, what? Only 21 damage. Justice is very lucky there.
Oh, if they had a little bit more, they could absolutely bombard the tempo dip here. TMO is spreading out. They're putting down the smokes here. Might be committing just a little bit too much to it. It's actually not even that far into towards the center here. They need a northern shift for it to work out for them. Robtrox is looking good as well. We have to remember, they're inside new compound. It's the best spot to get in and attack kind of from the northern side towards the dirt road. So they might have a good shot as well to get some points here, but they need to make it. They need to push. They are also on the lower end of the placement points, so they would not win the tiebreaker against Baldini. So they need big points, but I feel like it's going to be more. I feel like it's going to be a 35 to 40 points, third place. Where are we going here, though, James? Tell me about it.
Where are we going? It's the big question, as we're still trolling around over in shelter at the moment.
No!
And we head... No way.
Gifted. I can't believe it.
No way.
Oh, Robtrox is laughing. Well, I want to hear Robtrox come so bad right now. It's like, guys, we're gifted. We're gifted. Hold it down. Hold it down. Panicking almost at this time here. This could be the game for them to qualify, James. This is the biggest gift of a circle shift I've ever seen.
That is crazy. For Joga Bonito as well, technically they had the 1-2-1 split across Dirt Road, across New Compound, across Copy, but now they've all committed to Dirt Road and seeing what they can actually get done from here. As the teams in the West Stand side, no tag team, as well as Everlong, going to be fighting off against each other very soon here to try and do something about this. As we're on with Robtrox and the comms.
Yeah, but from which direction though?
Free stack normally. It's normally on the free stack.
Yeah.
Something like yellow line might be a thing.
Should I leave this house then and come to the free stack?
No, you should stay with me, and then Mixon can support Vorex.
Yeah.
Alright.
I have a BID on 40 Panzer if it comes, okay?
Yeah, like I think Mixon stays on his Panzer house, and one of you just runs to me if I get crashed here. But it's a bad.
Do we have a
crash for them.
folded?
Yeah. I have one.
I have a folded.
Can I get it? Can I get it?
Timo's in
Okay,
the...
so they're preparing for crash here, James. They're worried, they're worried that teams are going to push onto them. And at this point, obviously being 4 alive here, and they're just trying to hurt teams away. Most of the teams are not going to go for a crash at this time here. And if they do, it would be a gift to a team that they're probably directly competing with, right? So that's the big worry for me. But, of course, having Panzerfaust, having foldable shields, already preparing for a potential crash here. I think all the fights is going to be happening around them. The question is, can they get enough kills? And enough to happen here. TMO Justice and Everlong is having a big fight with a no-tag team this time.
Yeah, we knew this was going to embroil very, very quickly here, trying to go through this, and he almost hit his teammate there as he was trying to push on through here. Fantasy trying to shut down Duffy as he's moving forwards against this car at the moment. Alongside the dip, he's got a nade, he's going to have to fall back against it. He does have some bit of cover to work with, though, and Vard also being taken down by Storm on request on the other side of things, and Cristiani actually steals that away, so potentially coming in from Jugga Benito, goes for a spray from Fantasia. All of these teams now scrambling to try and stay alive.
Trying to run away with it, and Construction Workers, meanwhile, is also eliminated, so they are them out. They don't have a shot at it. Duffy, last player alive here, no-tech team, 3 HP. A dream destroyed now for no-tech team, not making it to the first iteration of a grand finals here for PEC Spring.
Yeah, last place. Tough stuff there for them, but they will come back swinging in the next weeks, I can guarantee it. As now, all of these teams swinging down towards the south here. Yogba need to drop down some smokes, making sure that they can try and keep themselves defended. 4 kills on board so far for them to try and get back up to that top 3. I'm almost losing my breath because this is going to get really quite spicy, all things considered. Again, so many of these teams can try and make a strike for it to get top 3.
Yeah, it's just about to get as many kills as possible. And this next circle is absolutely perfect for Vop Trucks. They're still inside, and they're kind of being safe towards the later stages of the game. Also, forcing Howl away from their position. They're going to have to push, but the question is, do they get enough kills? Do they get enough points total to take over Baldanini, as the other teams are also getting kills here? Redline in a big fight with Stormer and Chris just about to happen here.
Yeah, of course. Redline still with Zico down does cause them quite a bit of problems. Storm from Request is being quite aggressive on this position, throwing forwards some more blue zones as well to try and do a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be working out at all. Redline is going to bail. Okay, where are you going, Redline? Because wherever you go from here, I think there's a lot of teams in positions where you're going to try and kind of move towards. Where are they? Are they going to crush the compound?
Oh my god, that could happen. That could be... Oh, they're going straight to the shack, of course, trying to get in.
Oh,
as a 3-man? That's insane. I don't see that working off. Are they all going to survive that? Any Panzers? Any blue zones? That's a double blue zone easy 3-kill for TMO if they have that.
Yeah, this is wild. I mean, I understand, though, why they felt like they had to bail away from Storm on Request. They were actually doing quite a bit of damage to them and pushing them with some extreme utility. Right, so what will either the Mythov or somebody like that do with it? It's also funny when we were checking in on Voptrock's voice as well, because it was like a British voice I'm not used to listening to, and then all of a sudden I'm like, yeah, of course, it's Blissed, yeah. I never hear it before.
Yeah, it's good to hear from Bliss. Oh my god, Hexal's going in for this. They're trying to get in onto TMO. Sancho and Ghetto Gang gets in for this one. Harris finds one. Nelka finds another one. Heyman returns it on the man. Heyman finds all of it. The Mythov is out. Nelka is the last player from House. Surely someone else is going to crash onto this immediately.
Is it the PEC Cups again? Are we just going to get more teams crash down here? We could do. This could still exist in the next circle if we're not careful as well. As now, for X-Howl, Nail Cop's got to do massive work to try and keep them alive in all of this. But they're at 13 points. It's not going to really work out at all. It's up for these other teams here to try and steal this away from them by the looks of things. And Ghetto Gang only on 14 points as well. Oh, it's all the weakened teams in the standings trying to scrap for what is technically an important spot.
Oh!
Jugga Benito!
Jugga Benito jumps into 32 points. It's a 3-way tie for 3rd place. Everlong is in there as well, but Nailcup tries to make the most of it. Ghetto Gang's in a direct fight with them here. They've got 2 kills. If they take Tempo Dip away and get a win from here, Potential could also jump up.
No, Jugga Benito and Everlong are right next to one another, and there are 2 teams on the
fight for 3rd place
at the moment. We've got to go over there. I'm sorry. This is cool that these guys are fighting down here, but if Everlong and Jugga Benito are about to fight and about to brawl, Then Everlong is also moved on into that top 3
They're
as well.
out.
They've taken over the position. Yoga Benito is gone. They've been taken out by Storm on request as well. Oh, it's a disaster for Yoga Benito. They were so close.
Yeah, it was so close, and Everlong was getting so many kills of it. It's the Wrangle experts back at it now here for the high ground. They need a shift here. If it comes off this high ground, they're going to have to send it, and they're going to have to send it directly towards VOP Trucks. The circle goes north. The compound is still in, James. This is the game for VOP Trucks to win here, but they need kills as well. They cannot just get the points. There's 3 points different from VOP Trucks up to Everlong. They need the kills. They need the win to close this one off. Could also be a red line kind of angle, but they are inside a shack. I don't really see it happening.
I guess the question now is, how does Everlong approach this? Because if they go down to either Redline, I know they're in the weird shack, or VOP Trucks, there is a huge world where they fall out.
It has to be a Ghetto Gang pull-up, no?
Surely, something like that. I mean, try and make that work, but
that's the only team it's worth taking a fight with because they're not in the running for the win, right? So they're looking at the leaderboard saying, okay, they're so far down the leaderboard, they've got 4 kills. If we can take their position away from them, then we got a chance to win still.
Maybe.
And that's, oh my God, look at that. Redline is hunkering down here, trying to survive as much. And sure, at some time, they could maybe jump out here, but surely the Tempo Dip has 2 blue zones. So they can maybe loot that and get Redline out of dodge here. But Everlong, the only option I see happening here is Everlong going to get her going, but they are going in cars. They're looking like they're going out to the western side.
Well, the thing is that VOP Trucks has been... We listened to their comms. They've been trying to think about how they were going to fortify a new compound for so long. Technically, they're going to stop on the plateau above here, but this isn't in the circle right now. So Everlong has still got answers that they need to figure out here against teams that are going to be looking their way. All of these teams, apart from maybe Redline against the Renner, not looking at anything, will be licking their lips at any team moving in from that south side.
They might got a sliver of something to play with in here.
Maybe a tiny bit?
Yeah,
Nice shot.
Maybe they potential luck here in VOP Truck would be huge. That's the call to crash, obviously, but still...
How many smokes have they got?
I don't think they are, exactly kill feed counting, knowing that they're actually this far ahead right now. They just need to divide the points, but still, the win for either VOP Trucks or Redline or Everlong would be 4 points or 5 points more, right? So that's the big one. But you need the kills too if you're VOP Trucks. You cannot just win.
What if the myth of is vulnerable? What if Everlong actually gets a lot of kills as well?
Okay.
And then VOP Trucks wins the game.
Yes, I could see that happening. There's 6 more points for placements. That would be 38 for VOP Trucks, plus a potential 2 kills that would take them over TMO. And if Everlong gets a fight onto Ghetto Gang and then maybe gets all of them and 1 guy from Redline, that potentially could also be enough. That's actually true. But I don't think they have that calculation at hand for them. But a perfect case for Everlong would be a pull-up onto Ghetto Gang, killing all 4 of them. That would put them in 40 points above TMO. Then no matter what happens in the late game, would give them 2nd place or 3rd place guaranteed.
Yeah, you're right. They have a little bit of a slither to work with here, thanks to the cars as well, right? But here we go. Where's the shift going? Directly in the middle. Oh, dear me. All right, so this means now, well, Everlong has to be the first ones to move, surely. That's a given. And they're going to be trying to plan for it straight away, getting into some of these vehicles, moving them maybe a little bit forwards, using more of these smokes, trying to slowly encroach on what is going to be this circle. Then, after that, VOP Trucks is going to be the ones to try and have to move on forwards from this position. Meanwhile, Redline, in a bloody shack, is somehow getting away with this. Here comes Everlong, trying to move up some of these trees, trying to get some of that deployable cover down, trying to use these smokes. They've got themselves just barely in, but they are going to be taking some damage from the side here.
That's 1. That's the points that they need here. Mixon finds 1. More damage done here with the K98. The Mad Lad himself continues here. And this is exactly what they need to reload. They're panicking right now. This must be such an intense game for them. Meanwhile, Ghetto Gang trying to steal as many points away from them. Oh my God, he gets so much damage done here, James. Look at that. They're trying for a pull-up.
I mean, this is the perfect time to. They know that they've got a few knocks. They've got to try and do something, exploit this position, surely. They know they have to move as well at the moment from that compound. Mixon going around the right-hand side here, looking for a little bit of a drive-by. Maybe even some...
blue zone!
Double blue zone! Redline's in big trouble here. They can't heal through this. They're going to have to get out, and they're going to be exposed.
That's kills gone to the way of Ghetto Gang as well. Anybody finds... Blist finds Karks here. Actually, damage done to both Everlong and Redline here. So much damage done already. Dino's the last player here. More utility being committed already. Dino's the last player from Redline. He has to survive as much as possible.
This is crazy. This is absolutely
Vorix going
crazy
down.
here. Dino moved out well. Fantasia takes down Vorix, and this is actually just collateral damage coming in from both of these teams at the moment. Fantasia trying to stay alive. That is Dino down. Redline's dashed against the rocks here at the moment. Ghetto Gang somehow, someway is making such a great run for this. It's not going to work out for them in the end, though. But Voptrox is going all in.
Pull up!
Shutting down Saint at the moment. Goes for it. We drive by here. Mixon takes down Saint. Will he be able to do more? He's in the middle of all of this. April's doing some shots from this side as well here. Voptrox is going to do more, Avenger.
Blitz his Mixon. No way, it's falling completely apart for Voptrox here. They needed the win, they need the points here. Now it's down to just Bionta.
I think Everlong here with only one left alive. Can he outlast? If they outlast, somehow maybe a little bit more of the placement points, maybe a kill or two here for Voptrox. They got some of those knocks, so that being potentially for a confirm. Everlong is out. Everlong is out. Now Voptrox needs 2 more points at least to be able to at least try and go for the tiebreaker. Goes for the spray, but no, Ghetto Gang shuts it down. Oh my god, Avenger. It looks like Everlong is going to be able to survive.
No way. That was an absolutely insane late game. And it ends up being Ghetto Gang, the deniers of grand finals for so many of these teams here. Voptrox were hoping for even more circle to come their way, but they decided on a pull-up on Everlong. I cannot believe the late game of this last game of our playoffs.
Oh, I'm in shock. That was just a non-stop chess match that had to go down, and nobody really wanted to make the first move. It was just absolute carnage at the end. And, you know, and let's bring Blank back in to talk about this game. Everlong.
I mean, what a game this one. I mean, every single day has been an absolute banger here at PEC. Yeah. I don't think you can deny that at all. And it's just an incredible final game to conclude it all off with. You do got to feel for Voptrox, though. I mean, I feel like they did everything right towards that end game as well, just not able to quite clinch it out.
I'm not sure. I think a 3-man pull-up on Bionta would have been the play because Everlong was further out, but...
You think?
Yeah, that's... I mean, you can sit here in the Captain hindsight here, sure, but there's multiple things that just went wrong for them. Here in this spot, if they were 2 on Vorix, they would have gotten all the kill on Everlong and it would have been enough, but they didn't deny them early enough. The Mixon pull-up was insane. He got 1, but... Yeah, Ghetto Gang. Again, the deniers of grand finals here. If they were able to get 1 or 2 kills on them, that would have been insane, but... Oh... What a game.
It's just one of those things for Voptrox, like, where like it's hard. It's hard to make those plays in the moment, right? I think they wanted to leave one behind just in case they could live it out, because they don't know how many of these teams are contending for the top line until they get that first knock, until they see that in the kill feed. It's tough. It's really, really tough. But again, yeah, maybe the three-way pull-up is the play. Maybe it is the play. But man, Everlong's got to feel good about that. And that is not the team that I expected to see in the top 3.
No. This is kind of what I was saying at the beginning of the day before we were going into that first game. My throat feels sore. It's that... no, I wasn't saying that. What I was saying was that even if you don't have the very top teams in PEC here to be able to play out these days, Avenger, and as long as the skill level is relatively even, as we take a look, that's the confirmation. 3rd place, Everlong will take it by the 2 points. And actually, I think maybe if Voptrox had actually got themselves 2 points, it would have been crazy, because it would have been 13 placements against 25 kills.
Oh my god. Yeah,
that would have been insane.
That would have been a tie on both. It would have gone down to the best match or the last match tiebreaker. That would have been insane.
Which Voptrox would have got, I think.
Then Voptrox would have won that, sure. But still, what a game. Everlong, though, their Erangel performance, the vast majority of their points came from their Erangel games, right? Remember the first game, but that had 11 kills and 15 points total, fourth placement here. And they go big again here in this Erangel game. What a banger to finish things off with. And look how close all the other teams are, guys. Oh, it's a heartbreak.
Yeah, so to finish that thought off, whilst we take a look at the numbers, right? Even if in like such a clean, like evenly skilled lobby, the games can still be fantastic. Like we've seen throughout yesterday, throughout today as well, Blank. This has been a real treat to watch as these teams have gone head to head when they know that there's so much on the line as well.
I mean, we can go back all the way to day one when we were talking about the depth of talent in EMEA, and it's just shown right here, even on what is meant to be the day where we have all the cup teams in and most of the big teams have already qualified, it was so down to the wire and so high skill. Really, really cool to see. Everlong will get that juicy 1 PGC point for himself.
Yes!
But Team Vitality, I don't think the +3 is what they were looking for, but I think they're glad they qualified.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they'll be looking for the bigger points in that final, of course. Here is that lobby. This is 16 teams that will be playing out that final across 3 days worth of gameplay here. And there are, again, a few teams admitted that I expected to be able to get here, Avenger, right? Like some of the Turkish teams, like S2G, for example, to be able to try and make that move on forwards. But not to be the case. We have our 16 teams confirmed.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad, but still, that's actually quite a nutty lineup for our first grand final. Starting already on Friday, obviously next week here. So I'm really excited to see that come out. And it's a different set of games, right? It's instead of a BO5 where you basically just need one big game to take things home. You gotta be consistent. You gotta stay in there and get all your points, salvage as much as possible for it.
All right, well, let's again calm down for a second, or at least I'll calm down. We've got a team comms listening with the Mythov, of course, as they have qualified in second place here throughout day number 3. Let's listen in.
The knock on the containers.
I can blues on that. You can ping it.
Trying to see if I can drive by flushing here. He's like on yellow. He's on yellow ping.
Baldini knock. Baldini flash.
Baldini. So shoot. We need to be aware. Junkyard can try to infiltrate.
Shoot the tank now. Shoot the tank now.
Mortar. Yeah, mortar coming. Mortar incoming. Same spot. It's not good.
Smoke.
Player called. I'm nading it.
Ping it.
One guy's still in compound. Another team left compound.
Knocked one. Yep. We just nade this guy.
One check on compound.
On my nade. Got flushed. Knocked the second one. Last one check. Last one check.
They have
Left team. BRDM looking.
Tank one in.
Just. Yeah.
Forest might come. They're coming.
PDM.
I'm pre-cooking nade. They're coming. One fine, guys. Nice.
One active, one last one.
Oh, what are you supposed to do against those final moments here for the Mythov? But it doesn't matter what they're able to do in that last game there from Tempo Dip. They did enough to be able to qualify on through. And again, individually as individual components for the Mythov blank, we've seen a lot of these names before. We've seen them in finals in PECs and PCSs before. So it's going to be good to have them in once again.
Yeah, absolutely. It really does feel like a battlefield when you hear the comms mortar incoming screamed at the top of the lungs. I think what's really cool is that this was an insane pull-up. Like, I don't know what you were meant to do. I think for the Mythov, for Ares, as well as He-Man, putting in the vast amount of work, right? And Justice is able to do a lot as well. But I think Justice has really come online during this championship. I think it's very, very cool to see as the front man for the squad. So I was very, very excited to see Justice doing the amount of work he had done, even in the previous games of today.
All right, well, let's move on then to have an interview with our winners from day number 3, as Quizzy is going to join us from Vitality. Well. Hello, Quizzy. You don't look too best pleased, but let's talk about everything here today. I guess I'll ask the harder question, really. Obviously, I guess you guys wanted to go through on day number 1 or day number 2, right? What do you feel like went wrong in those days, and then what went right today?
I mean, it's a tough question. I guess we just didn't perform the first 2 days, and whenever you have like the bad games, it just went bad again and again and again. And as you know, whenever you have a BO5, you can't have a bad games. So basically, we just didn't play any of the games on Friday and Saturday. I would say we just like kind of trolled it and didn't perform our best, didn't do our best as well. So here we are playing the 3rd day. I mean, already played.
Yeah. Okay, fair. I mean, I have to ask the question, so I do apologize for that. But Avenger, do you have a question?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, great to see you guys step it up here. And I can understand the kind of perspective that you guys are in. We're saying, okay, it's rough, but you can also be on the other side and say, you know what, we're so happy we got to play against all the teams and actually still go to the grand finals. You got a lot of experience. It's a lot of good practice. Sure, maybe you didn't feel like you played in day 1 and 2. Over to my question, though, I'll ask, how did your perspective in terms of how hard was day 1 versus day 2, how day 3 lined up for you? Did you feel the kind of level down, if you could say, in the lobbies throughout the days, or what really kind of clicked for you guys?
I would actually say that I would say there is a difference with day 2 and day 3 because you have more teams who are coming from the day 2 to day 3, and whenever the teams who played the day 2 already, they understand that like this is a BO5, we just didn't make it in top 5, we need to make it in top 3. So I would say the lobby just became more hectic. People were just doing some stuff with emotions, not with the like their head and their strategy, you know. So basically, I think it's the biggest difference, I would say, because like from the day 1 to the day 2, it wasn't that big of a deal, but like from yesterday to today, you can see it.
Well, to be honest with you, I think you boys have basically asked all the hard-hitting questions. So for me, I'm just going to say congratulations, dude. Congratulations on getting into the finals, honestly, and good luck.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I always wanted to play a BO5 to get in the top 3, you know what I mean? It's always like... it's the hardest one, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. I had a finishing question for you, actually, Quizzy, because we weren't actually on site for PGSs, and normally I would have just asked you this there. But my question is you're the newest addition to the roster, right? How has it been kind of gelling with the team? Obviously, you've probably played plenty of games with them before, but how has it been gelling with the team to be able to play that on internationals and now play it here at PEC?
I feel like it's actually was good that we actually played the PGSs and the LAN, because like whenever you meet people in person, you play them like sitting like right next to you, it's kind of different. So we actually like became a true team on the LAN, because like whenever you have like internal communication, you're living for 1 month all together, like eating together, doing all the stuff together. Of course, it's easier to play online now because you know how everyone feels and like what they actually how is the atmosphere, you know what I mean? What the right words you can say at the exact moment that you need.
Okay, fair. Well, any last words from you, Quizzy, before we let you go? Of course, congratulations. Anything you'd like to say to fans, team watching?
No, I guess just thank you for the support. I know it was a rough one to watch us playing all these 3 days, because like I think everyone wanted
it was worth the wait.
Yeah, we're just giving up the show, I guess. I'm kidding.
Nice.
But yeah, thanks. Thanks to everyone.
Well, we got
to the vitality as well, because we know that everyone supported us from the organization as well. They always like whenever we didn't qualify, they always were trying to like cheer us up, just to focus on another one and another one. So basically, yeah, all props to them and family and friends and supporters, I guess.
Awesome. Well, we got to see some cool stuff, especially Levante going crazy, and Hello My Bad apparently having 100 Panzerfausts. So that was fun to watch as well today. All right, Quizzy, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you next time, friend, and good luck in the finals, mate.
Thank you, guys. See you.
That was Quizzy, of course, here from Vitality, the newest addition to the roster, and it's always kind of good to get that perspective on how things work, having, you know, not necessarily played with these 3 too much before in the true professional setting. And it's code red for everybody watching right now. You can go over to social media and complete this code if you can go on your scavenger hunt and find that and get yourself plenty of G-Coin as well. You know what, Blank? Next time I'm going to let you ask a question before Martin, and that way you get to be able to sneak on in there. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to ask him, like, what would you have done differently on day 1 if you could have done it all
Keep
again?
slapping him, yeah.
But then I was like, I don't want to do that to him. He seems pretty down, so we'll just...
He's battered up.
He's battered up right now. I'll slap a Band-Aid on and we'll leave it at that.
He's a lovely guy. He can take the questions for sure. We've, you know, spent many a time with him over on Lands Avenger, and you know, Vitality is going to be able to bounce back, right? As you say, kind of let's take the positives from this. Yes, you've been able to play plenty of games. Yes, you've been able to truly show what you are actually capable of. You just got to put that into practice against technically the best teams in the world.
Yeah. And the cool thing is they can come in and say, you know what, we we are directly into a spot where we actually are alongside TMO, the only team to have played against everyone in the grand finals, right? So that's actually really cool here. The finals next week, though, James, take us through it.
Yes, of course, as we had our 8 teams coming through from day 1 playoffs. I'm not sure what the direct for PGG
the graphic is wrong. It's from the qualifier day 4. There
we go. I was super cool. When it came up first, I was like, oh, they've done something really cool. I'm not sure what it is, but they've done and of course, our days 2 and 3 here. We had 5 teams advancing from yesterday, which was PGG all the way through to Starry Sky. And then today, Team Vitality, the Mythov, and Everlong was able to eke it out at the very end. There was just beads of sweat pouring from this team, I imagine, Blank, in that last game, considering they almost didn't make it.
Hey, the sweaty run, a very, very sweaty run. Get the old rag out, wipe it off the forehead, because, yeah, that was tough. I mean, they held their own versus Bob Trucks right at the end. I think that's the big thing. But there was a potential for the Mythov to drop out there. There really was. I think that they were glad that they stayed in, and it's potentially just living out a little bit longer. I think it was one more point that they got that saw them safe.
I think for a lot of these teams as well, Avenger, they are going to be so pleased with the fact that the final, we're back to that marathon format. We're back to a best of 15 here for those teams to try and qualify, get themselves basically the championship, or at least the first finals of what is PEC here this time around.
Yeah, and you know what? A shot at Esports World Cup, a shot at PGSs, and that's the big one. A big shot at finals appearances, massive. And of course, the PGC points gathered already here. Seoul getting 16 could matter down the road here, but I think Seoul has a big chance when we talk at the end of the year for the teams that are going directly to PGC.
Yeah, there's huge PGC points on the line for those finals as well. You know, Avenger makes a great point, Blank, and we haven't really brought it up too much because we haven't had to talk about it too much just yet. But the fact that this PEC alone across 4 weeks qualifies you for PGS's 3 and 4, EWC, gets you huge PGC points. There's so much on the line than just the prize pool here in this tournament. It is wild. It's crazy.
It's nerve-wracking as well for a lot of these squads. You can see exactly why the Team Vitality, it means so much to actually qualify on this day 3, right?
Yeah,
but
for sure.
I'm also super glad that every single one of these teams, I'd be happy, you know, to see all of them go through to those kinds of events, because it'd be really good to show off this kind of EMEA talent around the world.
All right, well, that's how the PGC points line up. That's our 16 teams that are going to be covered on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday next weekend's time. And that's going to be it from me, Blank, and Avenger. So thank you for tuning in to everybody around the world. Don't forget, though, that we have PAS coming up in just a few hours' time as well. There's just non-stop PUBG on these weekends because I was watching the Masters Series earlier today. I was watching PWS. We're doing PEC. Now PAS is on in just a bit's time. So it is non-stop, wall-to-wall PUBG. Excellent across the entire globe. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in here for day number 3 of our playoffs. It was wild. We'll see you next weekend's round for more PUBG action. Bye for now.
Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight. Just the jungle creeping back in. Both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. Keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple.